You know, it rained quite a bit yesterday, but today the sun is out and the players are ready to go for day number 3 of the Rocket League Championship Series Spring Major, live from London in the historic Copper Box Arena. Cannot wait to get this gameplay underway. I'm your host, Wavepunk. I've got a full panel of Rocket League experts here with me, and we are ready to get some more teams through to play in front of a crowd, Gibbs.
Yes, Wavepunk, but that, so it didn't rain yesterday. There was a lot of European tears, I'm pretty sure.
Is that why it rained? That makes sense because the forecast said sunshine, and then it was actually raining.
It was torrential.
And there are actually a lot of players in the upper levels of their hotel, so that actually makes a lot of sense. I now know why it was raining.
And Gibbs,
after yesterday.
a funeral for OCE yesterday, was it?
Was it a funeral for OCE?
Fair point.
Fair point indeed. If you missed it yesterday, if you're a Rocket League fan, we actually ran into a fan in the tube at one point, coming back from dinner, who was like, "Oh, I just flew in. I didn't see any of the results today. What happened?" And we're like, "We got a story for you. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday, because my goodness, everything turned upside down here, Roll Diz. We could not believe it. Pioneers 3-0'd Team BDS.
And they looked fantastic doing it, Wave. I can't believe it. That man Scrub was on a mission. Banana head, super lucky. They was all going crazy. And these boys are so confident in their ability and their gameplay. And I know on the other side, BDS, oh my goodness, I don't know what I was watching.
It's the story of the tournament right now. BDS losing to, the minor regions where I'm talking about Sam and OCS. Sam 2 seed and OC as well in 3-0s in sweeps.
Hey, look at that. The reactions are just beautiful. They can't contain themselves. But they're just so happy. That was to make World, so fantastic stuff. Congrats to them. But Endpoint, not so lucky. Optic Gaming actually rebounding massively after a pretty shockingly bad start against Moist to also get a sweep. The sweeps continue to pour in.
Yeah, so we talk about Optic Game. A lot of people saying scrims aren't going well for them, but it's not going well for Europe as a whole. Endpoint again, 0-3, and they're out of the tournament as well. Optic Gaming moving on. A little bit of an underdog story coming out of this lower bracket, and that's why we wanted to show all these on the mainstream.
And I feel it was a little like, I got lied to yesterday, and I'm kind of upset. Raiden Wave told me that they were the synergized team, but watching that matchup, it looked like it was Optic Gaming all the way. They were complete package.
Yeah, you can see that upper bracket there waiting for us on Saturday. We are not there yet, still focused on the lower bracket to get our matches set up to go. The lower round 1 happened all of yesterday, and you can see the teams that made an early exit here. Gladiators, Endpoint, BDS, and Power all finished here for the London Major, which leaves us with the 4 matches you see there for lower round 2. Those will what we'll be going through today. We'll talk about those here in just a little bit. I had not thought about it, CJ, until you pointed it out that BDS was knocked out by South America and OC. They didn't even play North America.
The EU 1 seed of all teams coming up and just not showing up really. Pioneers obviously played incredibly, well to get that 3-0 sweep, but that wasn't the BDS that we'd seen online with Seiko coming in, Gibbs.
2 regional wins. We were all saying they are heavy favorites to win this lane. Like, obviously, there's conversation around Moist and G2, and Falcons. All right, Johnny. But everyone was saying that BDS odds-on favorite. And they don't win a single game.
They're on 9 straight losses.
Yeah, 9 straight
if you take the Winter Major into account as well. BDS have 9 straight losses now. They were swept by FaZe. Now they come here, they're double swept. It's the same with Endpoint. They were swept by FaZe in the Winter Major in their last series, and now they're out.
The thing with BDS as well, they're still not proven in front of a crowd. As you said, we went to LA and they got swept in there, so they didn't get to the crowd this time.
But they're going to the World Championship main event as a very high seed because of what they've done all year long.
Yeah, both
but
Endpoint
now,
and
a lot of
BDS,
question marks.
they're on 9 straight losses game-wise, and now they're going to the World Championship, so I mean, surely it can't get any worse.
But that's the thing. It's like, Diz, they're going to the World Championship on a 3-series losing streak without taking a single game. How do you rate BDS looking at Dallas?
That's exactly what I was about to ask the table. I don't know how to rate them. You can't rate them because this is a LAN event. It's not online anymore. They're so consistent online. But when they come here, it's just a choke central, as my man T-Bates would have said.
They might be the #1 overall seed when it's all said and done. And it's going to be BDS. And whoever is the last seed coming out of that wild card is going to be like, we want this matchup.
What's crazy is we've got NRG and BDS, 2 teams that will run out BDS. They're not in form. Obviously, NRG as well, not here in London, going to Worlds. The 2 powerhouses of RLCS X, where do you rate them? They're still going to Worlds.
I think Energy is actually happier than BDS right now.
I
they're
think so,
they're at least
yeah.
not here, so they
They
didn't
might
have
be
to
looking
lose
at these
6
results
games.
thinking, oh, so thank goodness we didn't qualify.
They'd rather not be here.
Like, what would have happened to us? So,
Yeah, who knows what would have happened. Let's talk about some of the good things that happened yesterday, because my goodness, there was some quality Rocket League played across the tournament. The top 3 goals of the day. Put them for you right here on the screen, CJ.
Yeah, first up here we got Super Lucky, and this really decided the series. When you get the bump there on Seiko last man, they just look so confident, and that's what you see from these boys. And if they could bring that today, they've got moist, and we might see more of that.
that would be unbelievable to witness. I mean, they're
Disrespect.
confident. Both teams are very confident. Two of the youngest teams here, Moist versus KCP later on today. But we saw another regain as well, and that was from Furia. And you already know, Jan's going to be making hitting clips. And no matter how badly Furia are playing, they started pretty poorly on day 1, but a lovely little flip reset air dribble. Even, I think, a little dunk on the end there as well. This is standard for him. He's been one of the highest clips per game players throughout the whole season.
1 of 9 goals in that game alone. Fury is here to play.
My goodness, man. Look at the mechanics, the control, and at the last clip, we got Lan Lu. Nobody expecting a flip
Double.
reset. My goodness, setting up miss completely. Look at it. First touch, beautiful. Second touch, beautiful. Recovery, misses like, all right, I'll take a free goal. Thank you, Lan Lu. I appreciate you. But that's the synergy I was talking about this Optic team, Gibbs.
Yeah, he learned from the best. Rolled is. He's not a coach anymore. He goes back to a player's like, I still got it. I show up on land, and Optic is still alive.
Incredible stuff. And how Optic was a team I think many of us, like thinking if you don't know, Optic is the formerly Envy. So if we're watching North America there, and Envy's been a team we've been kind of like they're hanging on, but
They're coasting.
yeah,
It's
they're
like
kinda there,
maybe
right?
Energy should be here instead of Envy, but no, like Envy, now Optic is showing up.
Absolutely. It was incredible to watch, and we'll get to see them play again today. Can they keep the streak going down there in the lower bracket? But before we talk about Optic or any other region, we need to talk about Europe here, Gibbs, because this is arguably the worst Europe has ever looked in person.
This is the worst 3-month span, I think, for Europe as a whole. We go to Winter Major, and I think you could kind of throw that off as like, it's a one-off. You know, teams just didn't show up. It just happened to be all European teams or a lot of European teams. But Johnny, we're already down to just 3 Europeans. Still got all 5 NA. What's going on?
Well, it all rides on how well the 2 European teams playing today do, because if they can't perform, then you're just going to be down to just Carmine Corp. But yeah, I think it's the fact it's BDS who bombed out. If it was Carmine Corp and Endpoint out at this point, I think everybody would have said, well, okay, that's the 4 or 5 seed, but you've still got BDS, Moist, Liquid, the 3 teams that we expect to do the best of this event. But BDS have really, performed so badly that they've dragged the entire region down with them. I mean, they've got me questioning, why are we bringing 5 teams from Europe in the first place, like when only 1 from MENA? Bring another MENA team over here. Get like 4 teams from Europe. In my opinion, if this is to continue, that's what I would want to do. So I'm dead serious. I tweeted that yesterday. I'm not joking.
So we can't really talk about that like without North America as well. Number 1 and number 2 seeds in the lower bracket. It's 3 and 4 that are up there. So V1 and Space Station showing up again. It just seems like North America right now and MENA as well, land teams, while Europeans haven't found that form just yet.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here. OCE is a major region. That's what we're looking at right now. So I still think I'm glad we're in Landon. I know we don't have the EU teams doing well, but I just think Falcons, when they get to the crowd, they're going to have all the favors from all the crowd and the chance. So,
Diz, do we finally get an all-NA final?
That's
is
tough.
This
That's
finally
so
it?
tough. I mean, I looked at Falcons. They looked incredibly dangerous. Johnny's been tweeting all day. As soon as they were winning, he was like, I told you so. I mean, like, I knew this was about to happen. He was right.
But I think we get a MENA final. It's going to be Middle East and North America. You know, but that's what it's going to be right here because Falcons look really, really good. So I wouldn't bet against them.
All right, well, let's talk about the world stakes, because the thing is this is the last event of RLCS 21 before we are playing in Fort Worth, Texas at Dickies Arena, and who gets to make it into that main event is determined by what happens here, Gibbs.
Yeah, so we're talking about the top 8 will go to the main event. That's very good for those teams, but it also means extra teams to that region. Right now, 5 spots have been locked up. That's North America 1 through 3, and Europeans 1 and 2. But as you can see right now, EU3, a small lead, NA4, MENA, SAM1, OC1, all alive here. So it really comes down to, there's a lot of games that will matter today. There's a lot of ways it can go. But if both European teams win, EU3 will clinch. Johnny, who clinches?
Well, EU3, that's Semper. They're at home. They're really hoping that we get both of the EU teams through today. That's it. Because you got Liquid and Moist both playing today. If one of them loses, then EU3
Then
are
it's
in big
really
trouble
tough,
because you've got NA4 right behind them. You know, that happens to be Complexity, actually. So, you know, NA4 means Complexity going
Yes,
to wild
and
card.
so they need 2 NA teams to win today. FaZe and
Yep.
Optic, if they win, NA4 will clinch, and then Falcons are not playing today. They can clinch in a few ways, but for them, it's going to come down to the weekend very likely, as long as they win one match.
Yeah.
Then
Okay.
Mina will get a third
Yeah, O1
team
Esports,
to the World
another team. I
Championship.
mean, it's so interesting. We've got one EU team, one NA team, a MENA team, SAM team, OCE team, and they're all like just really hoping that their region can perform and bring them to the wildcard. OCE are actually here. It's power. That OCE one means power. If Pioneers can make a run, then they
That's
actually
a top
they bring
4.
power with them. So
Yeah,
that'd be crazy.
That'll be a top 4. Like at most, it'll
Yeah.
be top 3. Like if top 3, they clinch no matter what. Top 4 is very, very likely.
And what's
CJ.
funny about it is yesterday, those two teams, Power and Pioneers,
Yeah.
completely against each other, multiple enemies, but now all of a sudden
Biggest
Power,
fans.
well,
Yeah,
they're
Power
beast
are
fans.
the biggest Pioneers fans. Because Pioneers go on an incredible run, which, I mean, it's already started. They swept BDS, so if they can keep that going, that'll be unbelievable. But if they can go on a crazy run,
Yeah,
they
3
can
more
actually
wins.
bring Power back to Worlds with them and go straight into the top 8 themselves at Worlds. Last mention is, of course, the club in South America. They're hoping that Secret or Furia can make a run. So it's back to what it was supposed to be. I know OCE had a little bit of internal battles this week, but now it is right back to every region supporting their own teams.
But then Pioneers to make top 4, very likely going to go through BDS, Moist, maybe a G2 as well.
Or Liquid.
It's going to
I mean,
be a historic
There's no
run.
easy option there.
It could
It's
be Liquid. It could
insane.
be a European, Johnny.
It's-
I
it's-
understand.
I don't think so. I don't think
if
so.
Liquid beats G2, rule is. I mean, that's just as powerful of a win for KCP at that point.
I agree 100%, but KCP has a tremendous warm-up. If they make it past Moist, they have beat the #1 and number 2 seed coming out of EU. Johnny, your region is in a terrible position right now, and then they face the #1 seed from North America.
Maybe.
But, you know, being honest, I don't think that Pioneers make it past Moist, but if they do, I mean, is it time to predict them against whoever they play in the next round? Because G2 Liquid, you know, they're kind of like an even match in many people's eyes. I'm leaning G2 personally. But if you can beat BDS and beat Moist, you've got a chance
After
against
the
G2.
first 2 days, anything
Yeah.
is possible. We thought day 1 was crazy, and I think we said at the start of day 2, there's no way day 2 can be as wild as that.
Right.
And then BDS gets swept again.
This is a crazy day. This is a crazy
It's gonna be
world we're
wild.
in right now. And the lower bracket is just as spicy. I don't know why the lower bracket always is where the stories are at. It feels like the upper bracket is like something we forgot about. I don't remember playing in the upper bracket.
But they look at it, and it's also kind of ridiculous seeing those 4 teams together in the upper bracket. No one had that
Yeah.
that
No
4
one.
team. But it's just that the lower bracket's been even more ridiculous that we forget how insane the upper bracket looks as well. We'll get back to that tomorrow, but yeah, today we got to send 4 more teams.
This
home.
was meant to be like the deload days, you know. Obviously,
Yeah.
we don't have as many series as day 1.
Yeah.
Like, let's just take a breather before Saturday and Sunday. But it's just been just as crazy as day 1 so far. So anything can happen today.
Well,
Go ahead.
let's talk about something else that's been crazy. We've been doing this thing called Who's Stakes throughout the course of these pre-shows here, and see we put up 3 opinions. They're all from one of the talent here on the team, and we try to guess who it is here. So the first take is going to be about the Pioneers. Actually, Pioneers was not a fluke. So this is
That's vague. That's vague.
Okay.
Like, obviously BDS, but is that more on BDS or Pioneers? Do Pioneers get top 4? I don't understand.
I feel like
I
that
want
could be
more.
anyone.
Yeah, I could see.
I've got an
couple
idea.
people doing that.
I need to see the second opinion.
for sure. Let's say the second one here.
Because
This is
that'd
gonna
be yummy. for sure.
Chicago over Atomic.
Ooh.
Okay, now that runs it down. There's no way that
Well,
Bates
it's not
says
too
this.
bad.
No way.
Yeah,
No way
Bates
Bates says
is
this.
100% not on this.
Yeah.
It runs it down by 1. It takes one person off the table. I don't know. Yummy comes to mind.
Yeah.
I feel like Yummy could say both of
Yeah.
these things.
I think
But I
someone
feel
is
like Yummy
saying,
wouldn't say
who
Pioneers.
would
Yummy
want
does rate
who would
Chicago.
want to annoy Bates? I think that somebody said this to annoy him.
So
Who would
Daz,
want-
maybe?
Daz?
Daz, possibly.
Daz just stocks.
Daz,
right
right?
now.
It could be
Okay,
Daz.
okay. Maybe I could see Jorby too. Let's take a look at the third one here. Sam wins a major in the next
Hey,
year.
Jorby.
Actually, I had Jorby in the first one because he said Pioneers had a 40% chance of beating
That's
BDS,
true.
and then he
That's fair.
started saying on Twitter it should have been
Uh-huh.
higher. So
And
Jorby,
Jorby
yeah,
is
it's
always on the
Jorby.
same track.
All right,
Overall.
are we all going
We're all
Jorby
on
here?
this,
yeah.
We're all
the
right.
Sam one just clinched it.
We're
Yeah.
all right, or we're all wrong. Who is it? Let's go see who this talent is. It's correct!
Got him.
Nah, he is a big Sam fan, actually. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Who's it gonna be, Corelli? Who wins the major next season?
Furia. I have to stick with Furia. I mean, look, the reason why I said that wasn't because I'm delusional. I've seen the gameplay. I love what they did in the Winter Major. Look, I'm sitting in front of Team Secret. It could be them too. I don't know. I feel like, Sam, they've grown enough to the point that they're in the conversation that they can make those deep runs. That's why I say that.
But Chicago over Atomic.
Yes.
Give me that one.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the take. I said this on First Touch, by the way, too. This is the first time. This isn't the first time I said
No,
it.
he did.
You could have told us it was him.
Jordy made more sense after the Sam.
But consistency-wise, I feel like Chicago's been at a higher level. Atomic, he's been streaky over the season. I feel like you take the entire season's worth of work, I have Chicago over Atomic.
So what about Pioneers? How far are they going, Curly? If it wasn't a fluke, do they continue on through this tournament?
I think they weren't a fluke against BDS in particular. That was what I meant by that take. I do think they're going to have a tough time here with Moist, but I don't think it's crazy. I think a lot of times for fans who don't know OCE, who don't watch it, they completely write them off. But I think Pioneers proved in the Winter Major, even though they didn't win a game, or a series rather, that they were good enough to compete at the highest level. And that's why I say it wasn't a fluke. If you watch a couple series in the Winter Major and here against Space Station, where they did get reverse swept, I still felt like they were competitive enough to beat them.
What a reasonable man and handsome.
Thank you.
Curly, I got another question for you.
Yeah. Hit me.
If you got Chicago over Atomic, and JNAPS was almost the Winter Major MVP, where does JNAPS on that list?
Well, I don't want to pick between them. I mean, since there's only 3 of them, I guess I put him third. But
You heard it here first.
Wow, you heard it right here first. That's the hot take for you. Crowley, thanks for taking the time to talk with us. We'll see you out there on the field today. JNAP's the worst player on G2. You heard
Yeah,
it.
we heard it
You
here.
heard it
Just
right
tweet
here.
at Curly. You know?
Yeah, for sure. Dude, definitely give that man some impressions. All right.
I can't believe that's what we're doing after he did so well there. He completely fooled us all. We were on Charlie.
That was well done.
No credit.
That was well done. Fun stuff. I'm having a good time there. Let's talk about what's in store today, because we have some genuinely possible historic matches coming up on our schedule today. We're going to round out the day. See, we're talking about, we've seen the upper bracket. Forget about it. We can talk about that tomorrow once we got a million fans in here. I promise there's going to be a million people. Anyways, these are the matches we have today. 4 of these teams going home, 4 of these teams playing in front of the Landon crowd. We're going to round out the day with Liquid versus G2. G2 could be out here today.
Could very well be, but I love it so far. Every single match has been international. No regions playing each other just yet. That could continue, but all 4 of these games, it's the heartbreak day. Everyone wants to make it to the crowd, CJ.
It is a heartbreak day, and I think that
I mean,
I'm looking at Fury FaZe Clan. That is a matchup that I'm going to be excited for. It's we'd say it every single tournament. It's always such a tough, the bracket's so tough. But right now, I haven't seen matches like this in a lower bracket do or die to make the crowd. So starting off with Moist Pioneers, that's going to be exciting.
And I want to see Optic kind of bounce back, well, they did bounce back, but like Team Secret started off so strong day one, making that super upset against BDS.
Yeah.
I want to see if Optic continue their consistency yesterday. They looked so good yesterday, and see if they can do it against Team Secret.
Is Furia versus FaZe the hypest match of the day?
It's going to be Liquid G2.
Liquid G2,
Liquid
man.
G2.
I mean, Furia FaZe is close, though. That's
It is
crazy.
good.
I mean, if we get the Furia that we saw in the Winter Major, that could go either way. But if we see the Furia that we had day 1 of this event versus Carmine Corp, I'm not as confident.
And if we're looking
be
at
honest.
sort of pre-event predictions, like Furia FaZe, Liquid G2, that could easily be a semi-final, upper final sort of matchup. So to have these guys in the lower bracket fighting for a spot in front of the crowd.
Well,
And personally, I'm excited for Pioneers. Like, I get it. Like, Pioneers
Yeah.
just did the unbelievable. They could do it again here and make that OC run. No OC team has made a top 8 finish yet. Pioneers could be the first to do it.
let's start talking about that match. That'll be what we start the day off with. Moist Esports taking on the Kansas City Pioneers, making the crazy run of the tournament. They have been the story so far. Does the run end here? I understand Corelli's take that Pioneers wasn't a fluke. I feel like that opinion clearly revolves around the idea that BDS was just completely off here and Kansas City was consistent to their level of performance. They have to deal with Moist though, CJ.
Yeah, it's a different kettle of fish right now because Moist, they've actually looked pretty good this tournament. And that's what we couldn't really say about BDS so far. Moist, they had a tough matchup, maybe a little bit unlucky, you'd say, to be in the lower bracket, but they're still in form. And talking to Rise and Joyo, they're very confident coming up against Pioneers, but is it a case where you can underestimate an OCE team that's in form?
It's very possible. That, I think, is the main danger for Moist. They need to really respect their opponents here, who have clearly shown that they can play phenomenal Rocket League 2 events in a row now, and 2 days in a row so far. So don't underestimate Pioneers. However, Moist, like you said, they were playing well. I think the series versus version 1, who we might as well call day one at this point, the way they've started both majors that they've played. Yeah, that was a good series. Moist lost that 3-1. They've lost twice now to version 1, day 1, at these events. But I think if they rematch them, they'll get their revenge. In order for that to happen, they got to go through Pioneers.
Yeah, Moist, though, we always talk about they are so clutch. If it goes to a game 5, Pioneers are in trouble. Moist finds a way to win those games, but we've seen it here. A lot of 3-0s. So if Pioneers can get that ball rolling early, there's no tactical timeouts right now for Moist. So that's what Pioneers got to do.
I think the biggest difference maker is we compare Moist and BDS a lot, but BDS, they seem to, like when they go down, they seem to lose focus. And I think Moist has a really good mentality at bouncing back, especially when you got them boys. You got Slatira, you got Wise, and you got Woyo. I think they're just so confident in each other, and I think they're going to be positive the whole way through.
I mean, it's a situation like you said, like this is so different than the situation with BDS, where yes, we didn't expect Moist to be in the bracket or to be in the lower bracket this early, but version 1 has just continued to re-cement how solid they are in this environment. The power of comm cannot be underestimated. As far as I know, KCP doesn't have a comm advantage. This isn't going to be they're not going to be getting in the heads of Moist the same way.
Yeah, and you look at the Space Station series with Pioneers, I think they were a little bit too, focused on the other team. There was a little bit too much trash talk, and then once the series starts swaying the other way, you're thinking, wow, we better win now. We've talked that much smack. Whereas the BDS series, I was sort of just vibing and having fun. So I'm interested to see the approach because we know Rise is pretty vocal towards the other team.
Well, we have Moist on one side, on the other side of the bracket. The team that's been the story of the tournament. It's such a crazy situation. They have to play Moist. Then they have to play either a Liquid that just beat G2, or they have to play G2 Esports in a lower bracket just to survive to get to the next day here. We've said the story so many times, Roldiz, but I don't think, just in case anyone's tuning in right now, it can't be said enough.
It cannot be said enough. Again, I want to reiterate, it is the best warm-up they will ever have in this tournament. I think they might be the team to make a lower bracket run if they can get past this monster matchup.
Imagine, would that be the greatest lower bracket run of all time? I'd say probably. You start off against BDS, then second round Moist. Like no one is getting teams like BDS and Moist in any lower bracket of the past.
The key to a strong lower bracket run is you need strong teams to drop early, so you get strong teams the whole time here. But the Pioneers gives.
Yeah, Pioneers, not only did you take down a BDS in a 3-0 sweep, like that's enough right there. It was for their World Championship lives. If they lost that, they are out. There is no other way to get in. They had to win that series. All the pressure on them. Sure, BDS didn't have a lot of pressure, but they still want to perform. They want to make it to this crowd, but Pioneers pulled it off.
And I know their goal right now, speaking to their mental coach, is just to make the crowd, not just because obviously it'd be awesome to make the crowd in front of Landon, but just to have that experience before Worlds. So when they do get to Worlds, there isn't anything new. They've played in front of a crowd before, so I know that's their main goal right now, and there has to be less pressure than yesterday.
And we got to talk about the OCE love. There wasn't a lot of love on the early days because they're competing against each other, but they want 3 teams at the World Championship. So Pioneers, again, it's a long road. But if they can somehow make a top 4 run like the old Chiefs, then it's possible. But like for OC as a whole, I think Pioneers, there's still some pressure on this. They don't want another 9th place finish. They want to get top 8. They want to be in that conversation to be a World Championship team.
I love, one thing I really want is to see this team in front of the crowd, just because this guy's name, John.
We've got a few chances for Banana Head, don't we?
We've got a few chances lined up for Banana Head. We're actually doing a few on Rizzo's stream, and I realized how old I was because all these, the Liquid players, they don't know any of the songs I'm trying to teach them. They only know their TikTok songs. But yeah, we found 1 or 2 that seem to, cross any border, that seem to work in any age range. So definitely tune in.
Basically, any song with like nah nah.
Any song with nah 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 in it. Yeah, that should be pretty obvious how Banana Head's name works in that context. But yeah, it'll be fun. Even if they don't make crowd, I'm pretty sure you're going to hear a Banana Head chant or 2. If he does make crowd, you're probably going to hear minimum 7. I'm not even joking.
We've discussed that there's a chance that the rule should be you're not allowed to use a chant twice for Banana Head. Because we have so many.
My problem is if they do make that top 4 run, we're going to run out eventually.
We're not.
There's so many. Trust me.
It's incredible. But this is obviously the biggest hurdle for them. There's which is crazy to say because they already beat BDS. But in this situation,
hey Joyo.
He's just warming up,
BDS were very nervous, I think, yesterday. They didn't look comfortable. I think Moist looked pretty comfortable, unfortunately, for Pioneers.
Yeah, BDS put the pressure on themselves, but Moist as well is like, hey, BDS is out. We're the best European team now. Sure, they're in the lower bracket. They don't want to be here, but they just don't feel that pressure.
They're proven in the lower bracket as well, though, Moist.
Yeah.
They love being down here. That we saw that in LA. They're happy to drop down early and then make it the hard way. So that's the thing. But as we spoke about before, they don't want to get ahead of themselves. I know it's they're playing OCE, but they're playing a team that just beat BDS. And even speaking to Archie yesterday, I don't want to throw him under the bus, but he said Optic was absolutely a freelo, and they end up getting swept. So
I mean, I just some insider information. I was sitting down there while the players were walking to their setups, and I fist bumped at Joyo, and I just heard free win. We got it, you know what I'm saying? But
Well, we've heard that with RT.
They've actually
it's
said
the same
that
thing.
before most of their series.
That's-
yeah,
that they
can
did
walk.
win.
They talk the
like,
talk, walk
they,
the walk.
yeah, they don't really. I don't think they put pressure on themselves with their trash talk. They're just very confident. But you see, I think both these teams, the two of the most confident teams with how they speak. You know, a lot of teams are afraid to talk trash. G2, they don't talk any trash. They've done it before. It didn't work. It backfired. Even Rettles, he's talked so much in the past. He's like waiting a long time now. He's making sure he's in the clear before going for it these days. But these guys, I think they've just found a good way to do it where they can have a lot of fun with it and they don't put any additional pressure on themselves.
Well, here's some numbers for the teams. Obviously, from their respective regions, take the numbers as you will. But the players have had a few things to say to us off the pitch. They got a few things to say to each other, too.
Our form right now, it's not the best, but it's also not the worst. We're ready for the lower bracket.
We're in very good form. We beat BDS, so should be looking good for the series up ahead.
You know, we're better than Pioneers. We've proved that many times. We just need to play our game and we'll win it.
Good luck, because you suck and you're going to lose 3-0.
Watch out, we're coming for the lower bracket.
The lower bracket runs so nervous. The attitude difference is stark in that video. You have one something like, oh, our reform wasn't very good, and Super Lock is like, oh, wait, no, our form was great.
it's the Australian in him. Just you suck. Like, that's it. That's all he said. We're just gonna win.
Well, let's get some predictions on the board. Have some chat about how we feel like this one's actually going to go, because I think this could be spicy. Use hashtag MSD, hashtag KCP at home to let us know how you feel in the chat. I don't even know where to start on this one, because I'm gonna come to the Aussie representative on the desk first here.
We said it's going to be spicy. Let's spice it up early. I'm going Pioneers for this one.
Okay.
I think that I'm the biggest Joyo fan that anyone will know that. I'm his number one fanboy. So this is massive for me to go Pioneers. But I'm bringing the OCE love because we have to have some hopium, if you will, after the BDS sweep. So
I respect it. I respect it, but I've got to say, Moist, you know, they've done the lower bracket run in the past. They've regained so many times in the past. I think they've played pretty well this event, and they've shown how they can step up from day one to the future days of the Winter Major. Pioneers, they're a great team. I agree with Curly. I don't think that was a fluke against BDS. I think they're going to have great results in the future, but not this one.
Moist is very happy with Pioneers because BDS, with that last place finish, Moist has a chance for the #1 seed in Europe.
Oh, wow.
And that's with basically 2 splits of success. So Moist, if they make this run, can overtake BDS. And I think it starts here. I think Moist, lower bracket run. I'm expecting it.
I like that. I like that. You know, CJ, I got to disagree with you, and I'm also going to disagree with Joyo. I don't think it's going to be Freelo. But you see this card here? I don't know why it's in front of me. You see this card right here? This is the real card. Moist is going to take this, and it's not going to be – I think it's going to be a little bit close. But I still got my boys in blue.
You've really like got that one stuck in there now.
card
I
is
don't know.
gone.
I don't know if we're gonna get it back here. Here's the thing: I predicted Pioneers to beat BDS because that was how little I believed in BDS yesterday, and I got so many Pioneers fans and like staff members come up and be like, "Thank you so much for predicting the Pioneers." I can't turn my back.
Jump
now.
on board.
Give me Pioneers again. Come on, we're making the
gonna be
full run here.
wrong.
Here's the thing, Rolled, is like you become a pro Rocket League player because you like playing Rocket League. Dropping to the lower bracket just means you get to do more of it, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's true. But like Moist did that in the Winter Major, and
'cause
they're
they like
doing it
playing Rocket
again.
League.
They just love playing Rocket League. This
Yeah,
is the beginning, and they're gonna make it to the end. Trust me. Trust me. They gave me this card for the reason.
I like
I'm the
this-
greatest enabler.
Look at that. The symmetry, though, is very nice. So I like seeing that.
We got-
Good
we got-
job.
It's nice.
The bookend
job, guys.
Pioneers here. Like lower bracket is just the bracket where the games actually matter. So there's like, why would I play for? Come on, let's just get there. Let's see what chat felt about this one because I feel like straight down the
Look at
middle.
that.
Pioneers.
you're
And that's not down the middle.
What?
That's Pioneers.
Hey, that's facts. That's facts. Well, folks, what a match we have in store for us, and I genuinely have no idea what's about to happen. It sounds like you at home don't either. Let's get over to the field. Moist Esports going up against the Kansas City Pioneers. Can the Cinderella run continue? We're about to find out.
The little Australian team that could. Fighting for respect, fighting now for their fellow countrymen as well, trying to get team power into the World Championship if they can survive today and eventually get into the top 4. The Pioneers now have another gargantuan task ahead of them.
Here's the lower bracket spark. It's still alive. Moist doing it in the Winter Major, but KCP have done it in OCE over and over again. Can they back it up on the world stage?
That's going to be the question here. Is already we're starting to see just a little bit of offense coming out. Vatira going to slide a shot on. Keep an eyes out for Vatira, as again, we saw Moist when they struggled here earlier in the upper bracket, but they're going to come back with a vengeance.
But even though they struggled, Vatira has been playing great. Compared to the last lane, he's having a landmark performance.
Yesterday in their series with BDS, Pioneers were exceptional on kickoffs, and I'm sure just looking up towards Rizzo's stream section, Johnny Boy must have just been fuming at how many kickoff goals BDS conceded, as one almost conceded just in the first minute here by Pioneers. Moist all over him early, and Scrub having a tough time with this ball, but he found Banana Head with Joyo waiting to pounce.
This is the kind of creativity that might break that iron defense that Pioneers had yesterday. Moist Esports are going for some clever touches.
Yeah, a lot of people have been talking, especially looking at Pioneers. The defense is going to be the biggest factor coming into Moist, because we know Moist's offensive output. And again, they love taking time in the air. They love being able to control the ball. And if they get that space, it could be disastrous.
It's going to be really important for KCP to challenge early, just like V1 did in the upper bracket. And that's about respect. These two are teams of friends. They're close to each other, but you cannot respect your opponents too much, or you'll give them a lot of room.
You can expect a partisan audience even here. While we don't have a crowd, we certainly still have the teams and a lot of other folks here inside the Copper Box Arena. And you know, if Pioneers can strike first, this place will still explode. Rise looking for Joyo in the center. His bouncing shot set away by Scrub.
Both already secured worlds. But this is the chance to play for that stage. That's what these guys are playing for. And Pioneers are also playing for #1 seed from OCE.
Exactly. Lots still to play for these two teams. You got to think, I mean, not even just that. Everybody wants to win the major. It's a close shot coming out there for Rise, but it will not fall right now. Still a little bit consistent Moist offensive pressure. As again, you see Joyo just kind of get in there, but look at that. Super Lucky with the demo on Rise. Going to be able to buy some space for Pioneers to break out. This is actually a great start for them, and you can see, I mean, the fact that we're still 0-0 going into the halfway point.
Rise has struggled a little bit with his shooting.
He has, and that's been kind of a hallmark for a lot of teams in this event. We saw it with FaZe when they dropped down to the lower bracket. All of a sudden, they go from shooting nearly 50% to not being able to hit water from a boat. This shot deflected away by Scrub. Super Lucky's over there, but Joyo again, super aggressive, not allowing Pioneers to work slowly out of the zone. They got to pick up the pace a little bit if they want to get on this half of the field, as Super Lucky has done, but only as far as Joyo.
Moist have to be so frustrated right now. They've had a lot of good looks, but every single time Pioneers managed to make a miracle save. Scrub here getting a bit of a rough touch. I mean, may keep Pioneers in a difficult position.
That one looked like an opportunity for Pioneers. Maybe if the shot were on target, could have broken the scoreless deadlock, but now Banana Head. Infield pass for Scrub, and a laser off the post. Vatira got a piece. Joyo will send one out. Super Lucky got a tee up, and Banana Head will finish the play. Pioneers strike first.
Pioneers charge forward. You see that offensive pressure coming out. I mean, Super Lucky, even Joyo, such a tough goal line save, but they just keep going, the follow-up after follow-up until they get the first
They don't
goal.
get many chances, but when they do, they all work together as a team. That was full-on trust, charging forward and getting the first goal for OCE.
Team leading 8th goal of the major for Banana Head. And we continue on now into the final 90 seconds. This team has done exceptionally well playing with the lead. So now Moist has to figure it out. Vatira double lined up, did not fall. And Joyo couldn't bring one central either. Super Lucky, easy clear off the double commit. Vatira trying to salvage the play. Up high for Joyo, but he went over his head. And Moist will have to reset with a little bit of defense first from Rise.
We're seeing Moist just not backing each other up in the midfield. These touches flying over the top of their head. They need these passes, but Vatira's missed.
So close, so many chances here for Moist, but again, if they cannot finish, doesn't matter how creative they are on the stretch, Final 45 seconds, and that's a mistouch! Oh no! Mistake on the goal line, and the game's back tied up.
How does this happen? This is what Land does. This is what Landon does. Super lucky. When has he ever done that before?
And now the key is to not get too far down. This is where Scrub kind of has to be that leader and pick him up. As Banana Head gonna take a quick turn, go after Joyo, but Joyo's got around him. And the demolition on Super Lucky. Joyo, Rise running for interference, and Vatira couldn't get around on a shot just outside of 30 seconds. Missed opportunity there for Moist to snowball this advantage, but they've still got the advantage now. Joyo, around one, needs another in front, can't get there, and Vatira now for Rise.
Oh, there's a bump.
Deflected. Physical play does not work out as Banana Head comes to the rescue.
Rise is a huge menace, but Banana keeps stepping up.
So close, final few seconds counting down in regulation, and Moist are still trying to keep up the pressure. Pioneers on defense still trying to hold on, but you gotta be careful. I mean, they gotta make this one hit the ground.
Is it gonna go to overtime? Joyo tries to keep it up, but it will touch the ground. Game one, Moist Esports against Pioneers will go the distance.
So important to get this kickoff out of their zone for Moist. We, again, remember how deadly Pioneers were on kickoff plays. Nobody makes contact here, though. Banana Head on his way downfield, aided by Scrub. Solo effort stuffed out by Joyo. So now Banana Head will launch it downfield again, but he had nobody there. Just kind of play that ball to a space, not to a teammate, and that could be a fatal error. It's a high bouncer that just goes over the bar.
And you can see it too. I think Rise expected a touch there defensive-wise. The miss kind of caught him a little bit off guard. That could have been the difference maker for Moist here. They still got the pressure, but they let that one go.
Rise has really had to step up too. He's seen that they're not quite scoring. He's pushing forward. He's captaining this team, Moist Esports, to creating so many chances in front of Pioneers net.
You saw the numbers before the series. Not a lot of physical play, not a lot of demolitions for Pioneers. They are the victim of a lot of physicality out of Moist,
and they wouldn't
still
be
holding their own.
The OCE not known for their demos, and that's it. Joyo, he scores the second goal and takes Moist up 1-0.
Of course, it's Joyo. Lines it up, beautiful first touch, and then the follow-up just to finish it. Moist rally late, and they take game one.
And you may even be able to hear just a little bit of the support for Moist Esports as they clutch up in game one in overtime. And this is the first time in this tournament that Pioneers have dropped a game in the first couple of games in the series. They had been 4-0 up to that point. Remember the reverse sweep back on day one, and then the sweep over BDS just yesterday. So now Pioneers start the series with a foot outside the door. We'll see how they bounce back as we look back at how things transpired. And turn away, OCE fans. You don't want to see that one, the equalizer. And then Joyo putting it away in OT.
That hurts the most. Just seeing that in the game one, when the pressure is just starting, you're usually just trying to loosen up your nerves, and own goaling is not going to help.
And it's really unfortunate here for Pioneers because it seemed like they had everything going for them. I mean, you saw the pressure come out. Again, that three-man just charge on Moist. It seemed like they caught them out in a tough spot, but it comes off the mistake. You saw Moist just kind of get a little bit more of a momentum from that. They said, okay, we can take advantage of this opportunity. But I think going into game two, even Moist aren't necessarily too comfortable yet because they kind of stole that one.
Well, I think Rise is, to me, the only one really having a big game so far, a big performance. We could see a lot more come out from either Vatira or Joyo, which is a scary sign if you want to see the comeback.
And Joyo has been a centerpiece for Moist coming down the stretch here and into this spring major. Now 7 straight games with a goal for Joyo with that overtime winner. And just a quick little break here, getting into game number 2. A hydration break before we go into Aquadome. And this is what I was a little bit worried about yesterday when I saw, kind of the delay between games 2 and 3 for Pioneers. It's like, okay, they got all that momentum for the first couple of games, and you wondered if maybe BDS might have iced them a little bit. Now we see this little delay between games 1 and 2, and you wonder what that does, if anything at all, for the momentum of these squads. I don't think it does anything to Moist, but I think it does give Pioneers kind of a chance to get that mental reset a little bit longer than normal, and maybe super lucky time to kind of get over that. I mean, let's face it, it was an own goal.
I mean, I can agree with that for sure. I mean, like looking at this for Pioneers, you gotta wonder, okay, after that mistake, after they have time to reset mentally and think about things, coming into game 2 against Moist, they played a pretty close game 1. They started things off hot. They have to keep things going. They got to stop that man! Joyo, the machine that keeps on going!
He only needs 8 seconds and a little bit of room. Rise across, the demo in the midfield, and you know Joyo's going to snipe the perfect spot.
Somebody's got to get up there. You know the rules, Daz.
It's automatic.
Hand down, man down. 1-0 to Moist.
It's automatic. You cannot give that man space. And that goes for Moist almost as a team. They have such an ability, and look at Joyo. He's playing with so much more freedom.
They know the Pioneers have been playing this defensive. They're using the gaps now. They've figured them out. But the chance here for Pioneers, we know they've been very adaptive. They can go on the charge, and that one's almost in. Banana Head off the crossbar.
Accuracy betraying Pioneers now, and almost a 2-goal swing, but the save made by 2 Pioneers, kind of crisscrossing there. An opportunity again. Super Lucky converts this time under the bar, and we're tied.
The Banana special, he splits the defense, delivered hand by hand over to Super Lucky.
Beautiful play there. I love the pass. I love the finish from Super Lucky as well. Again, we thought about it. How does he feel going into this game? That goal just kind of mitigates all the mistakes from game 1, helps put Pioneers back on the board.
Oh no, oh no.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Super Lucky does manage to make the save, but you don't want to be giving up kickoff goals against the number 2 in EU.
Super Lucky has to just wait, and that gives Vatira way too much time and space, and he'll pick them apart. Rise will finish, and Moister back in front.
And I wish you guys could see Yummy's face on this one, because you kind of knew what was happening before the play even developed. Again, Moist with some more control there. They just end up playing it past Pioneers. They cannot give them that space.
We've seen a lot more of this kind of play from Moist at LAN. It's no longer one massive solo play, a lot of corner play, a lot of quick follow-ups that are really breaking down defenses over and over, creating chances. At least this time, managed to hold out Pioneers.
Both these teams have left some opportunities on the table. The post and crossbar getting a bit of a workout early on in the series between Moist and Pioneers. Joyo, kind of decoy play.
Oh,
Super Lucky had it beat by a mile, and he refuses to back down.
What happened?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. How does this get through Super Lucky with one touch? You see Rise a little bit too far forward, and Vatira doesn't have enough boost to get back.
And Joyo and Rise, they were both like, I'll go. Oh, no, you go. No, you go.
Someone go!
Someone go!
Here goes Scrub, cheating up on the kickoff, and Banana Head just has to back away. Now Joyo for Rise, and that connection's been there, but Super Lucky this time just got a piece. Banana Head with nothing in the tank. Scrub came to help him out, but now that leaves Super Lucky in a real awkward spot. Rise took him out, and Joyo gives him the lead again.
You can't do that. You can't do that. You see them trying to go all in on a play, and Joyo just takes his time. Rise says, toodaloo, see you later, and Joyo has an easy carry into an open net.
This isn't a freestyle competition. You don't want to give Joyo those chances. It's just big counterattacks. You have a turn to shoot, or if you miss, it goes the other way.
Space Station, that's how you do it. That's how you get the demo, so nobody can spawn in and get the save. Here goes Rise again. Moist trying to capitalize even further, and Banana Head says no.
Leave them alone. They're in the upper bracket. All right, they're doing a good job. Moist right now, though, they're feeling it, so to speak. I mean, Joyo looks so comfortable in the air. Look, here he is again trying to line up a double. Won't be able to make contact with that. But the pressure has been on. Pioneers have done a good job of being able to manage it, and they've responded on their own. You see that double almost connecting. Banana Head will take it on the side.
Very close. So this is a completely different game to game 1, especially from Moist. They've kicked up that aggression. However, Pioneers, they're a different team when they're behind. We know how strong they can be if they are pushing forward out of that defense, and we're seeing the chances come through as Banana Head can't get it past Rise.
They've asked a lot out of Super Lucky in this game in particular, and he has risen to the occasion outside of one instance where he was deleted off the field on that breakaway opportunity. Scrub keeping this play alive. He's got 50 in the tank and just kind of circling around, waiting for another opportunity as Super Lucky couldn't keep the play alive. Scrub now in a hurry just ahead of Vatira to make sure he didn't get a clean look at the net, and everybody jumps in front here, but nobody actually got contact. So Vatira had one set up on a silver platter, and he could not finish. Super Lucky pops it away. Big break for the Pioneers.
Good touch from Super Lucky. He gets one there when it lands on top of the hood that doesn't go in the net. So things settled here for Moist on the defensive side, or at least for Pioneers on the defensive side, I'm sorry. Now we got to look at the clock because Pioneers, they got to get things going here.
We also have Vatira stepping up for Moist, and now we've got all 3 Moist players activated, so Pioneers looking in trouble with 1 goal behind. They're going to need to step up themselves. They do make the save. They have to keep on going. It's another shot. Joyo will sink it.
Joyo! At some point, you got to know, if he's going up for this, it's going to be a double on target. The man doesn't miss when he's able to get the lineup, and he's proved it time and time again this game.
You can't just leave that back wall undefended, whether it's above the net or parallel to the net. You've got to go up and challenge, and twice now. Nobody has, twice. He's picked them apart. Rise with a great win here, and he'll stay on the wing to keep the play alive, and then set one up for Vatira, and he tried to slow play, but the Pioneers defense all over it. 1 minute to go here. Scrub and Banana Head trying to streak down the field. That could fall to Super Lucky. What can he do with it? Right at the backboard, right at Joyo. Kept this available. It's loose, and Banana Head's shot is way off the mark.
You gotta sink those.
Yep. Gotta finish those. Pioneers was low on boost. Now they finally got boosted up, but that meant that they lost out on offensive pressure, and now they're losing out on time on the clock. Down by 2:40 seconds left. It looks like this game is all in Moist's control.
You will not get many more quality looks like the one Pioneers just had. This could be one, but intercepted by Rise. And Moist Esports trying to put game 2 away, get on to match point, get to within 5 minutes of playing in front of a packed house here at the Copper Box tomorrow. Still hope for Super Lucky and Pioneers here in game 2. Scrub will have this come out to Banana Head, and it's saved away by Rise. Another clutch stop by Rise, and Moist do indeed clutch up, and they've put a stranglehold on this series up 2-0.
Such a good performance from Moist. This is the performance we expected from them, what we saw in the Winter Major, and every single time they look a little bit down, they've managed to step it up another level.
And it's been really good here for Moist so far. I mean, looking at this team, I mean, when they are all connected like this, right? I mean, that game was just all Joyo, but we know that some games are all Vatira. We know that Rise can come in and fill in, or even be that Starline player. But it just seems for this comp here, Joyo's just been the man who did break through Pioneers.
That's what makes the Moist the champions of Event 3 of EU and, of course, of the last split. But you could say the same about KCP. They always have all 3 star player, the best 3 mechanics from the region, but we're not seeing any of them have that big performance we expect. Banana Head not finding room at this moment to get flip resets to take out players. Super Lucky not hitting his shots. It is falling apart a little bit here.
You wonder what the mentality is like now for Pioneers, because we heard some rumblings that yesterday they were just kind of told they didn't actually have anything to play for. Little did they know they were actually playing for a spot at Worlds. Now, of course, Team Power kind of has Pioneers run to look forward to here to try and get them into that World Championship. If Moist can finish this series off right here or in the next 2 games, it will eliminate Team Power from World Championship contention.
But I don't think this is nerves at all. I think Pioneers, they're having to dance around so many members of Moist going for those demos,
Yeah.
They're feeling uncomfortable.
Pioneers look like they've been keeping up, so to speak, in terms of the speed here. It just seems like there's a little bit of sometimes miscomms or just poor touches. Again, also not being able to finish some shots here that have been the biggest issue for them, so to speak. They have the speed, and we know that they have the drive to really take it to Moist, but they're going to need a little bit more because right now Moist offense is on another level.
And it's still a good performance as a team, but no individual effort so far.
Whoa, what's going on over there?
Well, it's only Joyo at the back. Super Lucky couldn't get around him. Scrub follows, and Pioneers will score first finally here in game 3.
Hello, Moist?
Yeah, that was a little interesting. Joyo back with like 12 boosts, gets a 50, Rise and Vatira after just, having a little bit of a conversation on the other side of the field. They couldn't connect and make anything happen
It's
there.
just proof why you can't relax. Sure, you got that 4-2, you got a comfortable victory in the last game, but I don't know, that player Rise of Vatira pushing just a bit too hard on it.
Oh, Vatira just diving right in, and this has been a problem. Moist have not given Pioneers any time to work out of the zone, And Super Lucky, I think, thought he had a lot more time than he did with Batira breathing down his neck.
I'm gonna say it. Jump! Jump! Okay?
Press X.
Because clearly Vatira's not expecting you to. He played that one high, just slammed it in the back of the net. After Pioneers get that lead, they can control the pace of play, but they got to understand Moist are going to send everything they got at them.
It's getting very scrappy, and unfortunately, when it got scrappy, when things get tough, I think Moist come out on top. So time for Pioneers to clean it up.
We just saw Joyo got 2 or 3 bumps there on his way through into the Pioneers net, but it did not materialize in anything. Banana Head just got a piece of this, but Joyo did a good job hanging with the play. He's been incredibly annoying to play against for the Pioneers. Scrub now over towards Super Lucky, but Batira just a little bit faster, and that's just been the constant of this series. Batira has to have been the fastest player on the pitch. He's everywhere Pioneers are trying to go. He's all alone at the back here.
The shot.
He at least disrupted the shot, but nobody else got back, and Banana Head strikes again.
And Scrub goes end-to-end, he uses the roof, he goes for the bump. That was untouched by any player for so long because Vatira was getting chased around.
He was getting bummed, bullied, and just had a really bad time in his own net. Now Pioneers, again, able to control the pace. It's a great counterattack from them. They just have to make sure to hold on, play consistent. You see Moist now. Again, they're going to try to play a little bit more conservative. As look at that. Rise doesn't go for that at all. Plays that into the net. The shot wasn't too much to be worried about, so he got a good save out.
I mean, it was a dangerous play to go for. If it was a good shot, it may have well gone in, but it has worked out in Moist's favor as they do get chance at the other end.
Well, Moist plays have been pretty predictable. Center the ball, come around in front and look to clean somebody out. Pioneers have kind of wisened up to the play. They're being a little more aggressive on those infield passes. But now here goes Joyo to the ceiling. Gotta get a hand up this time, and Scrub does.
Those chances from Joyo, and again, he's been given a lot of room. But Pioneers have settled in the defense as well. Nothing too threatening on their net. The demos aren't going to do anything either. Pioneers starting to wrest a little bit of control and look to try and get something forward, but it's not lasting long. Rise has beaten out one.
Now you see Moist looking for another play. There's Joyo with the bomb, but Super Lucky wastes no time getting into the air to clear it into the midfield. That being said, this is a dangerous touch. Banana Head is able to make it there in time, but Moist trying to connect now with the pass plays in the air. As we approach the 2-minute mark, they are still hunting for a way in.
And Pioneers giving it everything they've got. They know they need to reverse sweep, and they are pushing hard. They are still going to give themselves that chance.
Trying to deny us our 11th sweep and 5th in a row here in the lower bracket. Banana Head out of the corner, got a piece of Joyo, but nobody dove in, giving Batira enough time to casually bring this out. Super Lucky got that boost steal deep in the corner, but now he's got to race back and help out Scrub on the defensive effort, which he does. But now nobody accounted for Batira, and Banana Head will collect this along the backboard. Again, much more proactive defense out of the Pioneers, Yummy, as it seems like they are kind of wise to Moist tricks now.
It looks like they're trying to hold on to that lead, and they are going further back because of it, but you don't do that against Moist. They are creative in attack. They can break open those defenses.
I mean, look at this play. Everybody gets involved. No hesitation coming in from Joyo when he puts the shot in. Moist are looking to close this series out. No more extra games. No more time has been given for Pioneers to make adjustments. They gotta do it now, otherwise they're running the Spring Majors.
They know they're England's last hope to really get in front of that crowd, and they're playing like it. 1 minute could be the difference between Moist going through to Saturday or not.
Shot here, Joyo with the acrobatic save. Batira, little slow play, forces Banana Head to come all the way across, and Rise was trying to cut him off at the pass. Now Scrub back out where Joyo is able to continue the play, and Rise has to at least catch this at the back, but that's a good win by Super Lucky. Can anybody do anything with it? No, it's cleared away, only as far as Scrub, and Joyo is there. The physical play picking up now for Pioneers here as we get into the final minute, but is it too little, too late?
Time ticking down. Moist again on that press. Look at Super Lucky. It's so awkward, but he still gets a touch. Tries to get it past 2 and does. Now Pioneers looking for a drive here forward. Rise is demoed. And look, Joyo off the ceiling. He's going to try to control that down.
I mean, that's how good you have to be. That's how fast
Oh,
you have
no.
to be. No, a dangerous ball.
There's a bump.
Rise put it high as well. And Pioneers barely escape with their tournament lives still intact.
Well, you can't afford to go to overtime. Moist may as well be called Frost Esports with the amount of ice they have. And this could be dangerous for Pioneers. They are going to keep it up. They're looking for the shot, but we'll get kept out and we will go to OT.
This series started with an overtime taken by Moist after an own goal tied up the game. Now it could end in OT with Batira, but denied by Scrub. Joyo with an 8-game scoring streak looking to end it here as well. But now it's going to be on to Rise. Still early on in the extra frame, and Batira's shot puts Moist into Saturday.
It was a matter of time as Moist slowly started to build and knock on the KCP defense until it broke. Beautiful finish there, and then, like you said, Stack, they're moving on.
The British are coming. They are heading into the final weekend. Joyo is moving through. Rise is moving through. The two Englishmen are going to be representing their country on the stage.
And what will surely be the fan favorite when the crowd shows up tomorrow. I mean, already, I think either one of these teams might have well been the fan favorites. Just so much wholesomeness between these two squads, but especially now with Joyo, who was here. He sat way off in the upper section when he watched the Season 5 World Championship, and he had to miss Championship Sunday. Now he's got a chance to play his way into Championship Sunday starting tomorrow.
These guys, they're the best friends. You can see them. They have no love lost between them. I think if KCP were to lose to anyone, they would have liked it to be Moist. So it is the end of the run for our boys from Australia, but they have done the region proud and they've already secured their way to Worlds.
Yeah, they've done the region proud, and I think they've also done themselves proud here, right? Obviously, the sweep against BDS was a phenomenal result from them. It's going to give them a lot more confidence in the future. I mean, it gave them confidence going into this particular matchup as well, where they thought they had a chance. And honestly, even where they played, it looked like that they had definitely a fighting chance here in that series.
I feel like I can hear some tap dancing as well. CJ must be celebrating because he's going through as the number one seed.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, typical CJ.
I know, right? We're not gonna like kick a team out to bring CJ in again, are we? Like, I think he's had his moment, and we can let Moist celebrate. Again, it's so great to see this Moist Esports squad. You know, the story they've had coming up as Team Queso and kind of rising from relative obscurity to being a driving force in Europe and the world.
Wising, you mean?
Wising. Definitely Wising. I'm actually really surprised here. We had Stumpy with us yesterday. He was a lot more heartbroken. You're taking this very well, Yummy. I'm surprised.
I'm happy. I mean, they should be happy too. I think they've done way more than even I expected. I didn't expect them to get 3-0 over the top of BDS. Yeah, right. I did expect them to make Worlds, and they have managed to do that. But I'm also a big Moist fan. They're going to go a long way. They may even make the grand finals again.
Well, that's going to do it for us here. We're going to send things down to our friends in low places down at the Oasis.
All right, what is going on, everybody? Orbin Suba here from the Oasis. I cannot believe we are now getting into that elimination stage for the crowd days coming up. And what a series we've had here to begin with. Moist Esports, the winners in a sweep. And I gotta say, was it as easy as it looked for you guys?
They trigger balled us a couple of times, but all in all, yeah.
I mean, Joy, you had a huge game. I mean, you all did. But how important is it for your teammate to have a huge game, to have those individual plays? Have that teammate that performs that well in a match that matters so much.
I mean, it just gets the confidence up. You know, I'm a confidence-based player. When I score one goal, I'll score way more. So, you know, can't I do that for the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, we can't wait to watch you in front of a live audience in front of this beautiful Copper Box Stadium. It's going to be so much fun. But I've got to ask you boys, do you just like overtimes or what? You start the series off with one, you end it on another. It seems like there's no better team in overtimes than you guys.
I don't understand.
We want points. We want more points. We want the stats.
Stat padding. It's always a vital play.
All right, so looking at the expectations, right, coming into this matchup, were you guys confident already?
Yeah, they're very confident.
Has scrimming been going well for you guys?
Some of them. Most of them, yeah.
Recently, they've been way better. You know, we've figured out how to play again. You know, it was sort of iffy at the start, but, you know, we're in our flow now.
So is there something special that have clicked then towards the end since scrimming has been kind of making sense for you guys?
Not much, really. We just thought about how we played when we played good, and we just kept doing it.
So, you know, I don't want you guys to look towards the horizon too far. I want to kind of reflect on this matchup. You guys played Pioneers from OCE. after seeing them play in LA, do you think that they've gotten any better? Do you think that they have a future here at Majors being in front of live crowds, or do you feel like they still have some work to do?
They're the best in OCE, in my opinion. You know, they've got a lot of talent. They're young, you know. They have a lot of potential, and they can definitely prove that they're way better next season.
So with this win, all right, we talked about the expectations just now. Are we gonna see you guys go all the way? Is that what's coming up?
It is.
It is.
Easy.
It is easy.
We love to see it. And, you know, Regional 3, you guys took that one home, and I asked you, Joyo, if there's one team that you guys could face on that live stage again, you said it would be G2, and it looks like that may just happen. Obviously, they still have to win.
Yes, G2, please.
But, I mean, are you guys prepping for that? Are you guys expecting that?
No, we back Liquid. Oski's gonna farm.
There you go. You heard it here live, folks. Team Liquid is who they are supporting, another fellow European squad. But for us down here at the Oasis, that's all we've got with Moist Esports. We want to let them go because they've got a couple guys from the org here to go celebrate with. But don't go anywhere, because up next we've got Secret going against Optic.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
All right, mate.
Cheers. Yeah, annoying.
Who has got a terrible Twitter game?
It's got to be a scrub.
Scrub, why?
I
Former
don't know,
teammate.
I had to mute him at one point.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, some of his tweets
You
were
muted
a bit...
Scrub Killer?
Yeah, yeah.
Why?
He's unmuted now, but like some of his tweets were just weird.
Is he sort of constantly on the sort of teetering on the edge of...
Yeah,
Of mute them.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you're the biggest team in EU as well?
I believe KC are the biggest team in the world.
Okay.
And best team.
Mhm.
I honestly would never want to leave.
What's your least favourite thing about France?
So great question. Very good
Because there's
question.
quite a lot, you know, the snails...
The Ubers in traffic.
Mm.
It's so bad.
Terrible.
Like to get
Yeah,
from one place,
terrible,
one place to
terrible.
another, where it should normally take 20 minutes, an hour.
So England is also better than France?
No comment.
Interesting, interesting.
We have good old tea, so...
Yeah, very good tea.
So lots of fashionable, certainly the EU pros spending a lot of money on t-shirts and stuff like that. I mean, who's got it worse? Who is actually not as fashionable as they think?
That's fashion. I'm not sure.
Archie spends a lot on t-shirts.
Yeah, he does.
Is he as cool as he thinks?
Yeah, Archie's pretty cool.
Oh, come
Yeah.
on.
No, he is. No, he is. He dresses pretty well. I don't know what Liverpool
Liverpool doesn't have fashion, does it?
Look at me.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
Dig at me.
Cheers.
Cheers.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Don't pause, press play. Press play. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play.
Moment, all it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focused, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment.
They put up their best effort, but in the end, Moist Esports going to be coming out on top. The Pioneers knocked out here on day 3. The Cinderella run ends, but it was quite the valiant effort. I think I would say this is the best 3-0 we have had so far this split, Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see how good Moist are. The kind of goals they're scoring is just so unpredictable and executed so well. Joyo, oh my goodness, the way he picks up a situation where most of us would just shoot at the net and he turns it into a double tap is extraordinary. But fair play to Pioneers. They looked like a top team in the world.
They came out of the gates hot, really, didn't they? They started off strong, and we're thinking, surely not again. They beat BDS. Can they do it against Moist? But as you said, it was all really Joyo just picking up the scraps for Moist and really carrying that team. However, you know, there was few moments for Pioneers where we thought maybe they can come back, but
it's so hard.
It was hard. It was 2 overtimes. They led in all 3 games at one point. It was a very, very close series. Ultimately, backboard coverage seemed to be there.
They just lost a little bit of composure towards the end of that series in particular, and Obviously, we did see that tragic own goal off that bad touch off the roof. However, but yeah, not as quite as composed against compared to BDS yesterday. But that can be said probably to the opposition in Moist. There's a lot more pressure, and they were a better side.
It's so hard too because you just came off the greatest match in your history, beating BDS. Not only that, but making a world championship. And now it's like, all right, now you got to go back out and do it again. And it's like, well, we already did what we came here to do, and now we got to regroup, and that's so difficult to do.
Yeah, I want to test something out here to give people at home an idea of what it's like playing against Moist. T-Bates.
Yo.
Right, look at my hands, right? I'm going to close one of them, and you got to react to it, right? Let's just see how fast T-Bates is, okay? And then you're going to point at it as soon as it closes, okay? Okay, now do the other one. Okay, now imagine there's 5 hands, right? That's Moist. You've got to work out which of the 5 things they're going to do at any moment and react to it. And when you're anticipating, you've got 2 to anticipate, right? It's a lot easier to work out when there's only 2 different options they can do. When there's so many different things they can do in any situation, it causes you to freeze, and that's what happened in a few of those goals. You see them stuck on the floor, looking at all the different things that Moist are doing. Suddenly another player comes in. You hadn't even thought about that.
And that's what's the hardest part. It's like you see 2 players in the air. It's like one of them's going to hit it. No, it's the guy on the ground coming up and then making a redirect. It's just so difficult because Moist, they rotate so incredibly fast and they're just in your face at all times. Pioneers just couldn't handle it.
They really couldn't. It was raps. I'm just waiting.
You're just proud of your reflex.
I mean, that's what I do. But regardless of that, it's phenomenal. But I'm just looking forward to seeing some team put up a fight and win a game. Because so far, from Thursday to Friday,
I'm waiting to tweet.
It's 12-0.
I'm waiting to tweet just game 4.
15-0.
I'm so excited for a game 4, but we haven't had it.
Yeah, wow. Well, we'll get to watch Moist play in front of the crowd. They have qualified to tomorrow. Let's talk about the next match here as we move on. Let's take a look at the bracket. You'll see that advancement there in the lowers as Moist moving forward over Pioneers, waiting for the results of G2 versus Liquid. We'll get that match a little bit later on, but for now, we're going to move to the upper side of the lower bracket. Team Secret going to be taking on Optic Gaming here. One of these teams going to survive through. Optic surprised many, many people yesterday with how strong they came out.
But you have to say that for Team Secret as well, too. Both these teams, I think many people had them tied for 13th in last place going 0-2, but they're here. One of these guys will be top 8, playing in front of the crowd. And they both know that the bracket looks favorable, but obviously these teams earn their spot here. So Optic coming in, looking good. Team Secret beating BDS as well. So, like, Optic, a lot of people were saying scrims are not going well. The team chemistry might not be there. Turbo, you know, he wants to get involved. But Turbo's out there coaching them, like pointing out mistakes, and it's working for these guys.
I mean, we get con time and time again with scrim results, don't we? Coming into an event, we're thinking, oh, this team's looking hot, this team's looking hot. And Optic was a team that, amongst everyone else that scrim, said, these guys are coming last. 0-6, see you later. But here they are. They're still alive in the tournament. They had a strong win yesterday, and they're looking good.
It's just sad how much people rate scrim still to this day. Chrome has been on the tape saying that we were terrible in scrims in Season 5 at the Copper Box, and then they absolutely balled out and won a couple series that people weren't expecting. It's about leadership. It's about mental. It's about poise. There's a difference playing in your comfort of your room or in the comfort of a scrim room and then actually playing on the stage in the Oasis. And it's something that OG does, and that's something that man in particular does. FaZe dropped him. He's now on Optic Gaming. That's something a lot of people cannot say. And then Lucian, he's a really good player.
Exactly, Lan Lucian. That's the big difference between scrims and the performances we're seeing here in the RLCS. Can you step up in that LAN environment? And both Drees and Aleutian were players that we highlighted playing better than we thought they would at the full major where they appeared. They unfortunately didn't make that winter major, but they've come back here and shown that they do perform well on stage.
And it must be nice having Turbo Pulse behind you of all people. Just knowing, you know, you've got Big Daddy behind you, he's going to look after you.
Not Big Daddy.
I mean, so Drees here on the screen, we've always talked about, you know, the Atomic Drees trade. It was, you know, originally thought to be the worst trade of all time, and then G2 has come out so strong. Drees is, I feel like, the part that people forget about.
And Drees is the one that I feel like has to feel the worst about it. Going into the winter major, they make this trade, he doesn't make it there, and his old team wins the entire thing. So now Drees has a chance here to redeem himself and make it back to a crown.
Well, on the other side of the pitch, opponents looking to play upset and make their region proud. It's Team Secret.
Eu me sinto muito bem estando aqui em Londres e jogando contra os melhores jogadores do mundo, e acredito que vai ser uma experiência muito positiva, tanto para mim, tanto para o meu time. A vibe do time tá muito boa. A gente vem de um bootcamp que a gente fez algumas semanas antes para se preparar e a gente está muito focado e ansioso para jogar. Eu acredito que a gente vai ir muito bem, muito graças a isso, que a vibe do time é muito boa. Foi a nossa primeira experiência internacional minha do SED e eu acredito que a gente não conseguiu performar da forma que queríamos. E a gente levou muito aprendizado de lá e acredito que com as nossas novas adaptações do estilo de jogo a gente vai performar muito bem nesse nível. Eu acredito que os outros times precisam ter medo do nosso time por conta da nossa mecânica, que somos 3 jogadores que a gente possui muita mecânica e muita velocidade no jogo e que a gente é um time meio surpresa. Os caras não sabem normalmente como a gente joga, que a gente é um time novo, foi formado há pouco tempo e a gente está com uma mentalidade muito nova, que a gente mudou totalmente nosso estilo de jogo e eu acho que eles realmente devem ter medo da gente. Let's go London, we are gonna win this.
I'm just learning that room can turn anyone into a party animal.
Oh, that's what it's like over here in England. That is everyone's living room. We all have the streamers ready to go off and start a party.
It seems like a fire hazard. I'm not really sure there.
Man, I don't know about that one.
But Team Secret, they did the unbelievable. They took down BDS, and they're here in the lower bracket, but they're the higher seed, technically coming in, and you have to play off a loss, and I think that's kind of important. Like Optic obviously coming off a win. They did have a day off, so see how they regroup, but Math coming in. He's been in every major. He always changes teams, but he finds a way to World Championships. He was at Season 8 with 3 sins. Then it was Era in the fall. Then in winter and spring, a brand new team yet again. Math always finds a way.
An ultimate team player, you might say. But I do agree that Gibbs, I think we might have seen their peak on day number 1. And the thing is, how do they get back to those levels? Because unfortunately, yesterday, against the base station, they were dispatched a little bit after that series. It was a sweep as well. So, can they get back to those BDS levels? If they do, then anything's possible.
Bates, I don't know about. Are they peaking against the BDS that was just a.
I mean, it's really a peak BDS.
They played
BDS,
well, yeah.
BDS has forgotten how to even win a game on a land stage, CJ. So I'm not going to call that a peak.
But maybe Team Secret was the reason why BDS has this whole downfall here. Team Secret began the doubt for BDS. Everyone should be thanking Team Secret.
Well, Secret going to have to get through Optic if they want to continue on. The players had some words for each other.
Eu acho que o time anda melhorando bastante. Ainda pecamos em certos momentos dentro do campo, mas a gente está tentando melhorar isso dia a dia e tentar chegar a uma certa perfeição.
To beat Team Secret, we have to play our game and be confident in ourselves and we'll win.
Porque eu acho que individualmente somos melhores e se a gente melhorar em poucos aspectos dentro do jogo, a gente vai conseguir um resultado muito bom contra eles.
I have to say good luck to you guys. You're gonna need it.
Vamos ganhar de vocês com certeza.
Love the confidence. Will it translate to the pitch for Team Secret? Team Optic there also looking to just try to make it to play in front of the crowd. How do you at home feel? Use hashtag OG, hashtag TS for which team you feel like is going to win this one. Do you? Is this a prediction?
No.
Let's start with you. Let's start with you, Greg.
So I drew this card earlier, and now I'm the biggest Optic gaming fan, and I love them a lot. They are my favorite team, and I support them all the way through their journey. So I am predicting Optic Gaming.
Very confident.
Do you actually think Team Secret's going to win this?
I like them.
Yeah.
I think they probably could, yeah.
But they absolutely could.
But I love Optic Gaming, remember.
See, I feel bad for these two teams, all right? Like, I feel bad for them because when Optic wins, like, Turbo's going to get some credit because he's a 4-time. I don't know why he does. When Team Secret wins, it's because of me, because I pulled their card. So,
Oh,
so I'm the new coach.
I feel
I'm the new coach.
I feel like historically, if you're backing a team that's not good,
Excuse me, Wave Punk.
Well,
I am 100% prediction accurate. Team Secret will win.
I mean, Team Secret beat BDS, but I will say that I don't believe they peaked. I do believe that Team Secret played really solid Rocket League, but then when they went up against SSG, they played a more grounded team, a team that can win more 50-50s. And I believe Optic Gaming, it's a little bit less of SSG, but they still play the same way. And I do believe that will ultimately come to Secret's downfall. There won't be enough. Optic Gaming will take that double in the green wall and move on, CJ.
I like how we're saying they didn't peak when they've swept BDS. Any other circumstance, we'd be like, of course they peaked.
The Pioneers peaked yesterday.
Oh, no, just because saying peak doesn't mean that they're not going to hit those levels again. I'm just saying they're playing, you know, at their
They played
top.
well.
They're playing, yeah, well, yeah, at their peak. We could say. But for me, I am going to lock in Team Secret for my prediction, purely because I'm not a believer in Optic Gaming yet. I think Endpoint were on a similar level to BDS. I think they were for some reason just checked out of the tournament before they got here.
What is this?
They didn't want to play at Landon, so they didn't want to play in front of the crowd, which is a real shame. But Team Secret do it.
It's a pick against BDS, but against Endpoint, it's probably fine.
I'm on the OCE too.
Oh my gosh.
I don't actually know what Gregan's thinking. I think this is a pretty 50-50 match. Give me Optic here. So it's 2 for Secret, 2 for Optic.
I think it's a 50-50, but I think in favor of Team Secret slightly. Can I switch it?
Ooh, going against your card.
Wow. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I either win
Is
with
that-
my
give me that.
I
Is
win
that
with
allowed?
my card,
No, you
or
lose.
I win with my
No,
prediction.
You lose once.
Go Optic.
I will say that this is the first series
Greenwall.
that goes to 5.
What does chat think? How does chat feel about this one? Are they as split down the middle as we are? They're pretty close there. 59% though. The green wall does stand strong. The players are ready to go. Turbopulsa leading the newly branded Optic here to try and get a chance to play in front of the crowd in London tomorrow. They've got to go through some of the best players from South America. Team Secret's on the other side of the pitch. Best of 5 to play in front of the crowd.
James Bott here on the mic with Corellian Achieves, and this is a matchup that many people, Gibbs included, were expecting in lower round 1. But here they are, they've made it past that first hurdle, and now they're taking on each other, 2 underdogs in the tournament.
Yeah, I think when you look at like the desk setup, I think when you look at Optic in particular, I don't think there was a lot of hype behind them, and I don't think there was a lot of hype behind Team Secret as well, as Sam number 2 is not typically a hyped up team, and yet both teams are here, and yet both teams have had massive results coming into this matchup.
Got to keep your eyes open and looking all around. Demos already coming out. Might need to use that rear view. Lucian popping it downfield. There's another demo. We're seeing some early aggression come out of Team Secret. Sad. Looks like he did get the bump on Alu. Lucian now popping it off the corner. It looked like there was a Rule 1 there.
I didn't even see it.
Is it still going is the question. It is. Not anymore.
Oh, no.
Broke it up.
Already with the Rule 1. I don't know if we've had one yet this tournament.
No, you can't have one in the lower round. You can't afford that in the lower bracket.
And this surely feeling like a second chance for both these teams. Team Secret struggling to get that international win. They finally break through a huge upset over Team BDS. Optic as well able to get a victory when not many people had them pegged for one.
In particular, the players on Optic as well. I really don't think people loved this roster, but when you've seen them on LAN so far, you've seen LAN Lucian start to show up a little bit. Mist has really been a driver for the offense. He really is kind of the gatekeeper for the Optic offense. It feels like if he doesn't get a touch on the ball, you're not going to get a good look, as he's looking for 2 there. But for Optic, it is Mist. You have to play through him if you want to have the offense to win the game.
Certainly does feel as well. Optic moving the ball quite nicely early on. Pretty decent spread of the field, really putting Team Secret through their paces, making sure that there's no cracks in that defense that they can just take free advantage of. And Secret so far up to the task, but you gotta wonder that challenge game doesn't start to turn around for them soon.
And I think it is good for Secret. We heard them in their little interview before this that they're very confident. They were, I think it was, saying, look out, we're coming, we're going to beat you. They have confidence, and that's the power of just getting that one win on LAN, especially the massive win that Team Secret did. But any win would give you that type of confidence, and this is certainly a beatable team for Team Secret.
We're seeing a nice pass attempt. However, the backboard has been shut down by Team Secret. Lots of big booming clears, not a lot of possession for Team Secret. It seems like Optic so far the aggressor. This one bouncing down, hit off to the side. Drees, tough read, got a piece of it. Gets the infield pass. Lucian won't be able to get around it for a shot, but you saw the idea.
Really great setup idea, like you say, Optic Gaming, James. Again, that's what I'm talking about. The ball movement's good. It's demanding right now to get through Secret, but you do like to be the team driving pace of play, especially against South American teams who love to get so aggressive. That demo may give them a chance.
Oh, wow.
Shot to the back post, a little late. Sad, just in the nick of time. Taking it out to safety.
What a battle there. Looks like Sad even got a corner boost as well. That was a tough defensive play to make. Getting back just in time after the demo. Still pressure from Optic Gaming. When will it be too much for Team Secret?
I think the shooting for Optic has been a little lackluster. Some weak shots towards Team Secret. They did generate a quality one in the end, but last-second save, of course. But for Optic, it seems like there's been plenty of chances to have a higher quality shot, and we still sit scoreless because of it.
And there's a shot opportunity.
There it is.
It finds the back of the net. Dries didn't even get all of this one. You even saw his car, you know, rear back on 2 wheels right there.
Yeah, he was really trying to pop that one hard off the wall, and who knows whether or not he timed it the way he wanted. Point is, definitely still hit the ball with enough pace to make sure the defender couldn't stay, couldn't go and attack it by mistake. Placed it properly on the wall, had the opportunity in the space to go for the double tap. Make sure you put it in between the posts. Well executed from Optic Gaming, finally capitalizing on a lot of that pressure they've been applying all game long.
They've been aiming at that backboard, trying to get that bounce, that rebound. Finally, they just shot it wide of the post, and that found its way through. But now on the other end, the weak bounce hit and missed. Will collect it to the corner, trying to get behind it for the 50. Knight, another challenge.
And a couple of good passing plays coming out from Team Secret. The passes, though, are still a little bit too far out front or behind the players. You saw that long pass out to Sad that just got away from. Here's a chance, though, off the back wall, and the follow-up there from Mass a little late, and the clear from Dries will send Optic away.
And Dries didn't have that much boost. That ball was bouncing there. And from that camera angle, you're expecting somebody from Team Secret to be there to put that in. The net was open. Perhaps.
Oh, my.
They're just stuck. You even see their low boost. Knight trying to make the play. Right again. Challenging Sad back towards net. Dries camped out in the middle. Rebound opportunity to go for Optic Gaming. Could be a nice final chance, but missed. Will come out from the ceiling and end all hopes for Team Secret.
As T-Bates would say, Nick Costello,
Yes.
one of the best defenders. Can't get anything by that guy when it counts. Huge takeaway towards the end of that game.
We kind of reacted the same way to that final challenge from Mist, just coming out from the camera there and just shutting down any chance for Team Secret here. And I think Optic did a great job of just controlling that game. I don't think they were particularly lethal.
Yes.
They obviously won. They scored the goal, whatever. But I feel like Secret.
They scored the goal, whatever. I mean, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, right? That was the one goal that got them his first win here at the London Major for a chance to play from the crowd. But I understand your sentiment. It's like that game, you know, it still felt like neither team really reached their rhythm.
Exactly.
They even this play here, you see Math could have gotten that read off the backboard. Dries, that touch, you know, was very savable. And so, you know, that was the one goal, though. That's all it took. But for Optic, I do think you have to give it to him. That was a great play from Mist at the end, shutting it down. I guess when you're talking about the machine, maybe he was the armor player, you know, just due to his defense. And that was a really important final stop. But I agree with you, Corelli. You know, that one goal, we were still waiting. We were waiting for a team to really come into their own, whereas this game and this series still feels very wide open.
And a lot of times we talk about the first game on LAN. Players have spoken about this LAN after LAN, saying that it's one that you kind of get warmed up on. It's the one that you kind of get into your rhythm. And I think that was the game from Team Secret, because it wasn't a bad game from Secret here. It was a fine game from them. They just didn't score. I feel like this game will really be the teller of what we're getting in this series.
They did a good job blocking out the backboards at the beginning. But what are they going to do on the offensive end? It seemed like they never had enough boost or the position to kickstart a counter, and you even see here Math on 0 trying to get out.
And I actually think that play from Math, even if it is with 0 boost, I think that's actually the right approach. They had a big issue with dumping the ball upfield and just not having the possession of the ball to really try and give themselves chances to earn possession. And along with that, the other side of the defensive coin, they have to make sure you keep a little better care to know where Optic is. You can't afford to get crossed up again and just jammed out in your corners for the whole game.
And another infield look from Dries. Illusion was a bit too far away. A back pass missed with some time. First touch goes for the 50. Staying behind the ball. That pinch will send it downfield. Mid boost for Dries. Now perhaps Dries' turn to go. He'll wait for Math to hit it. Now, light infield pass to Mist. Is that on target? No, it's off the post and out. But Dries, he's had good eyes finding his teammates. The dunk as well. I thought that play was... I thought it was done.
I thought they messed it up. but he calls off Illusion. You can see Illusion stop boosting and turn away from it, and Drees takes control, dunks it through the defense, and Optic up 1.
I actually think Secret had a pretty decent idea of how to defend it, despite how weird that looks coming at you. I mean, they had the touch out to the side. It's just unfortunately didn't really have enough on it. Went straight back into him. Optic Gaming squeezed one through when you thought, like you said, it was dead.
And Drees has been the standout player so far on Optic Gaming, getting the infield passes, the stops, the shots, the goals. Both goals from his bumper. And now Optic trying to hold on to this lead, still waiting for that first Team Secret goal.
And you really look towards a player like Sad, averaging over a goal per game so far in this tournament. He came into this game shooting 44%. But it might be night to break the deadlock here for Team Secret, tying it up with 3 minutes to go.
And I love the slowdown from Math. Math taking the time, getting behind the ball, controlling it, and that was such a controlled 50.
Yeah, big brain.
That is how you write it up.
Yeah, don't force it. Let them bounce it off you. You know you don't have the momentum to drive it through them, so lean the nose back, let him hit it off your wheels, and took it right to his teammate. Great execution from Matt.
Maybe now we'll start to see things heat up. Team Secret finding their first goal.
What? Okay.
I
was just like, we can't let that go in, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't even think he had the boost to get across there. And Team Secret might have known it. It's a great dunk. And follow-up from Drees. Maybe an opportunity here for Optic as the shot back post from Mist. It's a 2-1 lead for Optic.
You know, I was expecting him to go near post, almost saved. You see the defender streaking back, but Mist able to get it around him. You know, if that's a little bit more center, that's getting saved. But Optic Gaming able to make it work. That when they're attacking that right side of the net, it's been open. They've had success bouncing it off the side wall like that. Drees.
Whoops.
You know, the last time they sent 2 up in the air, it worked. Can't really blame them for going for it again.
And they are
dear.
Little antsy to go together, even with calling off. It's a great save in the end for Optic. A little slow to react. But yeah, it seems like Optic sending a couple players a couple times on offense, excuse me, that's really thrown off their rhythm. They've, of course, scored because of it once, but you really don't bank on that. And now Team Secret threatening off the back ball. Follow-up was there, but Math couldn't connect.
And you even saw Sad was not expecting that to leak through. That absolutely killed the Team Secret attack.
Whoa. Fine game there from Miss, but shut down by the defensive Math. Some good work there from Miss. He's really been working the corners here in this tournament. He's had that great double tap in his first game against Moist from the corner. He's really been lethal for Optic, and right now Math trying to threaten for Team Secret.
You just want to see a little bit more from Team Secret when it comes to shooting the ball. Last game we were kind of like, Optic leaving a little bit on the table, and here in game 2 really feels like Team Secret pushing quite well towards the blue end, and it's just like, okay, let's put one in between the posts with a little more force and verve and probably find yourself in a more equitable position. Currently playing some defense. Math well defended and straight down the center line.
And they're running out of time. If you glance at the clock, approaching the final minute of gameplay. Team Secret still down by 1. Now a chance for Illusion. Low challenge off the flip reset. And now Pinch will send it up. Drees bouncing off the wall. Knight. First touch will allow him to go get a second. Trying to get the backboard read. Oh, scores it. Rebound. Blocked by Mist. That was so close to going in. What an effort there by Sad.
That was the best look that Team Secret's had.
Yes.
To break the deadlock. Another one here coming from Math. Turned away again by Optic. The defense just holding on at the moment. Team Secret ramping up the offense here late.
Oh, that's a tough touch. Wide open net and an easy goal for Drees. And man, this game, it was so close. Razor's Edge for Team Secret. They ended up accidentally nicking themselves.
Really could have been something, but yeah. Drew a little blood, get the styptic pencil out in between games. You know, you had a great line of attack here in game 2, and it just came down to shooting the ball a little better. They might get one back. Finally, it's going to go off the crossbar and at least in this time.
Great composure here from Math. Again, slowing the play down, forcing the defense to take the 50, and that It spells out here for Team Secret coming out tonight, and that's a tough one to block after you have to send the players from Optic. 11 seconds now. Let's see what they pull on the kickoff.
It didn't look like Math was ready for that back right. Doesn't look like it panned out the way Team Secret was hoping. Still a chance. Flip reset. Sad getting back under it.
Needs help.
Knight kept it alive. Drees trying to let this hit the
nice
ground,
dirty.
and he does enough. Optic Gaming squeezed through with another victory, but that was much more threatening from Team Secret. We saw a couple plays where they decided, take that first touch, pop it up, and go for the 50. Both goals coming from that strategy, and almost that crazy double tap. I think it was from Sad.
Would have been sweet. That was really the pinnacle of what the problem was for Team Secret. It's like chance. It's like we're just a little off the line where we need to be.
And that seemed like it would have been the turning point of the game.
Oh, absolutely.
If you hit that shot. So we take another look. The 50s, Knight there to clean it up. Both goals from Team Secret, that exact same play.
Yeah, I was about to say, it really, oddly enough, the success that you see from Team Secret is really slowing the game down, which is really not typical of the analysis you would give for a South American team. And it does feel like when they get behind the ball, when they pop up and take the space towards the Optic side, that's where that success comes out, because it pulls those Optic defenders to adapt and kind of meet you in the air.
Yes.
And when that happens, they can take the 50. And then they have the players to crash the net, as a SAM team normally does.
Exactly.
But is that the winning strategy? Because right now,
I think so, yes.
Because, I mean, you saw them both take that slower approach, and they've lost both games. I mean, like
that's the point.
Do they need to try to make more of these solo plays, the double taps, where you're not necessarily trying to slow the game down, but rather punish Optic, because we saw that one ball bounce across Optic's net. Nobody from Optic was there, and you expect Team Secret to have that pace to be there.
Optic had 3 third men on their team, James.
All right,
Post crossbar.
Case closed.
But I do think that, I think Team Secret absolutely had the right approach there. It was the execution that kind of left them in the dust a little bit. That's why Game 2 is such an important game in this specific series, because, Optic didn't look their best in Game 1, but they still came away with the win. Team Secret doesn't look their best in Game 2 and don't come away with it. That's why it stings so much, because it does look like Team Secret played the better game.
But I do think they found the right formula.
Yes.
They break through the Optic net, and that's what's important. And again, I do think it is slowing that game, the game down, forcing Optic to come to you. That's really where
creativity.
Exactly. When you pull those players towards the ball, you create the space behind them, and that's really where Team Secret has been able to take advantage.
And speaking of creativity, you had that send 2 in the air from Optic that ended up scoring. We'll see if we see more of that from Optic. Missed threatening the shot. Challenged by Drees. Map slowing it down. There's the pace of challenge back to Sad. It booms it downfield. Will give up possession. Now Drees to himself. Goes for net.
Wow.
I didn't know what to expect. I thought he might be going for a double tap, a pass off the backboard. No.
Well, he
did.
did.
Just scores.
And he double tapped it off the ceiling. And then just called his own number. Why not? The space was there, and Team Secret very slow to react. No one even jumped for the shot.
Yeah, I mean, Knight, the last one back, he's kind of driving back from the midfield line. I'm certainly not expecting a 126-kilometer burner off the ceiling, but every now and again you get caught out of position and see a shot like that come at you, you just kind of go, oh, I forgot they could do that.
Drees starting to stand out on Optic Gaming. Drees, great series so far. See if Optic can pull this together.
I mean, anyone on Optic can really pop off. We've seen it at any point. We call him Land Lucian. Drees played phenomenal at the Fall Major. Mist has been rock solid season over season. So it wouldn't be shocking to see anyone have a good game here from Optic. Who's going to call their number? And that one blocked away by by Optic. Team Secret trying to threaten here on offense.
There's excellent patience as well from Drees on that dribble. He got bumped off that ball. Optic was going to be in a lot more trouble and understood that was the only play Secret had to give themselves an extended look, and taking that ball into the middle means they have a lot of time and space to really get set there on that defense for the next sequence, and ends up finding a ball all the way into the orange hat.
And we're approaching, and we've hit it, the halfway point of the game. Optic in position to sweep Team Secret. Optic, a team that many people were wondering or saying, do they even deserve to be here? And now look at them. about to survive yet another elimination match if they can hold on. Team Secret, they're still in it though, and you saw the flip reset attempt. Knight not able to make it work.
They have opportunity. Another one comes off the past the box. Team Secret, they've got a couple opportunities here to make the difference. Math, another slow play, and he does get the block.
Nice.
Follow-up from Sad's going to be weak and miss with a big clear. Optic get out.
They went for that big cross across the pitch. Doesn't cost them back the other way. Thankfully, they're in time, but you can see Team Secret, they know that last finishing cross needs to have a little more power, and time certainly a factor now. We're under 2 minutes. Optic Gaming more than happy to starve this one out. Wouldn't be surprised to see him just chuck the ball towards the sidewall in the corner for the rest of the game.
On already up in the air, Illusion, backboard bounce. Math will release a quick shot, but that's going to go right back into the hands of Optic, who will melt time off the clock.
Yeah, I think Math saw more than what was there. And now a big clear here for Optic all the way back to the Team Secret side.
Keep him honest.
Sad again, instantly challenged by Miss. He has really been all over Team Secret in the challenge game, shutting down the passing plays again there. That one's cut off. Team Secret puts one on target and missed it there again to make the save.
Another long shot, and that one blocked from going across the mid. Drees past one defender, a 50, perfectly up in the air for Math. Trying to settle it into an air dribble, the flip reset challenge. Illusion with a block rebound tonight. It's going in, maybe. No, missed, will tip it out. Shot still coming in. Optic jumping up one after another, keeping that ball out, but still Team Secret are on the attack.
And again, Optic, they've got 3 players that are very comfortable in that position, fielding those types of shots, and that's not the touch that Team Secret wants. Luckily, able to clear it away for now, and they certainly can't give up another one here. Just over 20 seconds left. Can Team Secret extend this series?
It's now or never in terms of the London Major for Team Secret. Illusion downfield quickly supported by Drees. Low boost for Illusion, missed. Will have to make a play. Hits it to the corner. Knight has support in the middle. Just past Math. Sad will pop it, but he's demoed. No one can get there in time. And Optic, sweet Team Secret. They avoid elimination and send Team Secret packing.
Didn't believe it. Coming across the middle with 2-3 seconds left. You just can't quite bring yourself to have faith. That one's coming back middle. Team Secret gave it up, and Optic Gaming collect another 3-0 on the day.
And to take down Endpoint in his sweep, and now to take down Team Secret in his sweep. I mean, Corelli, we were casting that first series with Moist versus Optic. And, you know, Optic, we were just wondering if, you know, are they even here to play? You know, like it just seemed like, you know, were they bringing their best game? Were they hyped up? Did they even want to be here with how they were playing? But now they come out in the lower bracket, sweep Endpoint, they sweep Team Secret. They are here to fight.
Yeah, they're making a statement. And James, you're right, because when we walked into this building day one, we'd heard rumors about how Optic was, the mental coming into this. But listen, a couple of quality wins here will really change your team and change the mental space. And I think now Optic kind of believe in themselves a little bit more. And this was a quality win for them, because I do think it was kind of a trap game for them. Obviously, a lot of hype behind Team Secret. But I think Drees was the guy to point out 100% goal participation here in this series. He looked phenomenal for Optic, and a pickup that was well worth it for them.
And of course, the defense on the couple of opportunities that actually were on target. Everybody on Optic on that side of the ball getting involved. Some nice saves. Make sure that they kept those slim margins out in front, and a well-deserved win on both sides of the ball.
Exactly. Illusion had some low boost plays that were pretty tough on defense. And it all around. I mean, Optic, they've got that glimmer of hope now. And sometimes all you need is that little sliver of light at the end of the tunnel to completely change your perspective, change your mindset, and give you that extra, you know, emotional boost to be able to bring out your best Rocket League, because
it's a slog in the lower bracket.
It is.
It's not easy. It's not fun, but they've done a good job so far. And while there have been a lot of doubters for Optic Gaming, you're right. I think you can definitely look at it and be like, yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, and this is a huge result for them. They're still alive, going to be playing the winner of Furia and FaZe. And honestly, at this point, I think that Optic is a legitimate threat. At this
they're
level,
solid. Yeah, solid.
And at this level with Rocket League, so much of it is mental. So you get that team that is in that right mindset, and all of a sudden, you know, a team that you didn't really expect to make a run. You know, teams like iBuyPower Cosmic way back in the day. all of a sudden, they
never
just
know.
start winning, and they don't stop
Don't say it.
losing.
Don't say it
So
yet.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, you know, you can be surprised.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. And to talk about that match, we've got Subi and Orb down in the Oasis.
We got sweeps on sweeps to start off the day. Optic Gaming, congratulations. Walk us through that series, Dries.
I mean, it was, you know, another day in the job, you know, another sweep. You know, I think we knew we'd beat them, so not that surprised.
Another sweep. Does that mean there's more sweeps coming up for Optic Gaming?
Yeah, 100%.
100%.
It's insane. I mean, when you're opening up every single game with a goal, it's pretty easy, I'm sure. But Aleutian, you know, I got a question for you. I want to talk to you about the mentality from going from a player to a coach back to a player. I mean, what is that shift like?
It's honestly not that different. Like, even as a coach, you want to get hyped with the team. So I was doing the same thing as a player, and now as a player, just continuing that. So.
I mean, is your job pretty easy out there on the field when you've got, I mean, Dries, like I said, opening up the game, and then you've got Miss holding down the back line, not allowing anyone to score. It's like you just get to kind of drive around out there and just pick up boost pads, right?
Yeah, I mean, they kind of told me just to go for a lot of demos and just like interrupt the play when I could, and I trust these guys, and they perform well today.
I mean, you guys are looking strong out there. What would you say your strongest traded as a team? Is there one thing that stands out when it comes to Optic Gaming?
I think we're very good at counterattacking. I think our defense is pretty solid, and when we get boosts, we can break out pretty well. Dree's is really good at playmaking, so I think we're really strong at counterattacks.
Now, a lot of people talk about, when it comes to Rocket League, team play versus individual mechanical plays. Is there one thing that's rated over the other?
Definitely team play, because I feel like our first series, it was more individual, and that didn't really work out. But this past few series, we've been like working as a team, and it's been working really well.
They are working well as a team, Subi.
Well, and speaking of working well as a team, we've got FaZe, who have been known to work well as a team, but at times be pretty mechanical, going up against Furia, who, I mean, they can be so hot at times. And I want to go down the line, get just a quick answer from all of you. Who would you rather face going up next, FaZe or Furia?
I'd rather play FaZe, just to play my old team. It would be fun.
Really?
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Drama.
I think I'd rather play Furia. More confident against Furia.
Okay, we're a little split here. So, Dries, what are you going with?
I'd rather play Furia. I don't think they're as individually gifted as FaZe. So, yeah, Furia.
All right, Turbo.
Strong
Turbo, you got to break it
words.
here. You could break it.
I don't really care. I'm just here to stand behind them and share some spotlight, you know.
You're looking really good back there, by the way.
Yeah, you're doing a great job, Turbo. All right?
But that's going to be it for Optic Gaming. Another sweep done down here in the Oasis. We need to get some palm fronds to sweep with. I don't think they had brooms back in the Oasis. I don't know. And anyway.
We got to ask production. We got to ask production about that.
We'll get it out here. But like I was saying, you're going to want to hold on just a minute, because up next we've got FaZe going against Furia.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.
All it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focused, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment.
Secret put up their best effort, but Optic was too much. The sweeps continue here in London as Optic advances to Crowd Day here at the Copper Box. They will get to play in front of the audience again. They will see Turbo Pulsa, who won his third back-to-back-to-back World Championship on a stage right over there, folks. Welcome back.
Hey, Greg. All right,
Always
so,
believe.
So I had a Team Secret card, and you switched. Team Secret.
Oh,
well, you know what? Since I
again.
lost my card, I'm taking yours because you switched on your own card.
Well, you can't do that
Secret.
because
No,
my team's still
hold on,
Can I get my card before you outrip this one too?
So
holding
I get a
this.
second life, Wave, and I think Wave approves.
I do approve. Do you,
All right,
do you,
there you go.
do you have a
lost-
defense?
You've lost your rights.
My defense is I created the card game and I would like to apply the Gregan rule, the rule 5.2.3 that Gregan can change his vote whenever he wants and retain his card.
Denied.
Wait, how many rules does he have?
Yeah,
It was in the small print.
I
but we
don't
did-
like this. Let's look at some of the gameplay, okay? Because my goodness, I did
Fair
like
play.
watching what Optic was able to do here on the field, continuing to cement, CJ, that this team is here to play. They're a threat that teams should really be looking at.
And what was awesome to see this series, that Drees was the man this series. He absolutely popped off, and that's what we're waiting to see. We saw Landlusion, we saw Mist on day one, but now it was Drees' time to shine. And really from the get-go, it was all Optic gaming.
Yeah, and it's kind of disappointing on the other side to see Team Secret, a team that we expected to do pretty well. I mean, for their first showing, this is actually great for them. They did take down BDS in a 3-0 sweep, but I mean, at the end of the day, they look kind of outmatched in this one. Gibbs.
Another team from Sam gone. There's one left now with Furia and a big match coming up with.
We do have a big match coming up. Let's take a look at the bracket and show you guys how things are evolving here 3 days in. Upper bracket, wonderful teams. Man, it's such a big bracket. It takes forever for everything to come on in here. Moist and Optic have advanced to lower round 3, which is where the games start
Look
tomorrow.
at these sweeps, though. Can we talk? What is happening in this lower bracket? If I'm playing the next series and we lose game 1, I'm walking out because it's a 3-0. What is happening?
I can't believe I would want to root so hard for game 4, but that's where we're at this point.
Yep.
But FaZe Clan Furia, there's a lot on the line for World Championship spots. Basically, like, if FaZe wins, we're done with World Championship spots. Everything gets clinched. MENA number 1 will clinch. NA number 4 will clinch. And Europe number 3 will clinch. So Sam will not get any teams in the top 8. They will only send 2 to the World Championship wildcard. If Furia wins, everyone's alive still. So there'll be 3 spots for 4 teams. So Sam number 1 will be in the mix, and it'll depend on where Furia goes. So if you want to race through the weekend, you want Furia, but for a lot of these regions, I bet they're hoping for FaZe right now.
And it's kind of surprising to me, knowing how good and how surprising Furia kind of always comes out. I feel like we always underestimate the South American region, but they always come out and surprise. And now to know that if FaZe takes them out right here, they're done. That like they have to go into the wild card. There's no automatic spots.
Not to add more pressure to the match, but it is all on the line here for Furia. Furia going to be taking on the FaZe Clan to try and get an opportunity to play tomorrow. The story is the same all day here, Chad. If you're watching alongside every single one of these teams trying to get an opportunity to play in front of the crowd, and if you lose, you go home. one match short. Furia versus FaZe. Furia, Gregan, honestly was a favorite in many analysts' minds to take the entire event to make top 4 at least. Here they're playing for their lives.
Yeah, it's the tournament of mechanical players, but not just mechanical players online, but can they do it on LAN? And these guys have shown they can. Out in LA, they showed it when they got to that crowd stage with a different beast. But at this stage, that player there, Yanks, he's the one we want to see popping off, creating goals, being creative with this mechanics.
They didn't really show up day number 1, Fury, but then I think that Gladiator series was the series that they needed. Just to dust off those cobwebs and think, hang on a minute, we're back in the tournament. This is an international event. And that 9-0 Game 3 in that sweep was all they needed. And I think that they can run with that momentum here against FaZe.
You know what I think they need? I think they need someone to break a headset. Last time they had the passion.
And they King Card.
Yeah, they did not care. Card was chucking everything. And that's exactly what I think they need. They need that passion. I need to hear them screaming. The South American teams always seem to have that energy that they bring in. And I think it carries them a long way.
And this is Furia's bracket because OC's gone. That was the only team, that was the only region that they had to worry about at this point. Fury, though, they're going up against a FaZe team. It's going to be very, very tough. But Furia, not only are they playing for a world main event spot for Sam, it would be their spot because they would be the #1 team in Sam. So they could skip the entire wild card if they get a couple wins under their belt. So it all starts here. To prove you're one of the best, you got to beat one of the best in North America.
I just love that this has been the most international season of Rocket League to date. It's going to continue that way, but a huge part of that for me, Gregan, has been this team Furia, the story that they have cemented, and the way that they have put themselves in the limelight. The fact that they could possibly be one of the 8 teams invited to the World Championship is huge.
Yeah, early on in these international tournaments, historically, it was clear out OCE, clear out SAM, get them done early on, and then see what North American European teams would make it all the way. Whereas now we do have that genuine threat of a South American team, Middle Eastern team, even Oceanian teams. We're starting to see them take down giants. And that's what we love to see in Rocket League. Hopefully we'll start to see truly international tournaments in the future.
Yeah, and we talk about Yanks, but I'm looking at King Card. He really showed up so far this tournament, and he's my boy. I'm looking for him.
Well, on the other side of the pitch, FaZe. Here in the lower bracket, not where they wanted to be this early, but a team that has been, I would describe as streaky rolled is. This is a team that has very hot moments, but very low lows.
Very low lows indeed. I think there's a lot of expectations on them. Every single time they step out onto the pitch, we got Way, First Killer, and Sypical on this. I'm looking at First Killer. Yeah. Always looking at First Killer mechanically on the field, but he needs to step up in the leadership role big time for this team.
And I would argue there is no low lows for them because the low is a top 4 finish, like at a major. That's what their low is. First Killer comes in so confident. I remember Winter Major, me and Turtle are waiting to do our interview, and First Killer's really confident. He's like, so what type of goal do you want me to score? I was like, like a flip reset dribble bump. And he's like, all right, I'll try. Yeah, and like that's how he is. Going into a big game in front of a crowd, he does not care.
Exactly. They've just proven time and time again that this team, even though they've had an interrupted prep, there was talk they hadn't scrimmed for 2 weeks before this event, they are just super consistent. Although they're in the lower bracket, they haven't really shown any weaknesses so far. You always know what you're going to get with FaZe Clan, and that's why they're always up in the upper part of the bracket.
Well, Furia versus FaZe, one of them about to go home. We caught up with the players and got their thoughts on each other before the match.
I think Furia's weakness is just their aggression. Sometimes they're too fast and it's easy to play around that.
A gente é melhor que a FaZe porque a gente joga mais em equipe do que eles.
We will win against Furia because we're just overall a better team with more practice.
FaZe, vocês são muito bons, mas a gente veio para representar país inteiro, então a gente vai dar nossa vida.
Good luck, you're gonna need it.
FaZe, you are strong, but we came to represent a whole country. There's a power behind that line. Furia is confident coming into this match. They feel the weight of their region on their shoulders. And chat, you guys can tell us how you feel at home as well. I'd love to know how you guys are going. FUR, hashtag FaZe. If you're voting for FaZe there, hashtag FUR for Furia. Let's go down the line, gentlemen. I feel like this is the hardest one of the day.
It is. I feel like there's a whole region that will not be happy if I go the other way. So I've got to go with Furia. As I said,
he's terrified.
I'm actually terrified. I love King Card too much. I think FaZe, as I said, you know what you're going to get. However, Furia, there's something about them on LAN. They have that edge. We speak about it all the time. You know, that when they score a goal, they've got that energy about them. I don't think we've still seen that yet. I think we've seen that in previous LAN. So if they bring that out, It's going to be close. I don't think they can sweep a FaZe Clan, but maybe.
Please no sweep.
We might get our first game 4. You know, not even a game 5. We'll take a game 4.
I hope the headsets stay in contact for Furia, because then that would mean that we're phasing up here. You know what I'm saying? I got to go with my boys on the other side, and I'm looking at FK to take a huge step in that leadership department and get loud for them boys.
At the beginning of the spring split, I was all on the FaZe train. It took till Regional 3, and they got their win, but I gotta say FaZe will win this here. They're gonna get another top 4. They're gonna make that lower bracket run. I'm all FaZe.
I've all been about FaZe winning tournaments, winning games, winning matches, because they have the talent to do it. It's always been the question, can they defend? Can they play well as a team? And I genuinely believe they've got that down now. So even without the preparation, without the necessarily perfect run into the tournament, I think they do that by default. So the default for FaZe is good enough to beat Furia, and that's why I'm going to go with FaZe.
I cannot believe what I'm hearing here. Give me Furia. Are you kidding me? FaZe has so many tools in their chest, but they never seem to pull them all out at the same time. I'm not confident that FaZe can take this one down. I got to give the edge to Furia in this match. How does chat feel about it? We're very split on the desk and very split in chat as well, but FaZe Clan going to take the favorites here for the people at home. Let's get into the match. Hopefully this one going to be going the distance. FaZe and Furia, one team going home, one team advancing to tomorrow. Furia trying to carry the hopes of the region. FaZe trying to lock up the top 8 for Worlds. Let's get down to the pitch.
The last remaining team for South America. 3 Brazilians holding down the country as they take on the behemoth in FaZe Clan.
It is going to be a very, very big task for either of these teams to take it to game 4, as far as we're all concerned. They just need to get that one, make sure it's not another sweep, but there are so many things riding on Europe right now. FaZe Clan, we're all relying on them. There's a lot of Worlds implications from this series.
All we want to do is avoid a sweep. Once we've done that, we as an audience can be pleased. But for Furia, they want to do so much more than just compete in something that's at least a series that's going to fall. They want to be taking it to teams such as FaZe Clan, who finally got their regional victory right at the end of the online split in North America.
And against K-Corp on day 1, Furia did not really look like their usual selves. Their mechanics were off. The team play really wasn't there. You didn't see Kaio at all, who was instrumental in their winter major run.
It's been tough as well, because after that, they had Gladiators, who they swept aside fairly easily, but that is expected. They cannot take too much from that experience up here against FaZe Clan, where the attacks are so much faster.
An immediate attack going on from FaZe Clan, trying to push down that Furia typical offense where they typically attempt to try and go as far into that opposition half as they can, try and shut them down, try to terrify them into sitting back. But equally, FaZe Clan, they're doing the exact same thing. This is just so much aggression trying to bump into each other. 2 rutting stags.
Kaio in the air, and he got the double touch dunk right into the net. Furia on the board first.
An immediate reaction as well from the blue side of the pitch on those player cams. They're screaming, they're shouting, wiping those smiles off FaZe Clan's faces.
After losing to Falcons yesterday, FaZe Clan are going to really struggle to deal with the attack now of Fury. You can see why they are so highly rated, and we expect so much more from them as we come into this competition.
Kaio, excuse me, trying to stop this. That's FaZe having to defend another Fury attack. Here they come, another touch saved in front, but hanging it. And Yan is there to deliver the second goal.
2 in a minute 15, and Yan passing central up to Card. The double tap so scary that 2 FaZe players felt like they had to defend it.
I'm getting Season 3 vibes here. The double taps just undefendable right now from FaZe Clan. Fury are really punishing them in that regard.
I mean, you would say Season 3 double taps. Everyone's been doing double taps. You saw Moist earlier, Joyo hitting double taps all over the place. Seems to be what's working for a lot of these teams. Furia starting out strong in game number 1. FaZe trying to push right back and get within 1, but it's taken away.
Yan, what an exciting player to watch as well. He seems to have always burst onto the scene in the last couple of majors that they've managed to be here in. Passing across. Not even involved in that play.
I absolutely love that decision. The time seemed to slow down right here, thinking, what is Kaio going to do? Yan was there in the way as well, but Card made it the perfect choice.
And it meant that Typical had to slow down at that near post, so his momentum completely eliminated. Isn't then able to defend that bottom corner shot.
Still plenty of time for FaZe to get started, as their engines have stalled out in the first 2 minutes of the game. Typical gets immediately taken away, and then Yan on top of it, not giving FaZe any chance to try to catch, dribble, or do anything with that ball, and they just keep on shooting. Here's another one, crash in the box. Up high, Kyle in front. Does he have another one? Drops it down, but no one's there.
FaZe Clan, who at some point during the last split, they had that reputation of a team that once they got into the latter stage of the tournaments, they just couldn't see it away, get over that hump, get the victory that they so craved. When you're at the Major, it's about more than getting victories. It's about making it into the top 8, making sure that they can play in front of this crowd.
And it's not just about the team that you're playing for and your two teammates either side of you. It comes down to the regions. We saw Furia when they kicked off that interview. We're playing for a country. We're playing for a continent right now. And that is a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Teams back at home are going to be hoping that they're able to pull it through and secure a couple of spots at Worlds.
And in their post-game interview after they beat Gladiators, they were saying that they were thinking about strategy too much. They weren't having enough fun, and that was the problem. But here come FaZe Clan, and finally AJ cracks it through for FaZe.
That looked like no fun at all as First Killer tries to turn it on a little bit more. Typical faking out card, and Kaio passes it dead center of that net, middle of the target.
Usually their attack is so potent, but until that moment, FaZe were looking just a little bit predictable when they were attacking Fury. But that fake, as you mentioned, Stumpy, completely changed the pace of the approach, and Fury are defeated.
Could be the start of something good here for FaZe. They gotta get control of this ball. Yan looking, well, for my mark, Worlds better than he did on day 1. Not missing those touches, but you still gotta look out for FaZe Clan. Another goal for Typical.
And an amazing assist. First Killer coming back down the pitch, receiving from Typical, tapping it into that top corner. You have to defend it, Card. There is no issue with his save, but that positioning from Typical is deadly.
Talk about unpredictability. First Killer cannot have that much space in your half and the ability to put the ball where he wants, because he'll force an angle that nobody else can generate, and suddenly FaZe Clan may be a slight favorites here despite still losing.
It only took a minute to get within 1 after initially being down 3 goals. Kaio, slight miss. The card gets dunked just like that. First Killer ties up the game.
It's completely turned around here for FaZe Clan, and this is just making the most of an enemy's mistake. Card didn't see First Killer there in his blind spot, and we're on as even.
Erupting with the FaZe Clan goal explosion as well. We've only just seen them come into the game, seeing them debut at this major as well. It's wonderful to see all these players having so much pride in the organizations that they choose to represent.
Momentum has flipped just within a game itself, and FaZe almost got another shot on. This one to the corner, AJ working around that Furia defense and still stinting on the counterattack.
One of the biggest question marks we had over FaZe Clan, even when they went back to the full major, as Yan goes up and almost gets the double tap. AJ with the save as the game finishes, was can they step up in these moments? They're proving now they can.
An immediate response as well from First Killer, carrying it down the pitch, wanting to abate any of the pressure that he's able to. Didn't end up becoming a goal, but just being able to edge well out of defense means that his teammates had time to work their way back a little bit. And I'm just still blown away that that was even a save. I thought Yan had a goal there.
Oh, FaZe, not the best touch AJ would hope for, getting it down, but he got to the 50. Furia having some trouble getting set up on the orange half. That first minute was solely theirs, but since then, FaZe have slowly inched it back over towards the blue. But a little bit of push here from Furia as they continue to battle in the corner.
45 seconds left, and Furia have managed to step up a little bit after losing those 3 quick-fire goals. FaZe Clan, though, they turn it on so quick. AJ, look at him! Traversing the walls, beautiful, and the demo, but the pass is just too much.
Knocking the man out of the goal line as well. Kaio removed, Yanks removed, and yet still even. First Killer again removing Kaio. The double demo, the pass in the middle. Typical is up, and the attack from FaZe Clan continues to be relentless. Final 20 seconds.
Pushed back over to the corner. FaZe waiting for this touch from Card. He puts it up high. It's read easily as Typical comes straight back down. And FaZe, all 3 of them converge, but Yan comes up with a touch at the end of regulation. Yan trying to get it away. Another touch taken away this time by Card. Cut off by AJ. First Killer downfield, but AJ takes it himself. Dunk in front, and we go to overtime.
An unlikely overtime based on how this one started. Furia looked like they'd caught FaZe Clan cold, but not to be in this game.
Yeah, the mentality from FaZe to be able to work back and actually get those goals
It's
and
open.
get 3 of them.
It's
It's a
open.
chance to Typical. It's a top right slot, and FaZe Clan, they steal game 1.
A completely open net. Yan jumps and tries to get to that ball, but he lost it so badly. First Killer beat him easily to the ball. FaZe Clan score 4 unanswered to beat Furia in game 1.
And speaking of unanswered, I mean, we have had 18 games in a row for one team. We haven't had a series where both teams have got a game in the last 6, I believe. So if this is the best of 1, FaZe win. Hey, congratulations.
It's the best of 5, and as far as I'm concerned, that's a FaZe win. It's going to be 3-0.
Yeah, we might as well chop it up right now. You know, we'll move on to the next stage of the
We're
tournament.
going to be going to a break. I'm kidding. Don't go away.
We're not doing that.
Stumpy.
We're going to break it down a little bit. We are running out of brooms, though, so we'll see if Furia can step it back up. But it was such a strong start.
Amazing.
And we saw that creativity on offense. Everything was working correctly, but then they just started losing those 50s in midfield. That touch from first killer forced a bad touch out of card, and the rest was history after that in game 1.
But it was also letting it down on the backside of things, where Furia, that final shot right off kickoff, they all left. They just went anywhere else that they weren't needed. And seeing first killer go into the corner, and then you see Typical approach it, you're like, oh, there's no one to defend.
I feel like FaZe took a leaf out of G2's book in their attacks as well. Just completely making Furia wonder what on earth they're going to do every time they get the ball. Once they did that, Furia just really had no answer.
Yeah, Furia, now they have to find a way to battle back and do what no other team has been able to do today, which is take it to at least a game number 4. And I don't think that they look that bad right now. I mean, yeah, conceding 4 goals in a row, that doesn't look too good, but even in that, you know, I'm still thinking back to how they looked against K-Corp, and it wasn't good. They weren't even hitting their touches at all. At least they're getting to the ball and making that improvement. Now they just have to take the next step and try to tie this game up against Furia, or against FaZe.
All they need to tell themselves is that all that happened is that game went to an overtime and they lost it. It could go either way once you get to that point, and they did do some good defending at the start of this second game as well. So standing strong for now as first killer puts it into the center. A Typical that shoots, but Card gets the save.
What I was so impressed with in that first game is we saw utter selflessness from FaZe.
Oh!
An absolute bouncing roller manages to work its way over the defensive line. It was AJ going to the backboard, and you see Card thinking, okay, this is going to be a power shot, far corner. He just bounces, and sometimes that simple shot is best.
He could have got that if he just double jumped as well. The backflip completely took him out of there, but it was a smart finish there from FaZe Clan to put them 1-0 up.
A slight panic from Card on the goal line gives FaZe the goal. And a nice bouncer. Typical now, that's his 3rd goal of the series so far. This one put up high. Fury underneath, off the bar. Card coming back in. Kyle, that's off the post. Shot, goal! Yan puts it in.
Finally managing to knock on the door 3 times in a row. Kaio going far post with a challenge off AJ. And then Yan sees that bottom right corner begging to be scored on.
It's working so hard just to get themselves back into it though for Fury, but that goal will mean the world to them, Jorby.
Right on the kickoff. First killer. Gonna grab it. But not much they're developing yet. Still battling around the midfield. Now, how do Furia try to progress by this FaZe line that just keeps pushing itself forward on the blue half? Typical especially has looked really threatening in the blue half as AJ pops it up underneath, trying to save that dodge. Yan trying to get up in the middle, his Card up for it again in midfield. Not a lot of boost here though. Currently deadlocked 1-1.
I agree with you. The Typical has been the most dangerous player, but look at the finishing that AJ has as well. One pinpoint pass takes Fury's defense completely out of it. Look at this decision making. And it was Typical as we were talking about it. And there's AJ with the finish.
But Kyle has to see what's going on in midfield there. He's creeping upfield, and that ball just jets out over to AJ and caught him out. You can't get caught like that as 3rd man against FaZe.
Into the blind spot as well. He just saw that shot coming from nowhere, but great idea from AJ to end up shooting that.
Furia down again. It's Kyle. Forces the 50 out. FaZe starting to really feel the pulse of the game. As Typical diving in front, he's winning in the touch, but just a little bit of it is given to Yan. Furia put back on the blue.
I just love the passes that FaZe Clan make. Every time they put the ball into a position, it is exactly where their teammates need it to be. Even that one from AJ on the ceiling, Typical was ready for it. First killer travels so quickly, making it so that any touch Furia get, for the most part, it's a 50-50 at best for them. And at worst, it's just a big clearance for FaZe. 2 of them are up. They're dunking in the air. The confidence from them. Is there a finish? Not quite this time.
I was going to really recommend and say how good I liked their selflessness and their passing and the FaZe Clan that we so rarely get the honor to see. And especially considering the tournament they've had so far, where they've dropped down because they were all trying to be the player with the name in lights. First killer is taking on an absolutely exemplary role. Tries to go low with that shot, but the fact that he's passing, the fact that he's demoing and just trying to open up space for his teammates, that is when FaZe Clan win.
And it's when FaZe Clan can look their worst, when they are ignoring that, when First Clan is trying to do too much. It's not happening now, but Furia have earned themselves another goal.
Yeah, FaZe unable to get a quality clear here as AJ losing the ball, and Yan saving that dodge to put it right into First Killer, forcing that bad touch, puts it out into space where Card is waiting for it, able to deliver the tying goal.
Card wanted that ball to go up high, calling his teammate on to send it to the backboard. All of FaZe grounded. It was an open shot for him, but the idea to go for it. This is their brains. Their brains are winning it for him on those clever plays.
After the first game, had 3 goals going for Furia so quickly. This one has never looked like a blowout for either team. Just both teams starting to play well, building up that momentum, and Stumpy, you're giggling at some of the touches.
It was just landing on that ball. It really could have worked if that ended up going the way of AJ if he had any more boost. But now it falls down to another Furia attack, approaching 2 minutes remaining in the game. Much more even. No team dropping the ball at any point, just everybody attacking full ball.
Here comes Yan. He's in front of the box. 2 touches, puts it down, but again, AJ shuffles it back out to the corner. Card doesn't have anything here. You see the demo on the back, or excuse me, First Killer gonna take that one forward, and Kyle getting demoed on the play. That was one big thing I think that really stints Furia's game is as soon as one team starts getting physical against them, that's when you see that defense break down a lot more. FaZe haven't really been that physical though in the game. Their offense has been lights out against Furia anyway.
They've shown good patience as well, FaZe Clan. This is the team that gets so itchy when they're trapped in defense, and Furia having to make them defend, especially with fakes like that. AJ puts it as far as he can. Khan is there. Typical from the goal line, gets the save.
But there was the double commit on that save as well. They're trying to go for the counter attack. Very close, going just above the crossbar, but there was a double commit. The trust on that back line wasn't there, and it very, very nearly led to the 3rd Furia goal.
This is certainly the best we've seen Furia play as well. They had such a disappointing performance on day 1. They weren't even on the pitch against KC. Now they're taking FaZe Clan all the way, even at the early stage in this series.
And I really think if Furia have hope in this series, they cannot drop this game.
Yeah.
Going down to, the only team that has pulled off a reverse sweep is Space Station. They seem to be the only team that can do that in a best of 5 on land. But Furia gonna have to find that in the tank. Yeah, just might have done it! FaZe out! A late lead for Furia!
41 seconds remaining, and Yan may well be a South American hero when he returns home, managing to sneak in front of that ball. It has an orange trail, but it only has a golden explosion.
It was a lovely touch as well from Kaio there, just to completely divert the ball, set his teammate up. 41 seconds for Furia to hold on.
FaZe, there's certainly no shortage of offense. It only took them a minute to tie a 3-goal deficit in game number 1. Well, it's plenty of time for them as AJ wants a pass, but Typical's way too far off the play. Ends up giving the ball up. Card knows he's got the space, but Typical's not going to give him time to think about it. Furia still looking for a way out, but you see them having to play that small ball game. FaZe are all over the place, and now Card getting physical against AJ, trying to shuffle them off the ball.
You mentioned the physicality, and Furia do not want to fall prey to it again. Instead, they're taking it to their predators.
Catch again at the end of regulation. Kaio works it back around. Ball over Card's head. Might be a chance for FaZe here off the block. Back wall. Shot comes blocked, but it's still hanging in front of the box. Yan, the only player up. Gonna use the ceiling, but let it drop. Can Furia hang on to it? It's gotta touch the ground. It does, and for the first time today, we will not have a sweep.
Kaio, the hero that every single person in the Rocket League community needed. That save right at the death when it looked like FaZe would equalize and send us to another overtime gets us, as you mentioned, 1-1 in the series. I could cry, it's beautiful.
The beauty of seeing 2 1s next to each other and not just a 1-0, 2-0, 3-0.
This feels much more like Rocket League.
Oh, this is lovely. It's a pleasure to share it with you guys. And look, this series is... This was one of the real coin flips. We've been walking around asking people how they're feeling about today, who people think are going to be winning each matchup, and Furia FaZe Clan, it's been a real mixed bag. No one has said, yeah, they're definitely going to take it. You know, we're definitely going to see Furia or FaZe win. And I think that really speaks volumes to how far South America has come when they're taking it this close to one of North America's greatest teams.
We're seeing a great example of how both these teams play as well. Furia, they keep so much pressure, they bundle the ball, they force their opponents into mistakes, and FaZe Clan, it's one incisive pass, it's one odd touch, it's one moment of brilliance that you cannot possibly read, and it's making a really interesting stylistic battle between these two teams, which, as we've mentioned, thankfully, has had a game each.
Well, FaZe is really challenging Furia's ability to move the ball around the field. I mean, they've had their option coverage on both ends of the field has been excellent, and and Furia have had to get creative. We've seen the small ball play on defense, and then even Card having to go for bumps instead of the ball, where Furia, they don't go for a lot of demos. They average just over 2 a game, which is low. I mean, that's low even in their own region. And so that is not something that they really want to do, but FaZe are forcing them to go beyond what they're comfortable with.
And we saw in that game number 1, the fact that FaZe came back was when they went for those physical plays. They got like, first going for 3 demos in about 15 seconds, and they got a goal 10 seconds or so afterwards. It was instrumental to their success. They tried it towards the end of game number 2, but it really didn't land. Furia managing to dodge them a little bit better than they have done historically. Typically they fall prey to that time and time again. They don't deal well with being body checked.
When you're in a lower bracket, you have to have a good mentality, and I think even in the little snapshots of their mentality that we've seen so far in this series, we've seen FaZe go 3 goals down, come back and win the game. We've seen Furia go behind, come back and win the game. This is the lower bracket. Whoever loses this is out of the Spring Major and won't get to play in front of the crowd, and they are both battling, which is what we need them to do.
Fake kickoff by Furia to start it off. Oh. Card wants to make a statement early. Can he do it? Puts it underneath, but can't get the dunk. Not over. Kyle puts it over, and AJ can push it back to the corner. But again, Furia trying to keep things mixed up against FaZe and keep things unpredictable.
As we know with this format as well, we said it at the top, but there are so many implications. If FaZe win this, you need to be a European fan because they are playing for Europe to be getting a spot secured over in that world's main event. It's Semper, they're watching, wanting this to go their way. South America, you're clearly pulling for Furia as you have done for years.
It's got to be a weird spot for European fans to be rooting for FaZe. I'm sure that feels a little odd for them.
FaZe are my teammate. I picked him on day number 1. They're my boys. FaZe up, let's get it.
They're paying off for you, paying off for EU, but they're not quite paying off in this series just now. Is it still equal after 4 minutes, or after 1 minute with 4 minutes left?
Drop straight down, and 2 FaZe players crashed the box. 2 demos. That was on FaZe though. Typical and First Killer deleted on the play, but Typical's actually coming right back. And it's taken up by First Killer. FaZe staying in control of the game right now. So they're trying to work their way into the box, but can only find themselves on the edges of the blue half.
I think they heard you, Joby, saying they didn't go for enough demos. Furia with 2 in a row right there. But actually, it's allowed FaZe Clan in for this prolonged attack. Card of a save. Typical, can he get it towards First Killer? He can, he shoots. It's over the top though.
Look at the assisted position that First Killer's finding himself in. Just then swiping, sweeping in front of the Furia net, wanting to get as many bumps and demos and just be an awkward player overall. Typical, just off the post. AJ passing, First Killer though pushing up too far. Now Card finding Yan on the side. First Killer going for those bumps, those demos yet again. Cleared central, but First Killer getting the bump on Yan out of the way.
And then Card also got bumped. He was ready for the follow-up, but then he was taken out of the play. So FaZe really starting to get more physical against Furia, trying to make their rotations real sweaty as Furia trying to get the ball out. Again, they're spending more time in the blue half.
And First Killer, as I was mentioning, he just keeps going for those passes back. He's playing such an assistive role. And I said it last time, I love to see it. That's when FaZe Clan win.
I think First Killer gets a bad rap, okay? In the past, has he been a non-team player? Sure. He hasn't been that way for a very long time. He has been the facilitator on this team. He has helped AJ and Typical be successful on this team. He's been a team player for a long time.
They wouldn't win as much as they did if he didn't, and he's showing it again, the maturity that he has when his team is struggling, as I keep mentioning. But Furia really have done well to survive in this one so far. This 0-0, I'd say, has been shaded by FaZe Clan, looking a little bit more likely to score when they do come forward. And it is mainly, it has to be said, because of their star man, First Killer.
But we are deadlocked. No one able to get the pure advantage. Kyle trying to force the ball out, but here come FaZe on the counterattack. Touch up, and again, the rotation's clean for Card. They get another boomer.
2 minutes remaining, and the deadlock will be continuing. Good
Uh-oh.
pass, though, from AJ to Typical, down and cleared away miraculously.
What a read that was by Kyle. Again, the saves that Furia are showing are making it so difficult for FaZe to score. And now here's Yan. He almost nicks it past 2 of them. AJ was there. First Killer knocks it to the side and gets FaZe Clan going.
Got the pre-flip and got the clear. Card trying to protect the ball. AJ's got to wait for him. And Card launches it to the far side. AJ trying to cut him off, had to use all his boost to do it.
AJ flying across, wanting to shut out that player as much as he could, being a nuisance, a fly in the sky. Yan going for the attack, the flick was on Cards. But First Killer, again, chucking himself at the ball.
This is such a good 0-0 though. So many chances, so many insightful attacks. First Killer, maybe he's going to break it. No, Yan again with the save. Kyo's underneath the ball, but only as far as Typical, and Yan just takes that extra split second so his clearance is good
What
as
a
it can
touch
be.
there from Yan,
And
right in the
minute,
Card.
How did Yan get get that pass, going for the backflip, perfectly up high in the position of the path of the defending player. It was everything that he needed to do in such a stressful situation.
It's just what Furia do. It's instinctive between the three of them. Such a good team, and I'm so glad they're showing it now as Card carries it over the top of Sypical. First killer, again, the last line of defense.
Furia, more pressure. Oh my goodness, that would have been nuts. First killer, he's got the ball though, and FaZe can take a quick breath of relief. They push it back, still locked, 0-0 with under a minute. Yeah, under attack, and Sypical drives the dagger.
Sypical with 40 seconds remaining on the left wing has a quick check left and just ends up pumping it right. Nobody back to defend at the death of the game.
Just pure pace there from Sypical. 38 seconds left. Furia, can you get yourselves back into this one?
Card got the 50 against first killer. That's some time for Yan to get there, but not the best touch for him. Kyle able to get there in time. Now Yan hitting the hurry up button. Here he comes down the field. Sypical takes it away. Kyle, pass in front to Card. Hard shot! Oh! Save off the bar! Yan back to Kyle!
Oh! 20 seconds. We thought it was going to be a lockdown stalemate, but instead it erupts into a shootathon. Yan Central, Kaio to sink it.
I'm just falling in love with this match though. From that save from first killer, again, composure on the attack. Shoot or pass, the correct decision was made. We're even.
Sypical trying to push the ball out. Kyle wins the first bout. First killer doesn't even get a touch. He gets bumped out of the way. Card, he's in the air. Does he have two? Right to the ground. Off and around. Sypical got the touch underneath, trying to prevent a Furia lead late. And he runs down the pitch. He might even get a chance for FaZe. Here they come. No, Yan gets in the way again. Two touches up. They want to play ball. Here comes Kyle. Underneath, he lost it. First killer. He's going to boom it down and make it difficult for Furia to get back. He says, no, we're not going to do that.
That's shy away from the ball. I'm going to boom it now, JK. We go straight onto a kickoff in overtime. Game number 3. Whoever gets this needs another, and then we send in the loser home.
It's a great kickoff as well from Furia. For a second, it looked like there'd be a chance for them. Oh no, one pass too many. First killer almost nipped in there. They're reading Furia, but not quite the finish this time.
Marked up high in the midfield. Card's got the first look. Yeah, not a lot of boost. Neither does Kyle. But he makes it work. It's across the box. All of FaZe trying to get the ball out. It bounces high off the corner. Where's Furia? There's Yan. Got underneath on the reset. Got the door. And Furia taking the lead in the series.
Standing tall in the middle of the cameras, Card rises to his feet as again the savior, Yan with the assist, and that teamwork is what may well make the dream work. Furia 2-1 in the series.
You can just never count out Yan from a play. The two FaZe defenders, they thought he was done, but he bundled it towards his teammate, and it was the good finish. And look at that. The eyebrow raise as well.
I don't think I've ever seen Card bounce.
He's feeling it, man.
Like, every time they go to Card, he's just got the face of stoicism.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, he'll say, he'll get pumped when they score a goal, but man, seeing him bouncing, that's a different Furia.
And talking about the attitudes of FaZe as well, sitting there thinking, we're one off, going home in the lowers. It's lower round 2,
not making it to
and
the
it's a
crowd.
bloodbath, not seeing that crowd. And that's something that every single team is really aiming for. They want to have that crowd experience. And oh, look at that. The eruption, the fist bumps, it means everything to them, battling for their comrades at home.
Keep thinking about what he said in that head-to-head before the game started. We're fighting for an entire country. You got teams waiting in South America for a chance, maybe to get the Worlds, the club, notably, and now they're looking at one more for Furia to continue in the tournament and maybe realize that dream.
Which is all lovely, Joby, and all well and good, but FaZe Clan want it for FaZe Clan, okay? They don't care about the rest of their country. The 3 players in those seats and their coach and their org, that's all that matters to them. They are happy to break those hearts. They have done it time and time again. You cannot count them out for a second to come back into this one.
Also, it would be very, very RLCS to go for 18-0 in terms of these series
Game
that we're
5
seeing.
overtime.
And then we see a Game 5 between two of the biggest, most passionate orgs here.
You know, that would be absolutely amazing. But Furia, they've started strong. I mean, really, FaZe. Most teams would crumble after getting bodied 4 goals when you had a 3-goal lead. Most teams would crumble in that scenario, especially in a major where everything has been sweeps. But Furia they've broken that mold and they're in position to win.
The speed again from Yan there, so fast in the air, but FaZe break through. It's Sypical out of nowhere, and it's Yan who got himself back. Saves Furia for another day.
Choreographing the save from the sidewall, managing to dive in front, and still FaZe Clan unable to score. Card there waiting, ready to poach the first on Utopia.
Furia trying to find their next dance move. Yan pushes it across the box. Kaio's there to wait. He knows Card's there. Shot low, and it's taken away by Typical.
It wasn't the best pass, but it wasn't the best finish, but the pass was absolutely excellent. Down the other end, there's Typical though.
Typical not needing a pass there. It gets sent long by himself. He finds himself on that left wall to the floor and then to the net. I love just the flicking of the camera. Just turns it onto ball cam, off from ball cam, has that pure vision around. And Typical, there's been question marks, but that man is flowing around the pitch.
There's been no question for him. He's scored most of the goals in the series, Cole.
Yeah, in this series, he's been the best player. First killer, though, he can do some damage too. It's not quite there from him. Furia going to have to counter. He's got Typical in front of him as Kaio, and he's lost control of the ball. No, he hasn't. He's letting Yan, but still no attack.
Good bump.
Oh, and a good 50 as well.
Opens it.
The spawn's going to give First Killer a chance. Kaio got the boost steal. Kaio in control. Underneath on the reset. Gets on the wall and couldn't make it work. McCoy gets a free ball, and the shot denied right into First Killer. This is taken away by Yan.
He saw First Killer high on the wall, and yet he still shot high. That shot would have been much better going low or attempting the pass. And FaZe Clan, they sit back on defense. There's 3 of them at any given moment, but it just makes it harder to score.
And despite that, Furia have remained on offense on this push. They need this tying goal as Kaio was hoping the First Killer would drive the ball under or towards him. Didn't happen.
Those mid-air fakes, Furia have really struggled to deal with them since the beginning of this, where you think you got a read on it, then you don't. But here comes Card with a massive flip set past First Killer. Typical gets the save though.
Typical on the forefront. First Killer next, and FaZe want to control this ball. One of the most mechanical teams in the world. They're employing it right now to try to keep this ball away from Furia. Doing it right now. Trying to waste time on that clock. Card pushing forward.
Furia still playing their own game though. Some disgusting free jumps every time FaZe come forward. And what it leads to is a passing play.
A tying goal for Yan. Again, he's had enough of these assists. He wants his name up in lights, and they are beaming.
Furia tying up the game. FaZe Clan. It has been a battle. And the desk, most of them felt fairly confident. Greg even saying FaZe Clan's default is good enough to beat Furia, but Furia are pushing the mold on the expectation of this team. And even maybe get a chance here as Card puts the ball up high, and First Killer gets the boom and clear.
They were just leading everybody to a false sense of security at the beginning, man, of their first series. This is the real Furia, the Furia that you, Jorby, have fallen in love with so many times yourself. We all know you're a fanboy, but FaZe, they're so good. First Killer, the first touch, is the second one as well. Can he get the third over the top of Card? First Killer can be undefendable.
First Killer does it all! In the midfield, he goes to the ground, flicks it high, and then punishes.
How many times have we seen First Killer 1v3? I need the stat check. It's gotta be in at least the 50s.
I'm looking at it right now. 300,000 times he has 1v3.
That checks out. You counted that so fast.
I did, thank you. Yeah,
That's so impressive.
Pretty speedy with the stats.
FaZe Clan securing that lead is going to be instrumental to this series. A potential game number 5 on the way, but there's still the matter of FaZe Clan shutting this one out.
Typical deleted on the play. Yan, here he comes again. He's got the reset. He's still underneath.
No.
What the ball? And taken away. Typical was underneath, but he's taken out of the field again. Kaio, can he get back to the ball? First Killer non-touch, and it drops for AJ. Big boomer forces Yan. Can he get there? Oh, it's off the bar. And Card will happily take that ball away.
A fake as well, though. It's just Furia again can't deal with them. FaZe Clan missed the ball. They expect such perfection from them, but their passes can be perfect themselves. Here's Kaio. Wants to get it past AJ. Does, but not quite where he wanted it.
There's been a couple of errors from Kaio recently. He just hasn't had that full car control. And with First Killer going down the other side, Kaio has to get himself back on that train.
Kaio does get the 50. Yan's got a full tank. Whips around the corner. Loses that touch. Still Furia, they're able to get back onto offense. They aren't having to withstand a ton of face pressure, but you gotta watch out for that counterattack. Namely, we saw it from First Killer. Typical from the corner, dropped up high, and it's taken over to the opposite side. AJ, a little bit of boost, forces the 50 down, and this is true in time off the clock.
The way Typical's playing at the moment, I really thought he could have nailed that one into the top corner, but it wasn't to be, and now Cardi tries it himself, gets the prod. First Killer with the save.
I love the positioning there as well. First Killer on the backboard, there was I think Typical down on the floor. They both challenge at different heights, and there was no avenue for Furia to attack through. Typical to shoot, Yan to save, AJ to follow up, and FaZe Clan to get clear by 2.
They won the game 5, and AJ saw it coming. Excellent job from FaZe Clan, withstanding any kind of attempt Furia had on offense and killing them on the push.
First killer playing pure sacrificial lamb there. Just being, you can bump me, I don't care. My teammates are sick. They're going to score on you boys.
Affecting their rotations, that's all he needed to do, and it worked perfectly. FaZe Clan look like they are leading us into a game 5 unless Furia can score in the next 10 seconds or so. They have an attack, so can they do it?
Nice little wall dash from Yan, and they just might put that clock on ice cold.
Oh, it suddenly gets very nervy for FaZe Clan. Just when they were maybe starting to settle down and compose themselves for Champions Field, Furia dragged them right back to Utopia.
Suddenly, a gigantic, ominous question mark floats above Utopia. Are Furia going to be the answer?
Another fake kickoff.
Brilliant. Love that.
They started off game 3 that way. Kyle.
So much space.
He gets the 50. He has Yan on the wing. If he can find him, but FaZe are covering the net. Go-ahead goal heading into game 5.
I mean, that's just cheating at this point. That is their free goal. Every time one of them fakes an edge or when somebody else nips in, Furia go, wait, that's not fair. That's not what you said you were going to do. Come on, play fair.
I love that the meta is shifting to that as well, where you see the air dribble, but now it's not, is he going to flip reset or not? Now it's, is he even going to hit the ball next, or will there just be a snipe down underneath it? And there are no timeouts that Furia are able to take here. We're not at that stage in the competition yet, but we are at the stage for a game number 5.
I told you we ran out of brooms. Okay, so obviously this had to go to game 5. A lot of people talking about this game. There's a lot of confidence in FaZe Clan. Furia, now they have to respond. FaZe, all the momentum heading into the game.
No one's really done anything wrong in attack or defense. I'd say that FaZe Clan are scoring their goals because they are still surprising Furia. Maybe Furia needs to just dive in a little bit less and expect the unexpected. But other than that, they are getting so many blocks on FaZe Clan when they're coming forward. They're getting goals themselves. They're making FaZe Clan work so hard.
And I feel like the one thing that was what Stumpy was just talking about, which was the feints, the air dribble feints, and that it's not even just in the air dribbles. FaZe have really been trying to mix it up. Okay, Furia, you're gonna get in front of every 50. You think you can read where we're going 3 steps in advance? Okay, we're gonna make it unreadable with all of these feints, and that's how Furia have to respond. They have to find a way to adapt.
That's also such an interesting part about watching FaZe, where sure, we have a laugh, we have a go at them for triple committing, double committing, getting each other's way, but when you've got a 3-headed monster attacking you or defending, you don't know where you can put the ball, where it's going to be a safe opportunity, or where it's even coming at you from.
With pretty much any other team in the world right now, I'd be saying, okay, going into game 5, will they play the same way? Will they show the same bravery? But FaZe Clan, we know they will. Those fakes are going to keep on coming. Furia have to deal with them here.
I forgot this map existed. Champions Field. And here we are, Furia. Putting Brazil on the line.
I've missed that announcer, Joby.
I think we all did. I can't wait to get back to the crowd. That'll be great to hear. It's typical. Gonna pop that one up, but Yan wins that touch in midfield, and it has been a tough battle in the air on these 50s. Not a lot of boost here for Yan. It's Furia trying to get set up.
The last time we saw Champions Field was back when it was Space Station versus Pioneers, when they got reverse swept, and that was on Wednesday.
Oh. Well, it was worth the wait, though. A goal like that from Yan. Beautiful finish.
Excellent job from Furia here. You see in front, trying to get the bump right off a typical. See you later. And Kyle getting a little physical.
Just very physical. And trying to deliver that back to FaZe Clan as well. Wanting to get rid. Typical found himself caught on the post. One awkward position. Taking full advantage. First killer. Are we going to be seeing him trying to go for something special?
You can just never calm down when first killer is around. It seemed like they cleared him. Somehow he finds himself back in the way and almost caused the goal from the backboard.
It's got to be so annoying for players to handle when he just literally never leaves the play. You never know what he's going to do next. And just to threaten so many every phase of the game.
And also, not just on the ball, off the ball. He's everywhere. He is the every player. And forcing 2 players to attack him. It wasn't quite enough, though. The angle, not there.
I was certain that it would be, but Yan has a free shot. First killer's just tracking back as fast as he can, and Yan is going to punish FaZe.
This was just a cavalcade of mishaps in front. You see a dump off right to Yan, and first killer, he was in the middle of a flip when that hit happened in front of Yan.
No boost as well for first killer. He was just completely stranded there.
And it was AJ just sending it into the middle, inviting the second goal for Furia, who are looking outstanding on Champions Field.
But you cannot rest your laurels on a 2 or even a 3-goal lead.
Nope.
FaZe have already been in this position once in this series. Well, they can absolutely come back. Plenty of time on the clock as Furia gotta find a way to hold Yan. trying to push forward. How has he looked today? He has had quite a return to form since day one.
I mean, he's been feeling, you know, that first killer role.
Oh, AJ.
And AJ, he's feeling the role of the sniper.
Well, defending from Furia, they're dealing with FaZe Clan well so far, but it's only going to get harder as the pressure mounts up to survive, to make this crowd, to reach the hallowed halls of London with thousands there. Card almost does give them the third.
The ball sliced in half on the goal line and cleared away by First Clan. Now the attack, typical Central.
Yan again.
For Yan to intercept. This time AJ does have boost. Only 50 though. And the attack continues. Card smashes it home.
Card brings the ace out of his sleeve, smashes that one into the back of the net.
In the middle camera, Card is shouting across her FaZe Clan with his teammates, telling them Furia are here, South America are battling through the lowers.
Furia heating up like the middle of a nuclear fusion reactor. Here they come again. Yan trying to keep it away from Typical. But it's killed, and First Killer's got the chance. This is exactly the position they were at this time in game number 1. Can FaZe do it again? But Furia, they've got the momentum. They just got to hang on.
This is such a key phase in this game right now. Every clearance that Furia make, a massive moment for themselves because they will expect FaZe to score at some point. How long can they hold out for?
FaZe are pushing, but not hard enough as Yan gets the touch away. And Yan has just been all over the place. We were talking about First Killer. Yan is doing similar things for Furia, just downloading what FaZe want to do with the play, and there's nothing FaZe can do to get around him. He is weaving his way and really fabricating an excellent game plan, is pushed forward, and it's taken away again. FaZe just don't have it.
Opportunities, though, starting to find themselves in this game. FaZe Clan wanting, needing, begging desperately for 3-goal comeback. Will we see a repeat of game number 1, or is this now Furious to lose?
They're starting to run out of time. They had already tied it up by when game 1 hit this mark. Now, Typical denied. He's scored most of the goals for FaZe, but he hasn't had a lot of chances. AJ coming forward. Typical also sitting on the wing. He's got the catch, and it's taken away again by none other than Yan! Furia see the light, and they're moving forward!
To his feet, Card rises for the second time, potentially sealing the fate of FaZe Clan. The lower bracket is brutal, and Furia are furious.
A dunk for all of South America right there. The pressure they put on themselves to represent their region and their country. So far, they're managing it. FaZe Clan need 4. They might have 1 here.
They get the first. They had to score 4 last time. They went to overtime. I still think it's like miracle mode right now for FaZe to score 4 within a minute 20.
If it's miracle mode, all you need to rely on is God in the center of FaZe Clan's desk.
This is so nervy. Oh, I get it.
Yeah, Cole, you're like rubbing your hands right here. You're not sure what's gonna happen. 2! Here it comes. FaZe, they've gotten back on their wheels. 2 more to go.
It's a mountain. What else are they for if not to be climbed?
Oh my goodness. Suddenly 2 goals in 78 seconds seems very, very doable for FaZe.
Card and Kyle move forward, and it might give them just that bit of stability that they need after 2 quick goals. Another 50 killed in the midfield. There's plenty of time on the clock now. It's a new ball game since the 4-0 just a little bit earlier. Look at Yan underneath. He sets up Card, but it's taken away.
No goal there, but just that touch that Yan took, eating away those few seconds, getting themselves a chance. Massive for Furia's mentality here.
All it takes is 1 goal to give FaZe a ton of time to think about how to tie it up. But Furia hanging on, and that thread, every FaZe touch just gets a little bit looser. All it takes is 1 solid swipe from FaZe to cut it completely free. FaZe can control right now.
Such a good bump. This push going on from FaZe, but sent Central to no one. AJ picking Central again, but an interception. Miraculous. Furia, they continue, and it's 20 seconds until glory.
Oh, it's taken away. Kyle got it, but it's a free ball. A shot for Typical. He actually weak. He wanted the pass, he wanted the shot. I couldn't even tell it was so weak. 10 seconds left. Back in the corner. Can Furia do it? Can they take down FaZe? Another shot. Saved by King Kong.
That's it.
Up again.
They're up.
No time left. Bono Furia. They have done it. They've taken down FaZe Clan. Onwards in the tournament.
North America lose a team. It has been a long time coming, and to their neighbors at that there are 4 men on the stage right now that are proud, but there are millions at home who have rallied behind them for this very moment.
Optic Gaming await in lower round 3, but for Furia, they're up, they're celebrating. That can be worried about later. This is their moment, and my goodness, Jorby, did they have to battle to earn it.
And if you're FaZe, it's gotta hurt. You know, it didn't start out the way you wanted. You played a tough series against Falcons, where a lot of people are saying are the favorites in this tournament. And then you come up against Furia, who didn't look good at the start of the week and have turned it around massively. I can't speak enough to how Yan has played in the series.
And FaZe, they've been the brunt of the emerging regions. They've had to take it in from full force from Falcons, and then Furia face up against them as well. It has been harsh, it has been a horrible road, but my word, we are seeing some absolutely substantial talent coming out.
FaZe not the only team who've had that, by the way, can I
Look
just
at
say,
that.
with BDS
Yeah.
as well, with Secret and then KCP. So these emerging regions really showing up here in London, which is exactly what we want to see. I also love when the players stop moving because they know they've won.
Yeah.
And they're already celebrating, and you know, there's just pandemonium going on everywhere. Furia, just a stunning performance from beginning to end.
And they, like you said, Optic waiting, and Optic in the post-game interview, when asked who would they prefer, they said Furia, so they're going to be getting their wish, but I don't know if it's the Furia they thought they'd be getting.
I don't think it's a Fury that many of us, apart from you, Jorby, and Corelli, of course, you know, earlier on saying that
Yeah,
Fury
shout out
are
to Corelli.
fantastic. Yeah, great guy. It's so exciting to watch, and you know, maybe it comes at the deficit of North America, it comes at the deficit of Europe, but ultimately, it's amazing to watch.
Well, Card Company are sitting back at the Oasis. Let's hear from them.
All right, we are back in the Oasis here. I'm together with Subi, and we got Furia. Listen, we had a sweep. Is this going to be the whole day, just sweeps on sweeps for Elimination Day heading into Crowd Day? But we got a Game 5 instead, and a very exciting so, to say the least. Usually the conversation is around EU versus NA. Now it's, well, NA versus Sam, and Sam is victorious this time around. Talk about how much does this win mean for you guys?
O que isso significa para vocês?
Significa muita coisa, né? Porque a gente sempre vem e toma não surra, né? Mas a gente sempre toma um 3-0, mas a gente sempre dá trabalho e finalmente a gente está conseguindo provar que a gente consegue também ganhar aqui no Major.
It means a lot for us because most of the time when we come here, we take a beating, but now we are able to prove and do well.
Now they're given the beating, right? Tell them that.
Vocês estão dando a surra.
Is this the rise of Sam as we know it?
Esse aqui é o rise de vocês, o jeito de subir de vocês?
Não entendi a pergunta. Podia impulsionar a gente no próximo jogo.
They wanted to have the next question.
Okay, next. Listen,
That's fair.
they want to be humble. That's okay.
I get it.
They want to be humble. Tomorrow, you guys are going to play in front of a live crowd here in this Copper Box Arena. Are you guys excited for that?
Estão ansiosos para amanhã?
A gente tá muito ansioso, né? Nossa principal meta era jogar com torcida. Sempre muito foda jogar com a gritaria e tudo. E a gente conseguiu, né? Agora vamos provar que a gente é bom também lá na torcida.
Yeah, it's very exciting, and we really want to be playing, and that's what we came here to do too, to play to the audience, and we are ready for tomorrow.
There's
I'm ready
going to
too.
be so many fans that are going for these guys, just being the underdogs of the tournament and making it as far as they have. But I don't know if you guys noticed up there, but after Game 1, FaZe Clan, I mean, they were laughing, they were having a good time, but it all changed after Game 2, and then you guys just took over. Did you guys feel disrespected after that, or could you not even notice them?
Depois do primeiro jogo, eles estavam rindo de vocês, estavam lá zoando, e depois do segundo jogo, eles ganharam respeito. O que vocês têm a falar sobre isso?
Eles estavam rindo da gente? É que o povo fala, né? Tipo, a pior região pra subestimar é a Sam. Subestimaram, o que aconteceu? Provamos. Aí foi isso.
And that's what they say, that you can make fun of our region, but we're here to show that we can really do it, and now we're laughing.
I mean, you guys are the ones standing tall, laughing, and it's great to see. But, you know, one thing I noticed was the bump plays, the aggression coming out. Was that something you planned for going up against FaZe Clan, or did it present itself on the field?
O jeito, vocês planejaram muito disso que do jeito que vocês jogaram hoje ou foi um jeito de improviso o jogo de hoje?
A gente planejou, sim, mas tipo no começo a gente não tava fazendo tanto, não tava executando tanto isso. Mas acho que no terceiro jogo, mais ou menos, aí a gente começou a executar mais e começou a dar muito certo pra gente.
Yeah, we planned, but in the beginning it was hard to imply our changes, and then by the third game we already got it and locked in and did our best.
Before we send it on here, do you have anything to say to the fans at home who are rooting for you right now?
Você tem alguma coisa para falar para o pessoal de casa lá, os fãs?
A mesma coisa que eu falei na live do Riso ontem. A gente decepcionou um pouco no começo, né? Psicológico é foda. Mas agora a gente tá provando que a gente que é bom mesmo. Top 8 de novo, top 6 em Los Angeles. E vamos em busca do primeiro, né? E ainda tem chão.
Yeah, we're sorry for the first that we did, but now we're back at it, and we really appreciate you guys and keep on rooting.
There you have it, Subi.
I just got to say massive congratulations to you guys, and I can't wait to see you pop off on that stage in the middle of this arena. There's going to be so many Rocket League fans shouting all your names, and we look forward to it. But we have one more match left for today. Team Liquid is looking to dethrone our defending major champions in G2. Don't go anywhere.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
The World Championship is where the greats become legendary.
won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. Moment, all it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focused, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's a last goodbye. They remember you for, they're calling your name. Go and take what's yours. Here, now. It's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment. Rise up, you give it all that you got and you rise up. All the stories that tell about the champion who came from the crown.
Finally, a series goes the full distance. Furia versus FaZe Clan, a crazy 5-game battle, but in the end, Furia able to stand strong, win it 4-2, I believe, in that final game. And Diz, how you feeling, man? How you feeling?
I'm devastated, man. I had a lot of confidence in this FaZe team, and again, I didn't see the synergy.
What went wrong?
They look lost all over the place. AJ missed touches defensively. First killer, it just seemed like there was no comms, there was no energy.
One thing to point out though, Sipical played well. I think that's I think that's a solid
Incredible.
performance from Sipical, and he was carrying that team on his back at times, creating a lot of space, saving the team, and it was AJ, and at times First Killer just looking a little bit out of control, rushing touches, not quite having that aerial control, the flip reset ability, saving that dodge and everything like that. Left the defense open, and Furia, my goodness, they are strong.
There we go. Listen, we can talk about what FaZe didn't do all day, but you know we can't talk about what Furia did do. They played absolutely incredible, kept a strong pace, played nothing but energy. When they screamed after the first goal in game 1, I felt the whole entire arena shake already. And I was like, oh my, it kind of woke me up a little bit. I was like, whoa, maybe we got a series on our hand. It was incredible. It's something that they had to earn. I know we had Jordan on the cast. He's probably so happy, so delighted, so biased. But Furia actually did everything well. You got to give it to him.
You do. I mean, that was a fantastic performance from Furia. I mean, that energy, I think we wanted to see that from them from day one. Day one, they looked like things were a little shaky here and there, but it just seemed like they finally found a style. They clicked, and I mean, it was a problem. FaZe could not handle them.
And we got to talk about world spots, because if Furia lost that would have secured the spots for worlds and left everyone else in the wild card. But because Furia won that, there is still 4 regional spots competing for 3 spaces, and that's NA4, EU3, SAM 1, and MENA 1. They're going to be competing for those last 3 spots, and we'll see that as the rest of the tournament goes on.
We certainly will.
And blame Shiest. Blame Shiest for tweeting out yesterday that Optic v FaZe was going to happen. He said the game battles refs were going to be on our side. No,
Shiest,
they're not on our side. You got to blame Shiest.
Why did he do that?
Shiest, why?
Why did he do that?
Come on, Marty. You can't be doing that.
Exclamation point, help.
As we look at the bracket, we are closer and closer to getting back up to uppers action, but We have one more match to conclude here
Oh,
before we're
Lord.
done today. Furia and Optic is a match set for tomorrow. Match for the ages. It's going to be a wonderful one. But we got to find the opponent who's going to play against Moist. It's time for the match of the day for many people. G2 Esports taking on Liquid down here. Another European representative, Rolled is trying to stay alive and make it to the crowd.
These young boys, TL, they're so hyped up by their region, specifically for the last regional performance that they've had. They look like the top 3 team in their specific region, but they're going up against, what, the Red Army teammates in G2. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, hey, G2 is really, really good, but listen, Liquid, if they're going to have a shot in this matchup, I was talking to Greg, and I believe strictly Greg, I mean, I believe this Liquid team is arguably a top 3 mechanical team, if not the best mechanical team here.
Yeah.
I'm talking about raw mechanics up in the sky, really making flashy plays, and really showing that they can compete with anybody, and it's that up to this young man, along with his side, his 2 teammates, a Towson right there, that really have to play their best game.
Yes,
going
sir.
up against one of the fan favorites, if not the favorite of the tournament.
Wow, there we go. Chronic in the middle, the eldest of the three.
Sit up.
Tee up, Chronic, tee up. He's finally focused up, and yeah, he was that player in RLCS that came out of nowhere.
He sure did.
Carried his team on Godsmiller's team. Had a little bit of a pause, waited to find the right teammates, and Liquid believed in him to bring up these young players and come through. 2 of our youngest ever LAN players in Atto, and then the last player on the end, Oski.
I just want to say, like, for Chronic as well, I mean, seeing him come into the scene and really just show up as a player and a personality has been fantastic.
Yep.
I mean, the kid's, like, stepped up and almost a grown-up, so to speak. I mean, we talk to him a lot. He's very vocal. He's very active. He's very confident. And just overall, like, a treat to just be able to speak to. I'm very proud of him, and as far as this Liquid roster is gone, because these are some young kids who have made some very big strides.
And the Chronic, the first Portuguese representative at an RLCS LAN, and Oski as well, representing both the English people and his Polish family heritage. And so we're seeing some new nationalities coming in. I mean, Belgian, a nationality we haven't seen much of, only really Astral. So this team is a whole mixture and some of the best young players in Europe coming
This
together.
is why Greg is on the desk. He would know that, and I surely wouldn't. Only no states, people.
Where is Portugal, teammates?
That's an excellent question. Somewhere near Spain.
True, that is very true.
Not wrong. On the other side of the pitch, though, Bates. G2, we didn't expect to see him in the lower bracket this early, but what's the state of the team?
We sure didn't expect to see him here. Listen, Carmine, you got to give it to him. They played a really solid series, but G2, they lost because of the kickoff. After kickoff goes, please. But this is probably the most composed team, probably the most mature team in RL Esports at the moment. I know they probably shook that match off. They're probably a little frustrated that they ended up losing that, but it's a new day, a new completely different G2, and they know, starting with that young man himself, J-Naf, the leader, the captain, or maybe this guy, I don't know, it depends on who you prefer. Both of these guys are true veterans in this team, and they're really going to be here to perform, and they have to in order to be Liquid.
And I think I've touched on this. I said Atomic, you know, we talk a lot about Atomic, and Chicago and JNAPS are the 2 that don't get enough credit. They're the best standing duo in the game, in my opinion. But Atomic was that player day 1 to step up tremendously. I want to see Chicago and JNAPS step up for this team.
Yeah, the way Atomic moves around the pitch, it's so efficient. No other player flows around the pitch like him.
There you go.
And I think it was beautiful how Chicago went from one of the more carrying style players before they picked up Atomic, and respected the ability that Atomic had, started to take a bit more of a off-the-ball approach, a bit more of a grounded approach, looking for demos, looking to rotate around his teammates, giving Atomic that space and allowing JNAP's striking to come in.
I mean, Daz, we talked to Corelli earlier, and he was saying, you know, I feel like he had to put JNAPS as the 3rd player, the worst player on G2. I feel like there is not a weak link on this team.
No, there's not. You can compare best player, worst player. It doesn't matter. G2 is a strong team. They're a great team, one of the best teams in the world. And we've sat there, we've talked about it, we've debated about it, but I think that a lot of people are starting to see that now. Even when it comes to MVP conversations, you can make an argument for almost every player on this team. If not, no, just you can make an argument for every player on this team. They're that good. We're gonna see how well they do in a lower bracket. I mean, this is the first time we've seen them in an elimination situation so early on. How can they fare against a Team Liquid squad that doesn't really have that much to play for?
I'm pretty confident this is the first time Liquid and G2 are playing in competitive and definitely on LAN. Both teams are ready for each other.
To beat Liquid, I think they're very similar to Carmine Corp, and where they're very aggressive. I think if we just calm down and take a breath, I think it should be fine.
I think we want to more win than them because they have nothing to lose.
and us we still can go to Dallas if we win the major. So we are really fast on the ball and we are a young team with a lot of mechanics. We can pop off in every game, I think.
We're not going to take them lightly. I'm sure they aren't going to take us lightly, so it'll be a good match.
Teams both ready to take onto the pitch. Chat, let us know how you feel about this match. Hashtag TL, hashtag G2, depending on which side you fall on here. We heard Moist earlier, Gregan, saying in an interview in the Oasis, they said, hey, you wanted to face off against G2. If G2 wins here, you get that match. Are you pulling for G2? You think G2's going to win that? And they said, nah, Oski's going to farm. And I think that really what that spoke to me was the Europeans feel the pressure that they need to represent their region. And for the first time, they're like, no, any European team doing well is good for us here. How do you feel about it?
Well, I mean, speaking of the Moist boys, Joyo was speaking to me. He's like, he sees Liquid as one season behind them, as this team to watch, and he reckons this is going to be their LAN where they make that long run, just like Moist did last time in LA. So I'm going to say Liquid to start things off here. I mean, I'm going to avoid looking at the first touch guys because I know they're grimacing right now like, what was he talking about? So I'm going to look at you for the rest of this one, Wavepunk, and hear what they have to say.
Keep the vision over there.
Okay.
Because what you're doing is absolute blasphemy. That's exactly what's going on. First of all, you should already know I'm going G2. I got the card. I'm sticking with them. I'm going to stick with them the entire tournament. They're the ones that are going to win this one. But to say what you just said, Gregan.
Talking to the back of his head.
You said, what did you say? Yeah, back of Gregan's head. Listen, you said Moist said they are a season behind them. So why do you think we finna make a seasonal gap in 3-4 months? Is that what's going on?
G2 on the NRG route. They're going down.
No, first of all, stop bringing up NRG.
That's BDS on the NRG route.
Right,
Exactly.
BDS said Toodaloo.
I feel like everyone's looking at me right now. This is making me really uncomfortable. Daz predicted G2. I mean, Bates can just do the honors.
I mean, G2, and for one reason no. When Casey played really aggressive, they kind of surprised G2. Liquid plays kind of the same. I'm going G2. They're going to expect that this time around.
Yeah, I think we can keep it up to Coach Popovich. You know, Sathu, he's going to make the adjustments. Casey plays very similar to Team Liquid. And, you know, Greg, in the back of your head is looking really shaky right now.
I'm going in the back.
G2.
He's getting nervous.
Uh-oh.
He's getting nervous.
Wave, you know what to do.
What about you, Wave?
Give me G2.
He can't look anywhere.
Yeah, that's right. Come on now.
Look at that.
You better look down.
Look at that when we come back.
Look down.
What do you think was going to happen here? Come on. Look at that.
You know.
Come on. What's going to happen? Man, it's going to be real embarrassing if Liquid wins this one. Let's get into the gameplay and see how it goes. Team Liquid carrying the hopes of Europe as many teams have fallen. G2 trying to go back-to-back at majors. They got to get through Liquid to do it. The games start now.
It is our last match before we get to the crowd, and it is one Johnny and Turtle that has an awful lot on the line. Worlds is getting closer, but we still don't know who is sending how many teams.
And this is huge, not just for the teams here, as the desk was saying. We've got Semper back home. They're really pulling for Liquid. We've got Complexity really pulling for G2. That's the big storyline here. And, you know, NA dominating the Winter Major could all be undone if G2 lose here. That could all get completely wiped out.
Right. And just seeing them in here and in the lower bracket is definitely something that I don't think any of us expected. Quite awkward to have G2 all the way down here, but it was a tough match against Carmine Corp. But at the end of the day, Team Liquid, we'll see what happens.
Oh, your #1 region, your #1 seed is really struggling, are they? We don't know how that feels whatsoever. As we do see the shot. Oh! Way to get yourself onto the board, but they're still under a lot of pressure. Chinap's shot stopped by a Chronic. But G2 putting so much pressure on. And that one's just going to be wide. But Johnny, as we get ourselves into this, if Liquid have a chance, they need to keep out of these positions. They need to avoid being demoed.
Yeah, and what a way to start things out here. Chicago off the backboard. Atto can't really get the best touch. It needed to be a stronger clear. You saw what he was going for. Looking for that pass across, then a nice transition, but doesn't connect.
Yeah, G2 just so organized of a team. They are always able to connect those passes together. That's one thing everybody at the Winter Major was telling me, is that every touch a G2 player makes, it's a pass in some way, whether a back pass or a knock forward into a position that a teammate can follow up on. That's something that we haven't really seen from Team Liquid, and although Liquid might have a mechanical advantage, it's far from overwhelming. And G2 have big advantages in other areas.
Well, this is the first time we see Liquid with some sustained pressure, something that they like to keep, but as always, the demos, you looking towards that top right. Chicago wipes out one player. And that just gets rid of the pressure on G2. They can settle themselves back down, right back into the blue side of the field. Look to try and do exactly the same yet again. Minute and a half down, G2 know how they want to play. They have managed to put that down.
The question for me is how this G2 back line starts off in this series. I mean, that was the main concern I had previously against Carmine. It seemed like they kept committing and couldn't figure out how to position two players. Now they're getting demoed left and right. And they haven't had to play too much defense, which is obviously a highlight here. But once Team Liquid starts to fire up on offense, that's where my concerns come out for G2.
I just wonder, will that happen? It's in fact Liquid who started the stronger of their two teams in the last two matches they played. Even against Falcons, they came out and 4-1 them in game one. So this is great stuff from G2. They knew what they're up against. They knew they're up against a fast, mechanical team, and they have done the right prep. They didn't come out here slow and controlled. They've really fought for that midfield. They're winning that battle, out-pressuring Team Liquid.
And Team Liquid have to avoid these demos. It's already been pretty bad at the opening half of this game. Thankfully for them, it's only led to one goal. You can recover that, but the adaptations have to come on in. Pass to Chicago in a toe. Once against the quick up, but there's always another player.
JNABS coming into the back post, and that was off the back of an Atomic Chicago near post play. Look at JNAB's positioning. Team Liquid had no idea that he was there. They were able to get the second goal of the game. G2 really dominating the opening game.
G2 Esports really proving that they are the experienced squad here. It is the org that has been here forever versus the team that has just got started. And up to now, G2 have been putting that experience on full display.
Oh my.
Yeah, really tried to just catch them out, but it's going to be difficult to do. G2 so solid at spreading out their players as Team Liquid on the hunt.
For Team Liquid, I'm starting to wonder, when is Oski going to start ball chasing? I mean, we watched in Casted the previous series for Team Liquid. He was all over the place, getting demos.
Wow.
And speaking of demos, you can see an attempt from G2 Esports toying and messing with the back line.
Yeah, JNAB's just staying active in offense. Atto actually tried to reverse up onto the post to avoid that bump while simultaneously jumping in the way of that shot. It's a very awkward position. He knew the bump was coming. He was kind of in a precarious position outside of the net with nowhere to go. JNAB's just made quick work of him. 3-0 G2.
Almost got a little bit worse there, but Chicago's shot not going to show any sort of danger. But for Team Liquid, they have to stay in constant motion, especially in defense. The moment they've stood still, they have been rooted out by G2 Esports. And that's what has led to this 3-goal deficit that they now face. JNABS wants to try and make that even worse. Oski off the backboard, no support around. He just sees orange cars left and right. Realizes that there's no one around to help. They finally got it here, off the crossbar. Follow-up shot isn't there from JNABS. And now Oski looks to try and retaliate, but as you can already see, Atomic Chicago back in the back line.
Need to look for more on that transition. You see him coming out of his own defensive end. Couldn't even find a teammate, just decided to shoot it right on net. And Oski, I talked about him earlier. This time he's not ball chasing, he's striking.
Yeah, 50-50 goes to Ray. Atto dumps in middle. Atomic couldn't get there. Looks like the whole team ran out of boost at the same time. That left them without somebody challenging the wide open shot. Seemed like we'd get one. That, came against the run of play. Even though G2 are up by 3, they're still pressuring. They're still aggressing the midfield. That's something we see from them in North America. Something we've seen from them at the Winter Major. They're very consistent with their pressure. Liquid definitely feeling that right now. The confidence that Liquid displayed in both of the game ones we've seen from them, that's a distant memory at this point. They look to be a bit rattled here. It looks like maybe they weren't as confident against this team as they were against Power. That's a great save, but they need a lot more than that.
Atto off the backboard, no follow-up available. There it is, off the crossbar. So many players use. It's still not got in. 30 seconds, Liquid have to keep this pressure. That play went against them, but they cannot let it get away from this side of the field. Chronic back in control. Oski tries to chase it down. Chronic infield pass. James had it red, but still couldn't get there quick enough. Atto straight back over, and G2 have ridden out the storm.
Pinball in front of the net, but there's still 10 seconds left. The pass across almost found its way into the back of the net. It doesn't. 3 seconds left. A good touch, but not the best from a Chronic. However, that's a great bounce.
For G2, it is just what they have done for so long now, Johnny. We've had a couple of roster moves on this team, but it seems like even back when they were winning E-Leagues, The whole philosophy of G2 has been pressure, pressure, demo, and we're seeing it on display right now.
Yeah, it used to be the thing that we talk about, you know, will this play style for G2 ever work? Because on paper, it sounds perfect for Rocket League. You're just aggressive, you're passing in the final third, you're stealing the boost, you're keeping your opponents on the back foot so they can't really do anything. And, you know, it's kind of been proven recently that that is the way to play this game. You want to play with an aggressive style. Yeah, counterattacks are good, and you can definitely survive in defense, and you can make those counterattacking plays work. But the way the G2 play, it is beautiful to watch, and they are phenomenal with their execution, even in the chaotic situations like we saw at the end there.
And Turtle, do you feel like when it comes to that playstyle, like G2's philosophies were maybe a bit ahead of their time? Because now that we've hit a point where players are so good at recovering, it's not leaving those defensive gaps that they used to have. They are just always back. You do not get very often quick, direct counterattack scoring against G2.
Absolutely. They know how to sustain that pressure, and it's huge. And like you mentioned, things have evolved to the point where you need to be able to control it for what feels like minutes at a time. It's crucial for G2 in this moment, and they've had so much pressure on their shoulders dealing with what to do with that third man. Does he rotate in? Does he go for an early shot? They know exactly how to bounce off each other, and it just looks like a well-oiled machine, but there were still some issues previously. We'll see how they manage in game 2.
You know, immediately it becomes apparent that that style of passing, you know, always looking to pass the ball into the net that G2 have, it works brilliantly against teams who go for those goal line saves. Team Liquid have been known for that this regional online. They have made so many crazy goal line stands against teams like Moist, Esports, who back them up in the net, even BDS. Team Liquid, they've got some crazy mechanical ability. Yes, we all know that. But when G2 are just passing the ball into the net the way they are, they're not just shooting the ball like goalkeepers and hoping that there's going to be a miss, then all that goalkeeping skill is for nothing.
Well, we can talk about mechanics, we can talk about strategy. Liquid, you're up against the toughest task of this major, and it is bouncing back from a loss, and to compound it, they've now got to bounce back from 1 goal down, Turtle.
It's the same issue we saw yesterday against Power. Double commits on the goal line. The third man, the second man, they can't get organized. They can't space out. They both end up committing. There's also a demo on the play. There's no chance to stop that one.
Liquid just need to get these mechanics up and running. It's so difficult to do that when the other team is matching you for pace, challenging you before you can even get that ball under control. This is the sort of position that Liquid have to start from their own backboard, and even then, Atomic is right there in front of them. But here's your player, Turtle, Oski. Ball chaser yesterday. He's going to need more of the same today.
That's what I want. He was the disruptor on Team Liquid. He was making sure he's getting demos, taking boost. It was also everybody else on Team Liquid, but Oski in particular, always behind the ball, willing to get a 50-50, force an awkward challenge. Here he is again, forcing a challenge to the left side, and they can keep some possession off of it.
And nearly getting half a chance there off I think it was just an accidental miss from Team Liquid. Everybody's calling that early these days. Other team might be surprised by it. You definitely don't expect Team Liquid to misread too many wall bounces. Oski, gets that one right on the floor. That's bounce wide though. Team Liquid's limited experience really being tested here. This is a great learning experience for them, but if their tournament is to continue after today and to continue in front of the crowd, which is what all the teams want, so all the teams are really playing for today, then they're gonna need to figure something out here. G2 have got the counter right now. Stylistically, they're playing well.
Yeah, it's such a difference between the attacking offensive styles of both of these teams. G2 will pass for the sake of passing very often, but for Liquid, they want that individual outplay to create the space for the oncoming player, and that's difficult to do at the moment. They've got to try and put that together. Ball's going to drop down. Oski booming clear from a very difficult angle to work with. Atomic does see Oski yet again. So it's going to drop. Atomic there just in time. G2 always have a player left.
I'm so impressed with the adjustments we've seen out of G2, especially on that defensive line. They're much more distant between them and the ball with that third man, always maintaining a proper distance. Before, they'd creep up way too close, get caught off guard, had nobody back, or they would double commit on the defensive line.
Yeah, it seemed like they're definitely a bit panicky here, jumpy on the goal line. That shot, that forced a double commit, wasn't moving that quickly. You know, there was time to react to that one, but you can see that they're already thinking about the pre-jump. They're already thinking about the necessary quick move. As Atomic launches in another one, Team Liquid are really struggling here. They can't read the hard hits that G2 are sending their way.
Look at the read from Atomic. Before that touch even came out from Chronic, Atomic was right there in his face to smack it down.
And that's really good. But the read, I feel like, is almost too easy right now. You're looking at Team Liquid. It feels like they've got in their mind, we're the mechanical team. We have to do that.
Right.
It's too often. We have not seen an attempt at a power clear. This is more what they usually want to see. But for G2, they're just aware of what Liquid are good at as anybody else. They are just leaving players back and saying, all right, you'll bring the ball to us eventually.
I mean, look at the composure from everybody on G2 as well. JNAP's a nice dribble out of his own half. Didn't see that yesterday. He's cutting in on the rotation as well. So aware of his teammates. This is a different roster.
G2 again looking for that infield pass, always trying to move the ball to a teammate. Lucille didn't actually connect there. Atto able to send the ball down the line as a result. He's met by JNAPs, and G2 are never being surprised here by the counters that Team Liquid are sending at them. And they've never been caught off guard by a hard clear or shot. Unfortunately for Liquid, you can't say the same thing about them. They're being caught off guard constantly. You know, full credit to G2 for that. I would call these outplays, not misplays for Liquid, but G2 just being too good.
They tried for the drop down pass, but nobody really believes in it at the moment. Liquid are expecting G2 to be quicker, and it is affecting their overall positioning. Zosky does end up missing that one. So will be the player tasked with chasing down JNAPs, and JNAPs still the quicker of the two. 40 seconds on the clock. You get the feeling that if Liquid are going to make something of this game, it has to happen right here, right now. A toe with a good block. But where are they going to find the follow-up as Atomic realizes there's no real pressure on him. He's past two players. He might go the whole way, and he does.
It's just too easy. Atomic makes it 3. Liquid are completely lost for what to do.
Somebody from Liquid had to have gotten bumped right there. You see him on the bottom just flying past? Okay, I was freaking out for a minute. There was too much space there. I didn't see it happen. 3-0, G2 Esports is dominant, even a proper word to describe the composure and this level of control that G2 have really inflicted against Team Liquid.
They're a sponge.
Yeah.
G2 they're sponging Team Liquid at the moment. And Liquid might need to reform here. What do you do if you're just getting completely countered? It's not, it's not easy to, just start doing more team plays.
Right.
There's a lot of quick calls that teams can make when they're struggling in a series. Play more physically. Play more for solo plays, but play more for team plays is a tricky one for Team Liquid to do because G2 have had so long to build up that synergy, and I don't think Liquid can match them in that regard. Definitely not in the same way that Team G2 can level up and they can step up their pace and go toe-to-toe with one of the fastest teams in the world. We knew that Liquid would be quick. We've seen how mechanical they are, and it's not been a problem for G2. They've handled all that, and their superior positioning, their superior teamwork has been far more impactful than anything Liquid have done.
Turtle, I really want to ask you a question about this because you're our residential pro, ex-pro over here. You're the one that has been there. You're the one
back in my day.
One of the most legendary walkouts that we ever saw.
That's all I'm known for. Nothing on the field. Just the walkout. Thank you.
But I really want to ask you, when a series is looking like this, when it's just nothing seems to be working at all, how do you approach that during the 60 seconds that you've got between? Because somebody has to speak up.
This is one of those things where you need a physical reset. They are so ingrained right now with this playstyle where they think they're better than them. You can see it in their positioning, their confidence. They are forcing this speed on G2 when they don't need to. They've got to do a complete 180, a complete shift. In my opinion, you drop the controller like we're seeing here. No hands on the controller, reset, come back in with a completely different playstyle because you're forcing all of that speed. You're flying at every ball, trying to outpace them. It's not working. G2 too composed, and on match point, you've got to make a change.
Until speaking of your walkout, I expect you to be coaching some people ahead of tomorrow.
Yeah.
I want to see some good walkouts.
Oh, things are definitely in the works, okay?
Oh, I like to hear that. There's a toe. Would like to try and get something started for his team. Nobody around to put that one in. They gave it a go, however.
Yeah, I really like that, mention about the speed not working. We did see some pretty crazy early reads being attempted. Oh, that's open, though. And a great start for Liquid. And a much more slower approach already. They're waiting. You can see that Chicago is waiting on the backboard here for a booming touch, for a quick play. No, just a nice slow movement forward. And I actually expect to see Liquid do that on the ground as well. Just bring the game down. Trying to read every bounce ridiculously early is not working against G2. They're fast enough to match that.
I'm just so happy to see that from Team Liquid and not force it off the backboard with a huge hit, try and outpace G2. He took it to himself, controlled it, and you'll notice that G2, the habit they've been in, because it's been working so consistently, is just waiting, lurking on the backboard. This time, it didn't work, and Team Liquid are able to take the first goal, maybe the second one off the post, the follow-up wide, not even making contact, and Oski's going to want another try at that.
Just one of those moments where the game doesn't agree with you whatsoever. But this has been better from Team Liquid. They are not trying at all anymore to match G2 for pace, and it's working better for them because it means that they can conserve boost an awful lot more when those moments in the midfield end up happening. More importantly, G2 are now being forced to lead players in their own side of the field. Previously, JNAP's has just been sat behind everybody, getting bumps, getting demos. Now he's got to get saves like that one.
What a stop, JNAP's showing off defensively. And, you know, we haven't had to see a lot of G2 defense today. There's some more. Atomic with a goal line save. You gotta remember that they're class at both ends of the field. G2 don't play a lot of defense because their pressuring style suppresses their opponents. But when they are backed up, they know exactly what to do. Team Liquid will really have to work to get past them. Oh, that was actually a miss from G2 though. I don't think Team Liquid expected that one. Brief free touch. That's, oh my goodness, it's in! JNAP's ties. And, you know, we almost saw a bizarre goal at one end. We do see a bizarre goal at the other.
It's a pre-jump defensively. I mean, he's already up. He's already trying.
Yeah,
and the shot just right behind the attempted save. G2 right back in it. And this is what we had a little bit of a sight of from Liquid in their match against Falcons. Falcons adapted really well, but once Liquid stopped getting goals going their way, the momentum just ended for them after that. Liquid needs to make sure that that does not happen in this game.
You can sense the fear that's been instilled into Team Liquid after the first 2 games, flying across the net. Understanding that G2 Esports are certainly a team you don't want to mess with and can't underestimate, but you have to be cautious that they are not giants and you can take them down. And they were the shot early from Optic. Off the post, they keep finding it, and yet again, another shot will fall.
That is so important for Liquid because before G2 had even scored, Liquid would have been looking at that and saying, we should have been 2 goals up. You cannot allow stuff like that to be something that is still relevant later on in the game. Liquid right that wrong, and they're back into the lead.
Yeah, long time left. This is something we didn't really see between Liquid and Falcons in their only loss in this tournament so far. As soon as momentum went Falcons' way, it stayed going Falcons' way. This is a bit different now. G2 started off with complete control, complete dominant performances. Now we're getting a bit of Liquid action, and they're making G2 look a bit uncomfortable. Chicago did have one heroic save there, but needed a bit of help with the second one. Unfortunately, JNAP's and Atomic weren't around.
Now it feels like Team Liquid are starting to exploit a lot of the issues that we did witness and see yesterday from G2 Esports. Is the goal line defending, where they can't get the rotations in. I was rewatching a lot of those matches. A lot of the goals that went in against G2, 2 players were either in the same spot or nobody was rotating back to net. They couldn't find boost. It's a similar situation. They're struggling to get in front of the ball, and we've got more and more free shots for Team Liquid.
That's a pretty long time to be double committing. Both players extremely high there for Liquid. Trying to go for the same ball. The comms got to be quick, got to be clean. Ooh. In moments like this, they're going to just barely survive for a moment longer. G2 knocking on the door again. Just over 1:30 left.
It's 1:30 that Liquid need if they want to stay in this tournament. Chronic off the backboard. It's going to bounce off the crossbar. Oski will be the first one. He wins the race, and he gets that 2-goal lead.
Well played to Chronic to get the shot past the goalkeeper there. It's all about just making sure JNAP's doesn't make contact. And Oski, knowing that there's something going on here, I'm going to commit as third man. He's going to be there. They're up by 2. It would have been very easy to just sit at the halfway line there and say, hey, we've already got the lead. I don't want to take any risks. But Oski does the right thing. They double up. And now it's far more conceivable to see that lead standing till the end of the game.
I love that you mentioned there that the next man was so willing to go up, because that was, for me, one of the biggest sort of negatives that we saw from Liquid against Falcons is that they were so scared to send an extra player. It was just hopeful that one player was going to outplay everybody. And then they were surprised on the rare occasion it ended up working. Now they know that their only chance is to get that small gap against G2 and make sure somebody is there.
Wow.
But the fake from JNAP's gives a little bit of breathing room for G2 as they look to try and work their way out their own side of the field.
It's still such a change of pace, though, from Team Liquid. They're able to match the composure of G2 Esports, keep the ball to themselves, the control on another level for Team Liquid, and they're going to need just that control in the last 35 seconds if they want to continue playing in this series.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine a team like Team Liquid rushing their touches. They play so quickly to begin with, but that clearly was what they were doing in the first 2 games, as they were jumping up missing reads on corner walls, side walls, just ending up in uncomfortable positions. Once or twice this game, we're still seeing those double commits, those mistakes, those panicking moments for Liquid. They are, still looking a little bit jumpy, but this is a large improvement compared to games 1 and 2, where they were, absolutely being forced to panic by G2, and the passing play is so close to the goal. I mean, in fairness, how do you not pre-jump in some of these positions when G2 are flying at you? Liquid, despite that, have managed to come out with a win. By far their best performance yet. Backs up against the wall, just 1 game away from elimination. Liquid get the win.
And for a lot of coaches out there, this might be a little bit of the hopium when you take on Liquid, going out the window if they do make the comeback happen, because if you're going up against them, everyone's saying, oh, they're the inexperienced team. We saw them not adapt in previous series. If they adapt, come back against one of the most experienced teams out there. That is every single detractor that you can put on Liquid out of the window. And this is a team this is their first event, Turtle.
And it's their best of 5. It's not a 7. You don't have a timeout. You don't have that much time to figure things out and what playstyle needs to change. And they did it. They managed to compose themselves, shift things around with their playstyle, and they are taking it to G2 Esports. The question now, Johnny, does it continue on, or what do we see from G2 Esports, and how do they change up? Because the ball's in their court.
Yeah, and G2 have got levels, certainly. I don't think that was peak G2 at all.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, for all the G2 fans, Liquid do have the potential to beat them, even with a few mistakes here, double committing, unnecessary pre-jumps in defense. Liquid still got a win there. So based on what we've seen this weekend, I think what I can safely and confidently tell you is that Liquid can beat G2 from these kind of positions, but G2 should beat Liquid from this kind of position. It's still very much a G2. It's even more a G2 favorite series after what we've seen this far. Can Liquid produce 10 minutes of controlled aggression? Can they produce 10 minutes of mixed aggression where they don't play predictably? Let's find out. Decent start as the top corner, denied by G2.
And that is the beautiful part about our esport, is that it is only 10 minutes that you have got to do at that level to turn back around. Heck, for Liquid, it's 5 more minutes and suddenly they become the favorites. So if we head over to game 5, but for G2, as you mentioned, Johnny, there are levels and they know how to hit the very top of them. They also know how to deal with situations like this one. They've taken L's. They know how to come back from game losses.
What about our sweeps, though? I mean, it happened yesterday. At what point did G2 start to wonder?
I feel like we're getting greedy. We finally got away from
we
the
gotta relax.
sweeps.
We gotta relax here. We're bringing that up. I don't even want to talk about it. But I do want to mention the boost stealing, though. G2, they are starved right now. You're looking at Atomic and Chicago in the right corner. Chicago finally getting boost. JNAB's going all the way down. They're controlling the ball, but for how long? And on this transition, if Oski starts ball chasing and mixes in the composure with the chasing, I think that's the ideal and maybe peak level we see out of Team Liquid.
I feel like I don't want to see the ball chasing from Oski.
Really?
The pace of that has not worked.
You think it's going to throw everything out?
I think stick with what works with this game. Oski with the ball chasing yesterday, that works for them.
Not the double commit, though.
This,
that's
however,
not what we want.
Yeah, I don't think any strategy we can put forward involves double committing. Chicago already up, looks for the backboard, and Ato just graciously takes control of it, looks to transition.
Yeah, it's great work by Ato to control the situation there. It looked pretty dodgy. Oh, G2 are so good at setting up pressure off the back of one small mistake. All it takes is one moment where Liquid are mispositioning, one occasion where they double commit on a play, and G2 are all over them. That's the greatness that G2 have, is they capitalize on every mistake. And you're going to get more mistakes in situations like this. Pressure's rising. Both teams trying to carry their regions and carry the teams back home into the World's Wildcard, as well as sending themselves to the LAN with the crowd. That will be commencing tomorrow.
Chronic might go the whole way, but Atomic actually relatively composed with that one. G2 doing a phenomenal job of making sure that the oncoming third man from Team Liquid is coming from the wrong angle. They shift the ball, make sure that the shooting angle is no longer there for them. We do get the shot from JNAB's Oski. Just sat there in the goal. Great goal line defense from both teams.
Here we go.
Gonna need more of it. Chronic goes off the backboard. Couldn't get enough height. He was on low boost. Probably didn't want to spend it without being able to get back.
Big whiff from JNAB's. Even though that transition did look beautiful, every touch was deliberate and to a teammate. G2 Esports, of course, we always talk about their passing, implementing it here on defense and getting bumped on the back line too, but JNAB's can still get the clear, and this is a big break for them. Will they be able to punish or at least start something on the side of Team Liquid? And doesn't fall in, save.
That's a huge save as well. Team Liquid being a goal down at this point. I think might just send them over the edge. It's a nervous-looking team at times, but they are so talented. And right now, those mechanics, defensive reads. Oh, what a bump! That's got to be surely a goal. It is. Atomic takes his time with the post rounds, and you know how are you going to get the ball past a goalkeeping team like Liquid? Take the goalkeeper out. Chicago with a huge play.
Mentioned this back in game 1, Turtle. You cannot stay still against G2 Esports. They will find your defender, and they'll make sure that you are defender in a past tense.
The rotations are just simply too clean right now from G2 Esports. Finally got that demo and taking boost. You'll see JNABs being a nuisance. This one on target too. Liquid, the biggest test of the series right now.
As you said, Johnny, it was really important for Liquid to get that first goal. They haven't. It is now even more against them. Minute and 20 left here. It is time to put it all together. Chronic had to reposition himself. Means that they cannot keep control of the ball, but still, they scramble for it. All three players commit to the midfield. Almost got it to Alski. Just narrowly didn't find the car.
Huge defense from G2. That's been, I think, the focus of the last 2 games. They're just waiting for mistakes. They're letting the chances come to them. Fantastic positioning as well by Chicago. They know exactly what Team Liquid are trying to do here. They're looking to lob the ball middle, get up quickly, and again, just beat G2, not to a read, but to an aerial battle.
It's going to require a monster play from Team Liquid. We know they're capable of it.
Absolutely.
But the one downside to that play style is each play that you create like that takes quite a
save.
while.
Oh,
Pass
it
to
is.
Oski. He ends up missing it. Great save. Keeps it out of goal. Team Liquid have to give up temporary possession. JNABs goes up, gets a good enough win. 30 seconds on the clock.
Unreal flip reset from Oski, the power. And there's more. Oski with a finish. Liquid tie the game.
Don't give up. You've still got time left. Keep feeding that ball into the midfield. And this time it's going to be Oski not chasing, but instead continuing to strike. And he's on target.
And how impressive is that? They went down and they chose a strategy. Feed the infield, keep it going, because G2 cannot stop all of them. Rather than just going for whatever, seeing what will work, Team Liquid knew what they wanted and they got it done. 10 seconds, next goal could send us to Champions Field, or it could send Liquid. Chronic! He has chosen Champions Field!
Chronic puts Liquid up by 1 with just 5 seconds left. And just as it looked like Liquid were down and out of the tournament, the youngsters have produced 2 brilliant passing plays and 2 equally good finishes.
You've got to be kidding me. 5 seconds left and you pull that off. But hold on a second, G2, there might be a chance this bounce is good enough, but it's missed in the corner. And we are going the distance, Shogun.
Was there ever any doubt? We saw some sweeps earlier on, but there was no doubt that the matches would start to deliver. Furia managed it in the last one, and Liquid, maybe there was a small amount of doubt and maybe where this was going to go, but they have brought the hype, they've taken us to Champions Field, and now, Johnny, it's 5 more minutes.
This is an exciting prospect, to say the least, but also a terrifying prospect for G2 fans. They're up against a team who have nothing to lose. They don't have any world scenarios in the line for themselves. They're maybe playing for Semper back home, but after speaking to them earlier, you know, that's not really something they're thinking about. They're looking at what's in front of them. They've got G2 Esports to worry about. And wow, that was just something we didn't really see from them earlier on in the tournament where they're losing to Falcons. They just looked like they didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to adapt. It was just a situation they hadn't been in before. But way to turn that series around. G2 waiting for mistakes, and instead they got hit with some big plays.
And full credit to their coach on doing that. You can really tell that they were listening that entire time, that he gave them something to chase, gave them an objective to go for, Turtle.
Yeah.
And they delivered.
Yeah, game 3 was completely different. You could feel the shift, not only in confidence, but in the approach from Team Liquid. And since then it was smooth sailing. Well, relatively smooth sailing. Maybe scoring 2 goals in the last minute isn't ideal, but whatever works. And in game 5, so long as that ball drops and you've got the leading score line, you're going over.
G2 swept by Carmine Corp, reverse swept, sorry, by Carmine Corp yesterday. Now, 1 game away from being reverse swept out of the tournament by Liquid. You know, this has been a surprising tournament in many ways, but I can almost guarantee that nobody predicted G2 being sent home after 2 reverse sweeps against them. I certainly didn't. I thought G2 were going to be the favorites here, but they are starting to crumble. It's a massive save by Atomic. They needed that so badly. An opening goal for Liquid would have swung momentum so heavily.
And Chicago had to slow it down. Low boost off the side. Double commit, double the power. Running out of players. JNAPS wanted to find a toe. Didn't quite work out. We are in a tournament, everybody, where the NA and EU #1 seeds might not even see a crowd.
Oh my.
G2 will do everything in their power to make sure that is not the case. But when you give a toe this much positioning, then you're up against it. Whereabouts is that ball going off to? It's dropped down, and Chicago will be very thankful about that.
Absolutely. This is the game 5. We wanted to see a shootout between both teams. Atomic, not the best positioning, but it's not on target, and he recovered just in time.
Yeah, big time panic by Atomic. They're completely out of boost and flips into the post. Thank goodness for him. There was no immediate shot. Now the fake coming through for Liquid. They're changing up the pace. This is something that we talked about earlier, and they're bringing it out in the series against G2. It's open, but Chicago recovers.
How often can G2 bring out this goal line save? Atomic almost goes the entire way. You can see G2, they just fan out. They wait to see where that ball is going to go. Off the post. Oski will clear the lines. Let's go to the opposite side of the field. Oski goes up, wants the reset, got it, leaves, almost finds out the back post. Here comes a toe. Two players used from G2, and Atomic recovers in time to get rid of that ball.
Perfect by Atomic. He needed to get that extra touch. It was about to be a free ball for Liquid. It is now. Achronic's there, and it's in. Liquid lead in game 5.
Achronic with the follow-up, waiting. Look at the patience from this man, the third man back. That ball rolls out to him. Atomic pre-jumps, but he can't get the read, and Team Liquid up 1-0.
Guys, these are supposed to be noise-canceling headphones in an empty arena, and even I still heard that from everybody out there. The entire arena wants to see what these young guns can do. A toe and the rest of the crew 3 minutes away from eliminating the last major champions.
Unbelievable. The brackets were dead after day 1. Now they look ridiculous. They look completely and utterly wrong in every possible way. Can G2 produce the level that they've shown the world at the Winter Major? Can they dig deep? Can they come back from behind? They went through upper bracket in the Winter Major. They're in the lower bracket now. This is new territory.
I mean, how bad do you have to feel for G2 fans? This would be the second reverse sweep that happened to G2 in this tournament. Think back to Carmine Corp. It happened to them. It can happen again, and Team Liquid know it.
And Liquid look like the better of the two teams at the moment. They are the ones controlling the pace. That one's off the ceiling. Good drop down. Atomic with Chicago in support. Leaves it for a try for the pinch shot.
What?
It was a real hopeful attempt, but G2 at least still willing to try stuff.
Well, you know, G2 hitting the ball away, conceding possession, that's not something we see from them often. That's not something I almost see from them ever. Just giving the ball away like this. I mean, that's a speculative effort at best. And they've given Team Liquid a free possession play off of it in maybe a position they could have used that demo man to run ahead of the play.
Chicago does clear. Atomic can't get control of his car in time. Oski's back in it. And Oski... Oh, he's off the demo! Here comes it! Top corner! Team Liquid 2! G2 0!
Back-to-back demos. Achronic taking him out the field. And the follow-up is there. 2-0 Team Liquid. They end up in destruction.
That is unbelievable by Liquid. A double demo backed up by an immediate shot on target. Now G2 have double the work to do, and they don't have a lot of time left. Chances are few and far between. Where's the pressure we saw earlier on in the series? G2 are getting a bit of a look at the goal, but it's just not enough.
And they've got to go coast to coast yet again. Achronic with the ball chase, just putting some pressure on the ball. Oski moves straight forward. There is full trust in the third man from Team Liquid. They don't want G2 to settle into their rhythm. It's going to be left for the time being. Not going to send a third.
There it is.
Liquid happy to settle on this 2-goal lead.
Again, just a long clear. Someone from Liquid's there for it. G2 conceding possession often here. Now they've just got 45 seconds left to go. That's a pass. That's what G2 have been missing. Even that's read by Liquid.
Achronic goes off the wall. JNAPS has to recover it yet again. The last thing that he wants to be doing in this position is playing defense, yet they've been forced to. Atomic almost finds the drop-down pass, but he's outpaced yet again. We were not even close to saying that earlier on. Ato wants to try and walk us the whole way. One-on-one! Puts it straight to Atomic. Oski's still around, which means that there might be a breakaway opportunity for G2. They need to turn this one back in there. Chicago looks at the player instead, drops, and that's off to the side. They're trying to keep the pressure going, but their best chance there has come and gone.
It's end to end. The time is gone all that time.
Oh, there it is!
Wasted it, but G2 get one more. Atomic with 8 seconds left gives them a lifeline.
One sign of life. They've got one more goal, and they can figure this thing out. 8 seconds left. This is their chance, what they've been waiting for.
They need something special on the kickoff here. What have G2 got planned? Off we go, and Chicago it is. Sides it hard into the sidewall. JNAPS can't read it. It's Liquid's ball.
Here we go.
Atomic, full boost, and options
This has
either
gotta be
side.
it.
He's got to get it over to him. Good pop over the first player. Chicago takes it away from Oski. You're going to receive Cross, going to take a while.
Oh my!
Matter! Team Liquid reverse sweep! G2 Esports!
That is something special from a rookie team, the youngest average age team that we've ever seen at a Rocket League LAN, and they produce a reverse sweep against the defending major champions. G2 crumble in a way that we've not seen at all before this event. Karmine Corp and Liquid both able to reverse sweep them. It's back to the drawing board for them, but hats off to Team Liquid. They did it in style.
That might be one of the best recoveries we've seen, not only from a rookie team, but any team here on this international setting, in this international context ever, in a best of 5, to come back, completely shift things up, flip the script.
Without
that is
shoes!
Unbelievable.
He didn't even use any shoes.
Doesn't need them.
Unbelievable.
Might be slowly down
Atto's
there.
a different breed. I think he's so tall that he couldn't get his knees under the desk with those on, but wow. Team Liquid advanced. That means we're going to have 3 teams from EU in the top 8, and you know, after only starting off the day with 3, it was looking pretty bad, but now NA is down to 3 as well. We got 1 from South America, 1 from MENA. It's a very balanced top 8 at the moment, and it's all still on the line with the world's spots. It's now actually Complexity's world's wildcard spot that lies in the balance. If Falcons can win 1 more series, Complexity will miss the wildcard event. I think that Semper might actually be confirmed. As Desk, you're going to let you know, but Liquid, we're going to be the team who take all the credit.
Guys, I just got a very simple question for both of you. You ready for crowds? Hey, are you ready for something like that with a crowd?
I hope we have the same level. Just you alone is enough for me to get hyped. Just you alone. Imagine everybody else.
Yeah, I want to point out this
I'm
was
gonna
like
lose it.
early, a bit further in. Just keeps going all over the place.
Get it out. Get the pocket square out for the lads.
But today was a day of
I'll take
much
that.
better,
Thank
much
you.
better.
I got you.
Today was a day of recovery for EU. They have put it all back together. They are sending 3. North America sends 3. South America sends 1. And MENA over in the upper bracket have got their team as well. I just want the region from you guys real quick. Who's winning it?
MENA.
All right, well, at least we know which team that is now.
I still believe in Moist. I'm going to
Yeah?
say it. I think Moist are going all the way.
Okay, well, I'm right in the middle here. I can just sit on the fence. I don't got to say anything about any of this. However, we're going to be looking forward to seeing all of you around with us tomorrow. It's full crowd day, Johnny.
I think we've got an interview, Shogun. He turned off his production.
I did.
We've actually been told, Shogun.
Jan's been yelling at me for ages now.
You can throw the interview whenever you want, actually.
Right, well, let's do exactly that.
All right, Orbit Subi here. Listen, they're doing it. They're doing it. Listen, well deserved. My hopes and dreams are crushed for G2, but that's the name of the game. There's got to be a winner. There's got to be a loser. That's just how it goes. You decided to reverse sweep. Feeling pretty good, I guess?
Yeah, of course. We just wanted to create some excitement for everyone, for viewers and stuff. So, yeah, that was easy.
It was actually ice cold.
Easy.
Listen, Acronic walked up to me and he was like, hey, Orb, just so you know, when we do our interview later, I will have beaten G2. And you did just that. Was it really just to get to me? Is that really what this was? Was this a hitman job?
Of course. Bro, I don't even know what to say because, like, yeah, I told you that. But yeah, that was, of course, just for you, bro.
I call your eyes. I was standing over there before. Just call your eyes real quick. We kind of just traded eyes, and you were like, and I was like, okay, he seems locked in. He seems ready to go. But yeah, tomorrow you guys are going to play in front of a crowd. How exciting is that?
Actually, I think we played today for that. So, yeah, we want just to prove to everyone how good we are.
Proving just that, Subi.
I mean, to me, you say you might have been confident on all that, but in games 1 and 2, I didn't see the confidence. You guys looked flat. It looked like you had flat tires out there. You could barely jump. You were slow moving. And then something happened in game 3. You guys really just felt like unleashed your true selves to where you were able to go for bumps, able to go for those insane aerial plays. What changed? What were you telling them in their ears from games 2 to game 3?
I think we were focused too much on what they're doing and what we should be doing around them. So I just like legit said, boys, let's forget everything. We're way better mechanical than them. Let's just play the game around mechanics. We're playing bad right now. We just need to step it up as a whole team. And that's what they did. Just step it up as a whole team. Everyone started stepping up, scoring good goals, and we just won the game.
Well, it wouldn't be right unless we rewinded the clock a little bit to game 4. That was insane. It looked like G2 was going to take the lead. And then in come you boys.
Sure did.
Tie it with what, 5 seconds left? And then just, no, we don't want overtime. We're going to end the game. I mean, where does this confidence come from?
I think XP he became Pep Guardiola, and he gave us a pep talk after the goal when they scored. So when we scored, like that first goal, like confidence came up, and then just from the kickoff, we just went crazy.
Now going into game 5, we talked earlier off to the side, we were just hanging out, and we're talking about nerves. And he said, okay, after about the first 30 seconds, they go away. But game 5, do those nerves come rearing their ugly heads again, or are they gone? You're not thinking about it, it's just another game.
They definitely come back, but we've never lost a game 5 or game 7. So we just kind of keep on telling us that we're not going to lose, so we just don't.
So, listen, looking at your prep for tomorrow, what can the fans expect from you guys when you guys take the stage?
The best.
Simple. Short, simple answer, the best. All right, well, congratulations to Liquid for beating my lovely G2, all right?
Well, and how fitting for Liquid to be here to one last time water the Oasis for us. And, it's grown over the weekend, but unfortunately, that's it from down here on the floor. We have had such a good time getting to know all of the players, but tomorrow we're going to finally have fans in the building one last time. Yes. But we need to go back to the desk to wrap things up, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Subi and Orb, we appreciated the Oasis all weekend, and what a battle. What an accomplishment. But the #1 seed is a curse if I've ever seen one. Bates.
Are you?
I don't know. I don't know if he wants to talk right now.
You gonna be all right?
Wave, man. Listen, first off, I'm not looking over there near the Greg, and he provided no rationale as to why Liquid's gonna win out other than next season nonsense. Well, and then Liquid has somehow reverse swept G2.
Unbelievable. It was deja vu. I saw T-Bates up on the side, and we locked eyes just before the last reverse sweep where Bates got really excited, and I was like, it's not over yet. And he was so sad at that moment. This time he went, I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing it again.
You say somehow reverse swept G2. Like, this hasn't happened so many times. I don't know. Like, Liquid hasn't done it. But
it's the no 1 seed curse. It's the Dazzling curse. He pulled G2. He brought the NRG voodoo. He put it on G2. And all of a sudden, Greg over here had the UK home field advantage and the pressure. And then all of a sudden, Liquid just after game 3, something about game 3, the European games.
Oh my God. He got a vein popping out the forehead.
It's a copium overdose.
When they're down 2-0 against G2 EU, they just turn it up. I don't know whether they're switching controllers, whether they're going to mom, whether they're going to get some beans on toast. Regardless, they start popping off, man. You got to give it the Liquid.
I need a medic.
We got a copium overdose on L5. G2 down. Man down. Bates down.
I mean, you got to hand it to Liquid. They started playing phenomenal.
I got to hand it to the young guns.
Yeah, they were playing so well. But I think G2 started to, we spoke about it earlier on about the way Moist play. It's so scary when your opposition start doing all these different things. You can't decide what to go for. And I saw G2 start to get a bit hesitant, uncertain on what they needed to intercept, what they needed to block. It opened up a bit more room for Liquid. And that's when they started using those mechanics, using the flip resets, bringing in the demos and taking that defense out of the play.
Yeah.
So fair play to Liquid. Hopefully they can replicate that from the start as they go into the next days, because they deserve to play at that level every time.
Yeah, and I was down there with a couple of players, and they were like, this is the Liquid that has been scrimming day in, day out. That's exactly what they expected to see from this young team Liquid squad, according to the scrim results that they had in the back.
Well, we got to show people the bracket and how things look after the end of this group stage, the Oasis play. We got people coming into the stands tomorrow to watch the game play. There are 8 teams left. The upper bracket, we've got K-Corp version 1. Those teams have been sitting just thinking about what they want to do the whole time. We've got SSG taking on Falcons, Furia versus Optic, Moist versus Liquid. I mean, Daz, is there one match you're most excited about?
I mean, they're all exciting, Wayne. It's really hard for me to pick one, just like looking at all this. Honestly, if I had to, I kind of want to see SSG Falcons. I want to see if we
I
know
want to
how
see
that
that clash
energy.
of playstyles right there.
Yeah,
Falcons are going to be really high
You want
up.
to see Falcons destroy a North American team? Is that
First,
what-
don't talk about anybody getting destroyed, okay? We saw your number 1 seed get destroyed first round. I don't want to talk about this.
Our number 1 seed can win a game.
Right, we still got 2 NA teams in the upper bracket, and they're still going to be making a push, okay?
Do you know what's funny? After all this time, the whole North America playing better, and I know I'll put my hands up. You guys have played better than us in the last 2 majors, and at this stage, what that means is we've now got 3 European and 3 North American teams clinched for Worlds. So after all that, the world spots are still the same.
It's,
so
you know,
it'll all come down to
you
what
know, you remember in RLCS we were like, NA, EU. We were like, RLCS 21 is going to settle it. And we're no closer. We played 3 whole splits here, and we still got 3 teams at Worlds from one and 3 teams from the other.
It's about to be Mina and Sam's supremacy. That's what it's about to be.
There is one situation, though. So there is two regions that are fighting for one spot. It's MENA and North America 4. Now, MENA have to lose both their games in front of the crowd. And if they do that, then that will be the spot will be taken by North American 4. But currently, it's 3 EU, 3 NA, 1 South America. Furia locked that one in earlier today, and that final spot likely MENA. But as I said, if they lose both of them, it'll be a North American spot.
That's Worlds, though. We got a ways to get there, and we are here at the Copper Box.
We are,
and it's finally time to bring in what made this special. The crowd is showing up tomorrow, Greg, and we've been waiting so long.
I mean, the atmosphere today with just the players, family members, all the players who have been sitting out today, the players who've been knocked out, all getting involved in screaming for the games, and the atmosphere is already electric. So imagine this filled out. It's going to be incredible.
It's been incredible. It's been a wonderful time. The Copper Box, a very special place for the fans of Rocket League, all because of one moment.
Tries to clear. It is almost there. It just has to hit the floor. But Panda puts it a long way, and it's almost there. Justin keeps it alive. Turbo's there. Bounces into the corner. Energy still around. Justin is there for the shot. Justin! This is Rocket League!
Every sport has a greatest moment. A single instance that fans of a given generation can point to as the pinnacle of their story. The Justin buzzer beater, the Season 5 World Championship in London, is that moment for Rocket League. The single most spectacular moment of clutch our scene has ever witnessed. Yet, the Justin goal is unique in the landscape of esports' greatest moments, namely in that the team that scored didn't win. Years later, the Justin goal still stands as the greatest moment in the history of the game, which begs the question, what makes a goal better than a championship? To find out, we need to discuss the recipe of what goes into immortalizing a moment of competition. To my understanding, there are 3 ingredients: story, spectacle, and urgency. So, how does the Justin goal satisfy these requirements? Well, to start, story couldn't have been stronger.
In 2017, Europe dominated Rocket League, and 2018 was looking no different. Dignitas arrived in London as the defending RLCS World Champions with back-to-back World Champion Turbo Pulsa headlining. Turbo was the only player to have won multiple world titles. No team had ever repeated, but a win in London would make them a dynasty. Across the pond, Energy had wowed the world with a perfect season, going 7-0 in league play. Seasons 1, 2, and 4 had seen the team or its members eliminated by the second round. Season 3 had been their best performance to date, but I'll give you one guess who they ran into. Everyone knew Energy was good enough to beat the best, but we hadn't seen them do it in front of a crowd, despite being the kings of online. Garrett G and company were effectively underdogs, playing an away game in their rival's very loud house.
Landon had already established itself as an historic event. The raucous crowd had raised the standards for esports audiences everywhere, and it could be argued that that energy gave this particular championship an extra edge of importance. Now, while the crowd was holistically supportive of all the Rocket League teams, the EU home field advantage was obvious. and understandable. In fact, prior to Season 5, Dignitas and its members averaged a placement of 2.6 at the World Championships, while Garagi and Fireburner had a paltry 6.2 between them. Like, Dignitas averaged a podium finish. The gap between the two teams could not have been wider, at least for the veterans. The unknown variable in this equation is Justin.
Even before he was old enough to play, Justin was on the radar of the competitive scene. Bringing the opportunistic NRG swooped in. NRG was eager to shake things up in hopes of improving their LAN performance. Season 5 saw Justin fit right in with the team. The first undefeated season on record. It was impressive, but North American League play was not why Justin was on NRG. Justin was signed to the team to crush Europe. And, well,
Because Justin is gonna win it for NRG.
Energy up on top. NRG will be moving on to the grand final.
Statistics and superstitions held nothing on Justin and crew. NRG was in the grand finals, having only dropped 2 games, already their best Worlds performance to date. North American fans had genuine hope for the first time in a year. Their Kings of Online had banished 3 European dragons to the lower bracket, including the Golden Titans of Dignitas. If ever there was a season that could end the curse, surely this was it. But we could only sit, watch, and wonder. When NRG and Dignitas inevitably met again in the finals, it was clear what was on the line. For Dignitas, the chance to do the unthinkable. Back-to-back world championships, crowning Turbo the 3-time world champion. For NRG, the culmination of their best season to date, but more importantly, the end of EU's reign and the end of the most potent curse in the scene. The spectacle is, in many senses, the most important ingredient of the recipe. The Justin goal made such waves that it broke into mainstream sports media, famously being tweeted out by ESPN. For these viewers, all they saw was a high-flying player upside down, hitting the ball and scoring, and yet, that was enough.
I want to show you this Fireburner 50-50 to start things off then. So the first of what I like to think of as string of miracles in this moment is this 50-50. You can see how late Fireburner jumps. He stays grounded to the last possible moment. This is because Turbo Pulse is trying to get that ball down. Fireburner is trying to keep it up. So he manages to get the angle underneath this ball to send it out to the side. And you can see that point of contact directs it to the side at the curve and creates that amazing bounce that we all know and love that sets up the Justin shot. That is the beauty of Justin's prediction here. He commits to a shot in a situation where most people wouldn't go for the shot. He jumps early with just enough boost to score this goal. Normally people would go for the backboard or look to pass this or keep it high as possible. He confidently goes for that shot, and that's just because it's 0 seconds. He knew he had to score at that moment, and there was such little angle to score on that. He finds that perfect angle just behind KDOP. And if you look at KDOP, he was so close to making that save as well. But it was just the fact that Justin sent it behind him that made it impossible for KDOP to save. Violent Panda, millimeters away from making the save. Everything was perfect about that shot. And that's why it was so unbelievable at the time.
4 seconds left. NRG need this immediately.
4 seconds left. Despite the fact that the game doesn't end until the ball touches the ground, the physical time represented on the clock makes an impression on your psyche. This is important. The less time left for a team to score, the less you, the viewer, believe they could possibly do it. This isn't just a trick of the brain either. If we look at RLCS X, the longest and most game-filled season on record, in the 6,087 games played in just Europe and North America, teams that dropped the lead in the final 15 seconds only managed to equalize at 0 seconds 4 times. A comeback in this spot, at this scale, with these stakes, had quite simply never happened. 4 seconds. And then 0 seconds. The game doesn't end until the ball touches the ground, and yet every second that passes after the clock stops moving feels unearned.
It's almost there, it just has to hit the floor.
For a timeless instance, the game enters a pocket dimension where Rocket League is played without a floor, and every touch must be perfect.
And it's almost there. Justin keeps it alive.
And the longer it stretches, the more unbelievable it becomes. There's a key difference between hope and belief. All North American fans and fans of the game at large hoped NRG would score. They wanted it more than anything, but deep down inside, they didn't believe. It was too much. Moments with this many colliding stories, demanding this much perfection against the most staunch statistical improbability simply didn't happen in real life. And the untested rookie has to bear the pressure without flinching? It was impossible. Which makes this genuinely mind-shattering. This moment superseded the ultimate outcome of the game because it transcended the conceit of the tournament. When you witness the impossible for a moment, the rest of everything stops mattering. Titles and trophies were suddenly entirely secondary because the audience of the Copper Box had witnessed a miracle. When the mind has to confront the manifestation of that which it knows to be impossible, the only conclusion left is magic.
Rocket League fans will soon be filling the Copper Box in unprecedented numbers, and for many, the return to these hallowed grounds brings a nostalgia of how our game was changed forever last time we were here. The Spring Major champion is the reward awaiting one team at the end of this tournament, but fans can hope for something more. What does it take for a goal to be better than a championship? It takes the shattering of the impossible. In short, it takes a miracle.
championship is where the greats become legendary.